everyone. You are watching the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series finale with me, Nadia Nash. And thank you so much for joining us. It is going to be a ride because, as you know, surprises and drama are no stranger to the final round, the deciding round for the championship. And of course, qualifying sessions was yesterday. Rio Haryanto from T2 Motorsport finished fastest for GT cars. In LMP3 was Colin Noble that put Nielsen Racing at the front for LMP3, and Ben Bunnycoat's flying lap puts Thunderhead Carlin Racing at the front of the pack, at the front of the grid today. And 3 of those 4 invitations to 24-hour of Le Mans are still in contention, and those passes are exclusive and a fantastic opportunity for teams and drivers from the Asian region to experience the iconic race, the 24-hour of Le Mans. Now it's a 23 car grid today, and we will see a mix of LMP2, LMP3 and GT cars battling it out for 4 hours. So you are definitely in for a roller coaster ride, all battling for championship. So all you have to do now is sit back, hold tight, and enjoy the season finale of the Asian Le Mans Series.
Welcome, wherever you are watching around the world, to the commentary box at the 4 hours of Buriram, the closing event, the grand finale of the Asian Le Mans Series 2019-2020 season. My name is Jeevan Selvanathan. Sitting next to me, as always, in the commentary box is Graham Goodwin. Graham, we've been waiting for this day, and I think so far all the pre-events leading up to this day have really delivered. Something special will be happening today in 3 of the 4 classes of the Asian Le Mans Series.
Absolutely. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world joining us. I know it's very, very early and very, very late, some of those places. 13 of the 23 cars that will start today's 4-hour race around the Buriram circuit here have got a chance of winning. 1 of the 3 class championships still up for grabs. And, of course, 3 invitations, automatic invitations for the 2020 Le Mans 24 Hours. Points gaps are pretty tiny in certain instances, and a little bit of luck, a little bit of on-track drama, and we're bound to have plenty of that, is going to make the difference here this afternoon. It's going to be 4 hours of high drama.
And, of course, that other, let's just quickly, because we did actually, we tend to skip it because it's already been kind of won by Rickware Racing. LMP2 AM, of course, kind of already settled. If not already settled, it is literally a formality for Rickware Racing.
It is, and this is our first NASCAR team from the Asian Le Mans Series. I think from ACO Racing entirely to actually make it to the Le Mans 24 Hours in the modern era. Great stuff from Cody Ware and Gustav Grimbergus. But it's all about what's here this weekend. This, Jeevan, is the 4.554 kilometre long Buriram International Circuit, opened up in 2014. Some of the fastest cars they've ever seen around this circuit will be leading the race here. Long back straight, really, really tight into turn 3, double apex, overtaking opportunities on the way in and on the way out. Turn 4, that is a really high grip turn and excuse me, but the turns 5, 6 and 7 more technical, opens out, then technical again, but as the cars rush down towards the final turn to complete the lap. Plenty of opportunities for overtaking, plenty of opportunities for great racing, particularly because, remember, if you're joining us here for the Asian Le Mans Series for the first time, this isn't one race, this is 4 races, 4 different classes, for entirely different kinds of machinery that operate at different paces. There will be a lots and lots to watch.
And when you, of course, said the fastest ever cars they've ever seen this season, that means something even extra because of these new P2 Gibson cars that have made. In fact, they broke the qualifying record in qualifying yesterday.
They did, and I think we might see the track record go this afternoon as well. We've seen Super GT cars here from Japan. They're pretty quick, but the Gibson-powered LMP2 cars, more or less to match them around this circuit, circuit. We're going to see a welcome to the Asia Le Mans Series, the end of the first season for those Gibson-powered cars. We're going to see some farewells as well. If you're familiar with, absolutely, if you're familiar with endurance racing, your last chance to see in contemporary competition the older version of the LMP2 cars in the LMP2 AM class, the last chance to see the original versions of the LMP3 cars in Europe at least. Still another year to go in the USA. Let's wait and see what dramas come from those machines. They provided great entertainment over the last half a decade or so. And there's going to be plenty more to come.
What happens to those older spec P2s? Are they still going to be in service in any way?
Well, the older spec P2s can be upgraded to the new cars. Indeed, some of the cars we're going to see on the grid this afternoon will be jetting their way back to Europe after this race, will be upgraded and will be racing in Europe later this year.
Okay, well, let's get down to the pit lane now. Of course, Nadia has got plenty of people to talk to. Let's find out who she has managed to catch before the race.
The opening grid is buzzing. Cars are already rolling into their positions. So we want to check out what's happening right now. And I think the best person to be talking to is the managing director of the series. We're going to let the G Drive Algarve car pass through us first, of course. And let's see if we can catch Cyril Tashwallen, the managing director of the series, here with us. He's having a little chat and see if we can squeeze us in for a bit. Yes, sorry, Stuart. Cyril, hi. Nice to see you on the grid. Of course, you're checking things out. How are you feeling? How are things looking today?
Very good. It's already the last round of the season. Time flies, really. And we're already working flat out for next season. But I can't wait for this race to start because it's a very important event, you know. 3 titles to be awarded in LMP2, in LMP3 and in GT. Very, very close competition. And the winner of each of these 3 classes will get the invitation to Le Mans 24 as well. So it's a very important race, for sure.
Fantastic. I hope you have a great day. We're definitely going to have a great day here in Buriram. So it's back to studio.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cyril.
Well, that was great stuff getting ready, of course. And around about 20 minutes left to race time now. What's going to be going through these teams' minds?
Winning. It's as simple as that. We saw some extraordinary stuff yesterday in qualifying. We'll see the highlights of that later on in the show. But they'll be looking for the win after what was a very, very challenging third round of the Asia Le Mans Series at Sepang. It's a stupendous storm. And, of course, this is the first time I think we've had back-to-back races in the recent era of the series. Not a lot of time to prepare. But Sepang race gave us an extraordinary start to it, or lack of start to it, with the amazing electrical storm that did an awful lot of damage. And apologies for the disruption for the programme there. We did our best to bring that to you, and the guys did and girls did a fantastic job of doing that. Let's go back now and look at exactly what happened at Sepang last weekend. An extraordinary day at Sepang with major storm damage delaying the start of the 4 hours of Sepang by almost 2 hours. In the early stages, the Aston Martin from D Station Racing would lead the GT race. It was closed down and eventually passed by Liam Talbot in the Hub Auto Corsa Ferrari. That car would lead for much of the race, only to lose to a penalty in the final minutes to the J-Lock Lamborghini Huracan. In LMP3, Team Malaysia, in the form of Viper-Nisa Racing, led well in the first 2 hours, but it was heartbreak from the Malaysian team with a failure that cost them dear. They would finish the last of the LMP3 runners. Into the lead went the number 3 car from Nielsen Racing. They led well until an attack from the number 9 Graf Racing car would win the race for the very French team. LMP2 AM would see a late problem for the 25 car rob them of a race win. That would go the way of the class champions now, the 52 Rickware Racing team. 4th place overall, the 96 K2 Ichino Orica. 3rd, despite this moment, an assault from a P3 car would go to G-Drive by Algarve Pro. 2nd overall would be the car that came home the winner on the road. Rear lights are on at the moment. This shot was taken for the Eurasia Ligier. But by the time it crossed the line, as you can see by this shot, the lights were out and the team had ignored the race director's instruction. That meant the 3 drivers, deserved celebrations of them, but that was premature. That would mean that the win would go to the 45 Thunderhead by Carling Racing Delara after a fine run from all three drivers.
So much happened at Sepang last weekend, and as you said, Graham, it is an interesting new addition to actually have the second half of the season spread by only a week. What kind of logistical problems have been posed by that for the teams this past week?
Well, the teams had to pack up and remember some pretty soggy equipment as well, and it's then all the equipment has been containerised and trucked here to Thailand. It's a pretty long journey for those teams because then drivers, maybe with a couple of days, layover before they can get in and get their racing heads back on. Bit of a different challenge for them, and any teams that suffered a bit of damage there, of course, it's been a bit of a rush too. But we've had all 23 cars out there and lapping competitively and reliably. So fingers crossed, what we're going to see is all 23 in the mix.
Well, definitely. I mean, and of course it did turn the championship on its head, as we said, kind of, as it at least left it open for this final weekend. A lot of these titles could have been settled last weekend. G-Drive Racing by Algarve, of course, could have settled it in Sepang. But of course, really, it's all down to Michelin tyres and how they have performed on the day. Let's now get down to Nadia, who's with Matthew Benadell, the head of motorsport business at Michelin.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. Matthew Bernadette is here with us, head of motorsports business at Michelin. So the perfect guy to be talking to. And of course, you can feel the buzz already. It is the finale. It's 4 hours of Buriram. What are you looking forward to?
Well, it's really going to be a great race. I can see that the championship and the LMP3 series is growing year after year. We can feel not only we see more cars on the grid, but we see teams coming from everywhere in the world. And as well, teams are more professional, and just the fact that we have 3 cars ready to fight for the championship at the last race is going to be great excitement for all the fans.
Fantastic. And of course, we know Michelin and Asian Le Mans Series have been good friends, partners for a long time now. So of course, we're looking forward to a longer journey with Michelin.
Yeah, Michelin has been partner with Asian Le Mans Series since the first day, and for us at Michelin, it was a natural match because the notion of endurance racing fits well with the product we make. It's about delivering the performance miles after miles, lap after lap. And just demonstrating that in Asia, which is one of our main markets, was a natural move, and it's a part of the DNA of Michelin.
Fantastic. So we are ready for 4 hours of Buriram. We've got great drivers, great cars, and great tires, of course. So back to studio. How are you guys doing up there?
Great words from Matthew Bonadell there. And I think he's echoed some very important parts about the Asian Le Mans Series. So many teams coming in, also a lot of Asian teams coming in. It's been a real growth year for the series.
It has. It's been a relaunch, if you like, this year. The particular change this year is not just the strength in depth we've seen with the Asian Le Mans Series, but in a GT class particularly, but not exclusively, the growth in the number and the proportion of Asian teams we've got here. Of the 6 cars we have in our GT class, all with FI GT3 spec cars, of course, 5 of those teams out of Asia. As you'll see shortly, one of those teams, T2 Motorsports, the first ever Indonesian team with the first ever Indonesian driver to set a pole position in an international sports car race. Great to see emerging talents, emerging teams joining the international community for sports car racing, all of them with one eye on the European teams to see really what is the level that they need to match and better, and also, of course, with an eye on that biggest race in the world in June, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and hoping that they're going to be able to make it onto the grid for that one.
Well, of course, all of these cars in all 4 categories were out for qualifying beforehand on this wonderful Buriram International Circuit. If you are wondering as to what this circuit it feels like when you get out there in a car, well, it is very flat. It is very, very hot, of course. And as we went through the track map, 12 turns that pose their own interesting challenges at every part of the 3 sectors. We're now going to get down to see exactly what this track is like from the view of Roberto Meri in the number 36 Eurasia Motorsport car.
Here we are at Buriram, 4 hours last race of the season. I am Roberto Meri, and I'm going to explain you a lap to this track. Now here we got the last corner 12. We try to get a good exit to start a clean lap in front of us, going up to 5th gear before the braking on this corner about 70 meters, downshift 2 gears to 30, using as much curve in the inside and as much as the car allow you in the outside. Here, targeting to braking around 190 meters, quite late braking here. Also trying to don't kill the speed too much because it's a very, very light apex, as you can see. Going up now the gears again up to 6, long straight again. Now we're gonna head up to fast left-hander, probably flat. I did just flat in this session, flat using a bit of inside curve, having a good exit, braking 100 meters before the corner, trying to hit the apex a little bit, and early on power because we have quite a long exit. Fast left-hander, going from third, fourth. Here we have shift to 5 just before braking on the white line, going down to third, using as much inside curve and outside curve as we can. Braking now again by feeling, really late apex, and trying to go very early on throttle. As you can see, the exit is very tricky, green exit here. Going up to 5th gear again, and going down again to 1st gear. Very bumpy the braking, around the corner, hitting a bit the inside curve, and trying to hit as much curve in the outside possible to finish the lap.
A great lap there by Roberto Meri in the hot lap that we just watched. But of course, the man who also knows the lap very well, who finished first in LMP2, of course, sitting at the front right now, is Ben Barnicoat, Thunderhead Carlin Racing. How are you feeling? How are things looking for today?
Yeah, well, we've had a very good car all weekend, thanks to Carlin Racing. So, you know, we're feeling confident. Jack's going to start the car. He's done a great job of starting all season long, so we'll let him do what he does best, and hopefully get into turn 1 in first and finish the lap there. That's what we're hoping for. Then he'll hand over to Harry, and I'll be in at the end. So we're looking forward to it. All feeling confident. Obviously, all we can do is focus on winning the race, and we need a little bit of luck behind us in order for us to win the title. But all we can do is our best.
Fantastic. Of course, you're confident, but I'm just curious. It is a lot on the line today. So do you feel any kind of sort of extra pressure from the other rounds?
Look, I mean, if we're in G-Drive's position and you're leading the championship and it's yours to lose, there's pressure there. But I mean, we're in the position where we're the underdogs. We've got to come and take it all to win. So our main focus is purely on winning the race, and that's what we know we need to do to win the title. That's our focus, and whatever happens, happens. So we're just looking at it as a normal race, which is the best way to be in this situation.
Fantastic. So all the best to you and the team today. So you heard from Thunderhead Carlin Racing. So what does Jeevan and Graham has to say about that?
Well, once again, it's just great to hear that it's a very team-based effort. Now, always hear that from Thunderhead Carlin. It's the first thing that any of the drivers say is basically thanks to the team and how they put the car together, which is fantastic. Driver combinations, of course, are going to be very, very important here. As we just heard, Jack Manchester is going to be starting in the car for Thunderhead Carlin. But I think we can now have a look at the starting positions. Let's see who else is going to be starting in their cars.
Well, it will be Jack Manchester aboard the number 45 car from pole position. Alongside will be Nobuya Yamanaka returning to the number 1, Eurasia Motorsports Ligier. On the second row, Roberto Meri, Pro Drive. We saw him in that fast lap, will be in the 36 car in title contention alongside James French in the title leading G-Drive Aurus. Third row will be Keito Ichino Racing, one of the stars of Sepang, Sean Tong. Kuba Shimoski in the 34 Inter-Europol. Ligier sits alongside. Then it's the 7th of the LMP2 cars in the Gibson powered class. Danielle Frost in the 33 Inter-Europol car, ahead of the pole car in LMP2 and Rick Ware Racing's 25. Anthony Lazaro leading Cody Ware in the championship winning 52 car. LMP3, Tony Wells starts the number 2 car that was put on pole by his teammate Colin Noble yesterday. Charles Cruz in the number 3 Nielsen Racing Norma is second, with a third Norma, Eric Trullier, and the number 9 Graf Norma rounding out the top 3 there. In GT, we've got David Teptan Biantoro in the T2 Motorsports car, the 75 car from Indonesia, leading Huberto Corsa's Ferrari. Liam Talbot, the Australian driver, starts at 27, ahead of Ferrari factory driver Daniel Serra. Spirit of Race car number 51. It's a Ferrari 123 in GT. Well, it's going to be a fabulous start for this. Looking down that that list. We've got some real stars starting those cars.
Yeah.
Daniel Serra will be looking to get to the top. So will Roberto Meri. That's the strategy from those teams. It's going to be in LMP3. We saw one of the standout performances, I think, in qualifying yesterday. Great stuff from T2. Great stuff from Carlin, but in LMP3, Colin Noble, and let's not forget a pretty spec LMP3 car, I think just destroyed the field, bossed that qualifying session. He won't be starting the car. It's going to be his teammate Tony Wells to do that. But let's go down and see what Colin's going to tell Nadia on the grid right now.
Spot on there, Graham. We do have Colin Noble here with us, and tell us about what's going to happen today in the 4 hours. What's the strategy for the team?
Oh, the strategy is going to be same as normal. Keep out of trouble and just keep our heads down. I feel like we've got quite a good race pace, but yeah, it's going to be tight. The other, Martin and Nigel are going to be fast as well. So yeah, it's just going to be a sprint.
Fantastic. And Tony Wells is in the car right now. As a teammate, can you tell us what's going through his head, you think?
Yeah, he seems he's pretty chill just now. He's done quite a lot of race starts over his career. So yeah, we've planned it out and we've got an idea, but it's very hard to plan a race start. You never know what's going to happen. So yeah, just try and keep out of trouble.
And what about you? Where's your head at?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting in. Race pace and practice was good. So yeah, I'm really excited about getting in. The car's in a good place. So yeah, can't wait to get out there.
Right. All the best to you and Tony, who's in the car right now. It's back to studio.
Well, interesting that Colin Noble, the pole sitter in LMP3, actually did point out there that he's expecting a bit of a charge from Nigel Moore, one of the people that didn't actually get up there to the front of the grid.
Nigel rather struggled, I'm afraid, to get the best out of the car. Lots, I'm afraid. He was one of the drivers as well that we had a number of track limits issues in qualifying yesterday. 13 cars just simply didn't get the pace out of the car that I think they were expecting. They're going to be hoping that that won't be the case across a race distance with the Ligier. It tends to be a better race car than a qualifying car, but pretty clear that in qualifying yesterday, this track suited the Ferraris in GT and it suited the Normas in LMP3. So Colin will be hoping that that can continue through the first stint and into his opportunity to take over the car.
Quick look at the temperature here, Graham. 28 degrees, actually a bit cooler than we've seen all week. And it does feel a lot hotter than that. 50% humidity is actually a little bit more humid than we have. It was down at 33 yesterday, and a steady wind as well, 10 kilometers an hour.
But next, just a breath of wind, 10 kilometers an hour, but there'd be a gust, I think, here, but not a lot of wind out there, so it's going to feel hotter, actually, when you're standing up there on the grid. It's going to feel very hot indeed if you're sitting in the bubble that is an LMP cockpit, for that matter, a GT car, although the GT cars at least have the cooling system, as do the newer P2 cars. But the two LMP2 AM cars and all of the LMP3 cars may be using cool suits, but may choose to save the additional complexity that actually that brings. That is David Dambiantoro aboard the T2 racing
Very
car.
happy indeed. That is a significant moment for not only Indonesian motorsports, but of course an Indonesian team within the Asian Le Mans Series.
And it's one of the messages from this championship this year is starting to take the Asian teams, the Asian inputs, far, far more seriously. And they have been teams of real quality. Yes, we've got some big name European drivers in there to assist, but it's giving the best of Asia the opportunity to measure themselves against the Alessandro Pierguidis, the Daniel Serras, etc. And Rio Haryanto, well, more than lived up to that yesterday.
And these are world champions you're talking about that they're actually racing against as well. So with, especially, I know that you've been keeping an eye on this Norma Ligier fight, rivalry that's been happening throughout the season. How did that end up in the end, as we hear in the fourth race?
It tends to go, and has done throughout the lives of these cars, circuit by circuit. Little needle nose on the Norma tends to mean it's pretty good in a straight line, but when you get to the twisty bits, the Ligier does have something of an edge over the Norma there. It's going to be really interesting when we get into traffic, as we're clearing the grid now, just 5 minutes until the race starts. Just the essential crew with the cars now, and they'll be leaving the grid in just a few minutes' time. Watch for the boards at the front. Next board, I think, is the 1-minute board until the leading car will actually roll off. But yes, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see how it goes. LMP2, remember, 3 different chassis on the top 3.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, actually, but you do think that the Dallara which is the least used of the three, is actually set up very well for a track like Buriram.
It's been really very convincing indeed. Looking now, by the way, at Alessandro Bressan, another of the standout stars this year in the Asia Le Mans Series, bossed the field in the early running at Shanghai, the opening race. That's the Ace 1 Valorba Corsa car from the very Italian team, but with Andreas Lascaratas from Greece joining that car for the last couple of races this season. Down to 4.5 minutes before we get things underway here. Wide open circuit. There's the number 8 car. This is the additional car from Graf Racing that joined the fun last time around. And that is another new addition here. Neil Muston rejoining the Asia Le Mans Series champ.
Talking on that, there are, of course, there is a slight conflict of events this weekend, which has led to 4 drivers, brand new drivers coming in. As Graham said, we have returning drivers like Neil Muston, who has featured in the Asian Le Mans Series before. But we've got Mikkel Jensen, we've got Tim Slade, we've got Tom Gamble, and of course Daniel Serra. And we saw some of them in qualifying, putting down some electrifying laps.
Absolutely, and it will be Daniel Serra to start the car. This is his first GT3 race as a fully fledged Ferrari GT factory driver. Grid is now being cleared. We've seen the 1-minute board come and go, and it's not going to be very long before we start to see the cars rolling. Excitement building, tension building, I'm sure, aboard the cars. But let's see how this is going to crack on.
Now, it could have, of course, anything up to 2 formation laps. It depends on our new race director sitting in for Eduardo Freitas, this racer, Rui Marquez. Maybe if they're not set up in time in the right formation, then there might be another formation lap. But if they do, of course, whether they do come across the line, you can get in touch and let us know what you think about this start. For hashtag Asian Le Mans, hashtag 4 Hours Buriram, hashtag Endurance Racing for Asia. Please get in touch. And of course, if you're watching on the official Facebook stream as well, leave your comments. We want to hear from you.
Driver's briefing was interesting this time. Rui Marquez taking his first Asia Le Mans Series driver's briefing as the race director, and I would say that there's a bit of challenging behaviour from some of the guys there, but it was interesting to see just how far and how hard Rui slapped them right back down again.
Is he a hardline race director?
He's very approachable, and you know, a firm personal friend of Eduardo Freitas, who's mentored him through his career, and it really shows. The problem there, I think, for one of the Rickway racing cars, did not get away well. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Well, that's the exact kind of situation I was talking about, which could lead to another formation lap. Very important that everything starts off nicely and well here for these cars. They want to make sure they get a good start, because what we have seen as being one of the significant parts of any Asian Le Mans Series event is race control and the determinations that come down from race control. 2 of the 3 races so far this season have already been determined by some race control determination.
Well, let's look at it this way. What is the job of race control? Job number 1 is keep everybody safe. Absolutely. Job number 2 is make sure the rules are actually obeyed. Job number 3 is to keep this race moving. I'm just trying to see whether or not we've actually got the second of the Rickway racing cars rolling there. It's certainly not in formation. See that from timing, looking there behind. That is 1. There he comes, coming through the formation now. Behind the 2 Nielsen racing cars, moving to the right-hand side ahead of the Graf car, is being allowed to take up its grid position.
Europol 34 and 33, they've had a bit of a charmed life these last few weeks.
Well, they've struggled, as many of the teams did at Sepang with the prevailing conditions. Lots of water intrusion causing electronic difficulties, particularly with those number panels. Won't be an issue today. Bright sunshine as opposed to the darkness of a Malaysian night under the floodlights. But cars reasonably neat and tidy here. Rui Marquez will have his own cameras to just determine exactly how things are pulling together. He might want to see just a bit of separation from the back of the P3 cars till we see the GT cars start for a second or 2.
Now, just before we do get to the race start, of course, don't worry, we will be keeping you updated with all the championship permutations as they evolve throughout this race. 1 point was won by each of the pole sitters in yesterday's qualifying session, so those gaps, which were already tiny, have got even smaller overnight. We'll let you know how it pans out.
2x2 sign, if you see the marshal to the right-hand side of the track, that is a race control instruction. Get yourself at this point in the track into a position where you can be in 2x2 formation, neat and tidy. That way we can go green and we don't have to take you around, and beautifully executed there. It's like Strictly Come Dancing on wheels.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's 2x2, exactly done, perfectly executed. Fantastic stuff.
Great stuff. This is a tight-knit grid. Countdown begins now as we come through. Tight final turn, and who is going to be able to match Jack Manchester into turn 1. Power goes down. Now, and away we go for the final round of the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series. Jack Manchester moves to defend his line through turn 1, manages it there. Through already in second place, though, is Roberto Merri. Behind, Tony Wells already alongside one of the Rickway racing cars. The Dallara getting away, but Merri going with him. Through to third has come the K2 Achino Orica. Fourth, the championship leading 26 Auris 01. Cracking start from Jack Manchester. 25, the hands of Anthony Lazzaro, trying to get by the second of the LMP2 into Europol cars. That'll be the 33 car of John Corbett. What can Roberto Merri do about Jack Manchester's pace? At the moment, it's not a lot because he's got his mirrors full of the number 96 car of Sean Tong. Sean, standout effort at Sepang, and getting involved here in the group that's to be battling for the lead as the opening stages of this race pan out. Dallara is pulling away a little here from the Ligier.
Yeah, a bit of a gap already set up there. But Eurasia, remember, have to stay in this fight. Roberto Merri is going to be looking at the back of that Dallara and thinking, I've got to find a way to keep up with him.
1, 2, 3. It's Dallara, Ligier, Orica. This is the way that LMP2 racing should be. Doesn't always work out that way, but it has done through the season here as they come through to complete the first racing lap, and the gap that Jack Manchester's got is 1.3 seconds. He'll be heartily cheered by his teammates there. 0.4 of a second the gap between second and third. So it's Jack Manchester from Roberto Merri, Sean Tong, James French, Kuba Shimoski, Daniel Frost, then Anthony Lazzaro. Nobuya Yamanaka, the number 1 car, has fallen right back down through the pack from the front row of the grid. In LMP3, it is Charlie Cruz that's come through in the number 3 car. It's not Tony Wells, he's dropped back in the order in the number 2 car. So it's Nielsen Racing from Grass and Viper Nisa Racing up in third place. Another storming start from Dominic Ang. Daniel Serra predictably gets to the front in GT from Leon Talbot, and Tomonobu Fuji, the D-Station Aston Martin, needs to win here today, and they're cracking on at a pace here. The 77 car up into third position. 6
cars in GT with a chance, and a bit saddening, I suppose you could say, at this early stage to see that T2 Motorsports couldn't hang on to that pole that they had, but with such great quality drivers ahead of them and just behind them, it was always going to be tough.
Daniel Serra was clearly launched as the weapon to get the car to the front, the 51 Spitter race car to the front. Another team really supposed to win here, give themselves any chance of winning this. Mathematical stamp chance is still there for Spirit of Race. All of a sudden, though, Roberto Merri is now able to defend from Sean Tong. Joined the battle ahead of the 26 car. There's a real battle here for second place as they cross the line to complete the lap. Goes to the inside, Sean Tong. This is going to be a tough one for Roberto Merri to fend off. Sean Tong goes through to second place. 96, K2 Achino Racing heading for the front again for the second consecutive race. The first ever Japanese LMP2 team in this modern era. Been great stuff from them at Sepang, and it looks like we've got more of the same to come. Roberto Merri, though, on the attack, making sure that he keeps Sean Tong honest. No way for a dumping there.
Has a look on the inside, but this is going to be an interesting situation for Sean Tong. Yes, we've seen electric pace from him, not just at the start of this race, but in Sepang as well. But now it's about defending against a very, very fast car indeed, and a car that needs to win.
Cracking stuff, though, from Jack Manchester. Whilst these guys were busying themselves defending and trying to get positional change, Jack Manchester's got his head down, hit the apexes, and he has headed off. 1.8 seconds was the gap at the beginning of that lap. It's going to be slightly more than that, I think, this time around, because it required Sean Tong to take that place into turn 1. Sticking with the programme, though, is the number 34 car. Kuba Shimoski is not letting James French get away in fourth. The top 4 cars, 4.4 seconds, 3.4 seconds ahead apart, by the way. So it's pretty close stuff.
Now, we did, of course, see Stuart Cox just for a second on the grid there, but so far G-Drive Racing have been pretty quiet this weekend. Is this a strategy for them?
No, playing a long game, used one set of tyres and were qualifying on something less than low fuel in the tank. So they are looking after this car for an attack when and where they can. It'll be a conservative run at the start of this race, keep the opposition in the sights, and let's see how the start of this race actually panned out with Jack Manchester from pole position. It's a long hold until the lights went out, and when the power went in, Jack Manchester was right on the pedal. Looked for a moment as if the G-Drive car might make it through the middle. Roberto Merri took a look, but Jack Manchester played that to perfection. Guarded his line, there was no space through. You saw Nobuo Yamanaka go wide there. That left him tumbling back down the order from second on the grid. Merri again there looked as if he might be looking for a bit of lunge, but there's no room to do so because Manchester had done a cracking job. Behind was Charles Cruz in the number three Norma that had dealt initially with the challenge of one of the Rick Ware Racing cars, but no way through in the pace of the older P2 cars, the P3 leader, but he holds for the second time in succession the lead in LMP3.
Great start from all the classes, but yes, Jack Manchester, and in fact, looking back at that replay just now, Graham, it was very interesting the way the P2s took off, because there were a lot of cars that were jockeying for position and actually lost ground. Right now, Jack Manchester is flying, I can tell you that.
Away. He's pulling away, 2.3 seconds last time, 2.8 seconds this time, and that's mainly because the number 96 and 36 are battling away for that second position. Roberto Merri needs to get ahead here and needs to get ahead of the Dallara. He's been put into this car for the start of the race because he is the experienced pro, and he needs to be showing that investment, that trust in his ability is paid back by leading this race before we get into the less experienced two to follow. Not to say that either of them are slow. Both Aidan Reed and Nick Foster have been very quick all season, but he is the more experienced man in the downforce cars. Here's LMP3. Change there, Alessandro has gone through, so it is a Ligier leading the way for the first time, the number 12 car. And,
but what a performance from Sean Tong so far. He's absolutely been defending perfectly.
And this is the LMP3 field, the total LMP3 field, and there is the battle in GT. It is Daniel Serra fending off Liam Talbot, who's sticking with the Brazilian factory driver, and Tommaso Bufucci in the green Aston Martin, right with the 27 car. It's order reversed, if you like, to the battle we saw at Sepang after the first hour, where it's the Aston Martin ahead of the Hub Auto Corsa car. This time, it's the Hub Auto Corsa car that has got the Ferrari in his sights. There's the top three, red Ferrari, white Ferrari, very green Aston Martin. Then the Lamborghini up from sixth position, just coming over the crest there. We can see David Biantoro in the 75 T2 Motorsports car, fifth in the GT class.
Well, that was a great shot of the GT class. So much can happen in there.
Times are tumbling into the 25s now, getting down towards the area where we're going to start to call what I believe is going to be an ultimate lap record here for Buriram International Circuit. Stick with, though, for the moment, the efforts of Daniel Serra, the Brazilian, the only man to win GTE Pro at the Le Mans 24 Hours for two different factory teams, Aston Martin and Ferrari. Aston Martin, looming large, would like to just remind him of part of his racing heritage. Brazilian stock car driver, son of Formula 1 driver Chico Serra.
The famous Chico Serra,
yeah. Daniel is a very quick man indeed. Wasn't well known in the GT racing community worldwide after GT3 race and stock car experience in Brazil, but did a lot of the work in the background that led to Aston Martin's World Championship winning GTE Pro challenge with Dunlop.
Well, here's something that's going to really interest you, Graham. K2 Chino Racing and Sean Tong have just put in the fastest Sector 2 and the fastest lap as well.
Beginning to close the gap down to 2.3 is dropping Roberto Merri. Roberto Merri hanging on in there in third position. James French about a second back from the third place car, but it is Jack Manchester 2.3 seconds ahead now of the Sean Tong pedal 96 K2 Chino Racing Orica. Then it's another 1.3 seconds before we get to Roberto Merri in the 36 Ligier. James French hanging on in there, as I say, is 4.7 seconds off the lead, 1.2 seconds from Roberto Merri. This, though, is a very engaging GT battle.
It really is.
Liam Talbot, Australian driver, He's done a lot of his racing as well as down under over in Europe with some big wins, championship and race wins. And he is fending off the Japanese driver Tomonobu Fuji aboard the 77 Aston Martin. But for a gearbox fault at the end of the race, and it looks to me like Fuji-san is looking to see what he can do going through. The Aston Martin would have been in a far stronger position in championship. Still mathematically possible for D-Station Racing to take the title. They have in any case applied for an invitation for the Le Mans 24 Hours. They're busily making their minds up whether or not it's going to be a WC campaign for them next year or Asian Le Mans, but either way I think we'll see them back for at least a part season, if not a full season back here. But they're sticking with the ACO rules racing formula. It's been very, very much to their liking.
Absolutely. Now, don't forget, of course, they got that win in Shanghai, and that Hub Auto Ferrari in front of them. Well, a lot of results, not just in qualifying, on the race as well for them.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda won as well in Sepang, but for a late race penalty that handed that to the J-Lock team. One thing worth mentioning is we'll take a look at the charge from Martin Hipper. Where's he in the order? Still in the 6th position for the 13 car, and now on the back of Colin Noble. It's of course it's Tony Wells. Tony Wells will be looking to do what he can do to hold off Martin Hipper for as long as he possibly can. But Hipper looking pretty racy here. Go back to the GT point when we get another shot of that battle. But Martin Hipper, bronze driver, also is engineered by trade, but also the driver coach runs the European competition. But at the moment, trailing by some distance, Alessandro Brissan with a second, run 2 and away from the front of this field in his number 12 Ace 1 Valour Corsa car. He's now 3 seconds to the good in this battle, with Dominic Ang still there in second place. So from Nielsen 1-2 and a Graf 3-4, and normal 1-2-3-4, it is now a Ligier 1-2 at the start of this race.
That's an interesting turnaround. Of course, this very much mirrors the situation we saw in Shanghai when Alessandro Brissan literally dominated the first half of that race. And of course, Dominic Ang and Viper Nisa Racing, well, all praise to Douglas Koo and his team. They really set the stage alight in Malaysia, their home soil, of course, by leading the race there for what could be the first time this season. Fantastic performance. In fact, it was actually regulations in the end. It was a stop-and-go penalty that
it was a broken light panel initially that cost them, but then there was a pit stop penalty as well. But at the moment, Ligier's looking good. We said we thought they might see some more pace from the Ligiers in their race trim.
Ace 1 Valour Corsa, another case of coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Absolutely. This is a team that we saw some absolutely sparkling form. They've had some troubles this year. That's taken the ultimate edge off the Italian team's pace. They come from just outside Venice, by the way, the north of Italy. A beautiful, beautiful part of the world. This is the 25 car, Rick Ware Racing, in the hands of Anthony Lazzaro, American driver in a very American team with some Italian backup. This is not going to be the championship winning crew, the 25 crew, but great to see Anthony Lazzaro back, veteran GT and LMP driver, loving the return to the cockpit. These lovely older Ligier JSP2 Nissan engine in the back of those cars, as there is in the back of these P3 cars, albeit a different engine with a bit more power in the P2s. More advanced aero as well for the P2 cars. That is where you see those LMP3 cars with the additional pace. Then you've got the monsters that are P2 cars with the Gibson 4.2 V8 with about 100 horsepower more than the older cars.
Just made to reset qualifying times. Now, we have seen, of course, our first determination from race control, or at least our first words from race control. Team manager from Car 1, that's Eurasia Motorsport, if I'm not mistaken. It is.
It is.
And that would be for something off the start, I'm guessing.
This must be something around the start. This is the battle for, if you like, so it's 5th and 6th place. This is David Tipdo Biantoro, my apologies, ahead of Takeshi Kimura. This is T2 Motorsports, our pole position car, and Car Guy, our defending champions. Both are going to want to stick with what is a snarling pack here as the race leader coming through the GT lead battle, and that has seen Sean Tong close in dramatically, 1.4 seconds, half that lead.
Look at that.
And again, Jack Manchester held up by the battling GT and LMP3 cars, with Daniel Serra trying to get by. I think that's the 18 LMP3 car. That has given Sean Tong an opportunity to catch right up. Manages to get through now on the 18 car. 18 car at the moment in the hands of Philip Kaduri.
Well, it just seems that Sean Tong is dealing with this traffic better than Jack Manchester.
Well, Sean is the more experienced of the two racers and certainly more experienced in mixed class racing. We've had him in the Asian Le Mans Series before in an LMP3 car. This is LMP2 debut. And there's nothing wrong with what's going on ahead of them.
Yeah.
It's just that you've got to deal with the traffic.
Well, that's very close in turn 12.
It is the passing driver's responsibility to get past safely. And but now they're clear. Manchester again has just begun to edge out a little bit. 1.4 seconds has been held. Gaggle of traffic, the first 3 cars have got through, and they're beginning to pull away from James French now. It looks to me like Daniel Serra as James French comes by, and he's got his mirrors full right now of Daniel Frost. So James French is under pressure from the 33 car, which, by the way, has passed Kuba Chomsky. The Inter-Europol Ligiers have swapped positions somewhere in traffic. Kuba has dropped back behind the team car. GT, as we're looking at that battle, intertwined with this. Serra from Talbot from Fuji. Yuya Motojima, by the way, is closing in on that lead group in the GT class in the J-Lock Lamborghini.
Roberto Meri there with a very daring take just to keep in contention. He is actually putting in some very fast times, but really all eyes in the LMP2 on Sean Tong and K2 Uchino. Now 1.4 seconds behind Jack Manchester, who's trying his hardest to cut through this traffic early on. Where they set themselves up in this first hour is going to be ever so important.
So no shortage of minor dramas so far. Next one could well be, can Daniel Frost?
I think right now it's actually, this is a beautifully set up off the start.
It sets it up for what could be a fascinating race to come. Jack Manchester still doing what he can to fend off Sean Tong, but Sean Tong now down to 1.1 seconds as they cross the line. Roberto Meri, meanwhile, has still got a car to clear. That's number 8, Graf Racing Norma. He comes through. We've now got 1, 2, 3 and a bit of clear air again. But it's the top 2 that we should be looking for and about the moment, because that battle is closing. There we go, just coming out of screen right, coming into turn 3 and 4. And again, this traffic, is this going to give Sean Tong the opportunity to close in? Another battle there, this time for 4th position. James French has got a busy time of it as he deals with LMP3 traffic, and Daniel Frost is closing again.
Daniel Frost, the young driver from Singapore, spun out in Sepang. Right. Managing to keep himself in exactly the right position here in the early parts of this final round of the Asian Le Mans Series. So much to be won, and
here's the lead battle. This is 45. Jack Manchester has led from the start. Great start from the young Englishman, very tall lad. Jack Manchester, one of the reasons why they've chosen the Dallara is more accommodates his very lofty frame more easily. But Sean Tong, not tall, is closing in now on Jack Manchester, is now very clearly looking to show that he's there, just puts the driver ahead under a little bit of pressure, classes the curbs a bit. What was 1.1 seconds is 0.8 of a second now. It's game on with 18 minutes of this race gone for the lead. Jack Manchester now just needs to keep calm, do what he knows he can do, get his head down and deal with that challenge. There is pace in this Dallara. Roberto Meri, by the way, has cleared traffic. So too has James French. So too has Daniel Frost. He crossed the line 0.4 of a second back from the Aris.
Sean Tong just reeling in Jack Manchester, who's now going to be spending a lot more time looking in his mirrors. He had the privilege of a clear track ahead of him at the start of the race. Not so anymore.
They're closing in on the lead battle in LMP3. Their next barrier to that is going to be Dominic Ang. Let's hope that Dominic knows they're on the way. He doesn't have to defend too hard here. He's got a gap ahead to Alessandro Bressan. If he's been told by the crew that they're coming, you'll see Daniel just give it a little bit of room, let the Dallara through.
Well, they're absolutely nose to tail now as they get round the Viper Diesel car.
Round the outside, and that's delayed Jack Manchester a little bit more again. I think Dominic tried to give room, but to the wrong side for where Jack had actually chosen, and that has given Sean Tong a bit of a run as they come down to the final turn. Not going to be room there to do anything. Closer again, remember, 0.784 of a second last time through, 0.528. that's Ben Barnicoat with the cans on. It's Harry Tinknell. They're just watching what's going on here. They will be able to observe and help the team with strategy and with any kind of guidance they feel that the driver needs.
They did what they needed to do off the start. They probably would have liked to, hoped maybe a bigger lead at this point. I don't think they would have expected such a charge from K2 and Chino. Maybe that's what they were discussing. More traffic now.
This is the LMP3 leader, and Sean Tong this time does lose a little bit of time. Jack Manchester managed to get by the number 12 car a little bit more clean and tidily, and he's actually pulled a little bit more of a lead out. So it finally, some of the traffic fell his way. Alessandro Brissan had seen the Dallara coming, and I think that's just given a few more tenths. Has, though, allowed Roberto Merri to close in again. So Roberto Merri all of a sudden back into the hunt here. He's just about a second, 1.2 seconds back as they clear traffic back from this. And James French too coming through. Here comes Daniel Frost. He's not managed to get by the P3 car yet. Does so now as Alessandro Brissan runs wide and off the circuit. I think trying to help as best he could, but it got very busy there for the Italian driver in the number 12 car. Dominic Ang there in the distance, still keeping keeping tabs on the LMP3, the race leader. 13 laps in to this 4-hour race, clean and tidy from the start, and there's no further action there. Across the line this time, it is a second dead from Jack Manchester. Couple of seconds back with Roberto Merri, so he's dropped a few tenths back again. Then a further second back to James French, who's still got his mirrors full of Daniel Frost. Car 18, by the way, is getting a black and orange flag. That is a mechanical warning flag. They will need to pit that car. That is the car running at the moment.
Into Europol.
It is second into Europol car. Drop down the order. Philip Kaduri clearly has got some trouble. Leaking fuel on track, we're hearing.
Well, that could be a dangerous
it's the 18
situation.
car. It's the into Europol car. There he is. There is Philip Kaduri, and he's in trouble, and I think they know he's in trouble. You see the black light cover on the left-hand side of the car as we look at it. That's a bit of a scar from an earlier issue for the car.
Earlier in the
testing,
week, yeah,
where Philip had a bit of a whoopsie. Someone we've seen LMP3 cars going hard previously, but the car was repaired and has been lapping quickly and reliably.
But that's a serious problem, leaking fuel on the track.
It's Nobuya Yamanaka being lapped by Jack Manchester in the number 1 car. So the 45 goes through and laps the car that was second on the grid. So Nobuya Yamanaka has struggled, I'm afraid, in this opening part of the stint. Sean Tong looking for a wave through safely there. Goes inside, wants to make sure the Japanese driver has seen him. Wasn't confident of that. We'll try again as they come down to turn 1. So he's just showing the nose to the Orica. It's cost him a bit of time, so 1.5 seconds, still no way through. Because remember, these cars very quick on the straight line. So Sean Tong is going to have to set this one up, and Yamanaka gives him the opportunity, running wide. Through goes the Orica, but right with him now is Roberto Merri. So just that couple of corners being held up behind Nobuya Yamanaka has allowed Roberto Merri in the team car to close right back in. So the number 1 car does affect the battle for second. I'm sure there was absolutely no intent whatsoever there.
No. And the traffic never seems to stop with this kind of configuration between all the 4 classes. Next up, in terms of traffic, the defending champions in GT, Kargai, easily dispensed by the looks of it. Almost.
Fred caught him again in the wrong place. That will close the gap again. The 18 car has made it to pit lane. So we'll wait and see how long that takes for the team to effect a change.
1 car.
You can't be having leaking fuel, massive fire hazard with the heat that's involved in any race car. And these cars, of course, racing for hour after hour, things get very, very hot indeed. So no risks will be taken. Bit of a lock-up there from Nobuya Yamanaka. Here comes the 18 car into pit lane. The team will be ready with the dollies. You see they are the skates that go underneath the car. It helps the team to manoeuvre the car safely and efficiently into the garage. I'm sure we'll see the engine cover coming off the 18. And they'll try to effect as quick a repair as they can.
Trouble times.
Again, second dead. So Sean Tong in clear air has managed to close the gap again, but 24 minutes now. And Jack Manchester has led from the start. Will be under pressure again, I'm sure, but it's been a mature and controlled first stint so far from Jack Manchester. Something over 40 minutes, by the way, on fuel for these leading cars, the LMP2 cars. A little longer, depending on the sort of track for the older LMP2 AM cars. around an hour, maybe a minute or two
Yeah.
more for the LMP3s, and a little longer than that should they want it for the GT cars. So we're still, about 15 minutes away from the first regular pit stops, and it'll be timed pit stops for most of these cars, 2 required timed pit stops.
Well, there's thanks to all the comments coming in on the Facebook live stream from Germany, Thailand, England, I can see, and a lot of fans supporting Eurasia Motorsport and Roberto Meri. So currently in 3rd. Keep those comments coming in, of course. We'd love to hear from you.
And welcome, by the way, to the Asian Le Mans Series live coverage, not just to our viewers and listeners, for that matter, on Facebook and our YouTube channels, but also to the race.com, who join us for the Asian Le Mans Series for the very first time. And I'm keeping an eye on their stream and their comments there. Do let us know where you're tuning in from when you're looking into the racer at Buriram, as we've got Roberto Meri with James French all over him, and we've got Sean Tong right on the heels now of the leader. So things could change rather quickly, but do let us know where you're looking in from. It's a very international cast of stars on track. Love to find out just how international our audience is as well, of course.
Oh, well, I can tell you now, Graham, it's already spreading around the world. That's amazing. A lot from Malaysia as well, of course, in Southeast Asia, as you'd expect. And I just saw there, just as we, looking back now at T2 Motorsports, and that's that #1 Eurasia Motorsports car that has been called to race control for that race start.
That seemed to be some kind of incident with the #7 car. That's the car guy car, which has been not on form.
Well,
team manager car 7 now being called. So
this is what I was talking
car.
about. This is what I was talking about. Roberto Meri being pulled in by G-Drive Racing and James French.
So Jack Manchester still holding on. So Sean Tong, make no mistake, is pushing really hard here. But Manchester is actually soaking up that pressure for the moment. Is that going to mean that Roberto Meri gets an opportunity to get a bit more onto terms? Well, yes, but he's also been caught by James French and by Daniel Frost. It's a really close race here between these top 5 cars. 4.4 seconds after coming on for half an hour of racing. Very evenly matched indeed. Remember, some very, very quick drivers still to come. Dominic Ang is closing in here for the lead.
Yeah.
Little doubt now. I was just took an eye on that one a lap or so ago, and it looked like he might have nibbled a 10th. It's a bit more than that now. The lead gap now, as they cross the line, was 1.2 seconds, and it looks to me like the Malaysian driver has got his dander up again. Second race in a row that we've seen some real form here from Dominic Ang. He was really buoyed up.
Really fast in Sepang.
He was, and really buoyed up by the form that they were able to show aboard the #65 car. Great to see this. These have been long-time supporters of the Asian Le Mans Series. Nigel Moore, of course, a star in the car in recent years, but great to see Dominic Ang back with Douglas Koo. They're learning as they go. We've seen the team over in Europe, in V2V Racing and at the Road to Le Mans. I expect we're going to see them again this year, and they will be enormously welcome. Real, literal dash of colour with that bright green livery on the Viper Nisa Racing team. Kimura-san in the #7 car guy car. He's been having a bit of a struggle here. He's dropped back off the rear of the battle for GT, which, by the way, is still in the hands of Daniel Serra.
Right at the bottom of the class car, guy.
Yeah, and he's got ahead, in fact, Daniel Serra of Tony Wells in the number 2.
Philip Kaduri looks like he might be coming out of the pit soon.
He did. It's Kimura-san off the track, I think, just to let the LMP3 cars go, giving them room and just trying to take care of his own race and get his rhythm back. Looks as if he was involved in some kind of incident with the #1 car just after the start. We saw the #1 car drop all the way back down the field. And what happened in that recovery, we maybe see a little later in the broadcast.
And Dominic Ang is just not letting this go at all. It really does look, you can almost feel Ace 1, Willow Corsa, looking to pull away, but he's just got his hooks in.
I think Dominic thinks he's got the quicker car at the moment, and the can't lie, can't fill the stopwatch, and I think the answer is he does. So that car came back out and then went back in, so could he not restart the car? Well, hopefully we'll hear from the pits a little bit later as to just exactly what the continuing problems to the number 18 car are. Not the 18, the 18, not of course the Europol P3 car that's in championship contention, indeed leads the championship. That's the 13. That car, by the way, sits at the moment, where is the 13, is in 6th position. But the good news for the 13 is The title contender, the number 2 car, is in 7th position. So the 2 top cars in the order are the 2 cars running right now in LMP3 that actually prop up the field. Here's Daniel Serra leading the race, as you would expect a Ferrari factory driver to be able to do, but he's not dropping the continuing attentions of Liam Talbot. Liam about 4.5 seconds back in amongst that gaggle of LMP cars. You can see the white Ferrari there in the background. It looks to me as if Jack Manchester is pulling away again. He is. He's 1.5 seconds ahead here. This is a cracking run from Jack Manchester, given the opportunity to have a sniff of a title, and this young man has just gone for it.
That's what you want. You want a good, fast first stint. Very fast drivers, of course, at Thunderhead. Carlin still waiting to follow. We had a glimpse of them in the pits earlier.
Got another bit of trouble there with some traffic, though, Jack Manchester. I think that lost him a couple of tenths again. Sean Tong will be keeping an eye on the confidence levels of the man ahead. Clears the Ferrari now. Then Sean Tong does the same. It was better from Jack Manchester. And through now comes...
Very tight, but makes it. That's G-Drive through as well.
That's a change. Because Roberto Meri's dropped back. Roberto Meri's dropped back behind the 26 car.
I did say they were closing.
Meri's had a problem somewhere in traffic. I think there was a slower lap from Roberto Meri, not the lap we've just had, but the one before that. So we've now got Delara, Orica, Aris, Ligier.
And of course, championship leaders G-Drive back in the top 3.
I should say as well, by the way, the 4.4 second gap first to 5th, now down to 4 seconds dead. And all of a sudden, looks to me as if Manchester is getting more grip out of that car in this latter part of their first stint than perhaps Sean Tong is. And James French is closing, and closing very fast indeed, leading it into the race.
Well, that's
very conservative strategy in qualifying for the 26 car, looking after what tyres they've got, looking after the machinery, that beginning to pay off. And you would think, having only used 1 set of Michelin tyres in qualifying, they've got just a little bit more in the bank in the garage. The G-Drop got
there is Meri, and he has dropped back.
Meri's dropped a second or 2 on the road there against, and of course lost a position. So beyond the first half hour now, 6th of the race gone. J-Lock Lamborghini, by the way, as we look at the cars going through there. Bit of a wiggle for the Aston Martin still on terms with Liam Talbot, but he's got his mirrors full now of the Lamborghini, the 88 car that leads the championship. Yuya Motojima is aboard that car. They're some 6 seconds back from the overall class leader, but then 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Takes longer to say it than it does to watch it.
Well, that J-Lock D-Station battle is now nose to tail. J-Lock, of course, also leading the championship coming into this round. They're going to be looking to get past that Aston Martin just as soon as they can, but this is what it's all been about. This GT class has really wowed the fans for the last 3 races. Not only has it come down to this last round, but look how close they are on track.
Absolutely, and as well as viewers and listeners from across Asia, great to see that we've got viewers from Canada, from the United States, from Mexico joining us on the streams. From Twitter, spotting a few familiar names from the UK as well. Very early morning there. Hope there's a very large mug of coffee. And all of a sudden, Tomonobu Fuji looking to the inside. Liam Talbot defends, goes to the outside. He needs to get past this Ferrari. He's got looking to the inside now. Talbot goes wide. I think that's going to give the Aston Martin and maybe the Lamborghini an opportunity to get through here in a battle for 2nd position. Talbot sticking out for the moment, but he can't hang on. Ran wide off the circuit, loses 2 positions out of turn 1. And all of a sudden, Fuji-san is now under pressure from the Lamborghini. Is there room there up the inside? There isn't. But as he forced the Aston Martin wide to get the position on the exit, no, because he clips the curb. That leaves the back of the Lamborghini a little squirrely, and the Aston Martin number 77 goes through into 2nd position in class and will head off now in pursuit of Daniel Serra.
And we have had an inquiry as to who's actually at the wheel of that Lamborghini. It is Yuya Motojima, if I'm right.
It is Motojima. Number 7, by the way, the car guy car, after that investigation into whatever happened at turn 12 between the 1 and the 7. It is a drive-through penalty for our defending champions car guy. Not a great incident for them to have to deal with as they try to defend their championship win. Tomonobu Fuji, meanwhile, trying to pull away from the J-Lock Lamborghini, but struggling to actually deal with the #1 Ligier that's gone past the GT cars, but not pulled away. That has done now, so that will help. 3 wide here into turn 1. A mixed bag of cars there to deal with. It's still Jack Manchester leading 1.3 seconds from Sean Tong, James French, Roberto Meri and Daniel Frost are still the order. But they don't see, this is one of the beauties of endurance racing. There seems to be seconds between having to deal with more traffic. There's not really been the room, even with 23 cars, not really been room
to pull away.
No, and that's one of the beauties here. You can't take your eyes off it. Hello, by the way, from down under to a familiar name to lovers of endurance racing, Marcus Mahi looking in, and great to see that Marcus has just been appointed to a role with the Australian GT Championship. Quite right too, a man with a lot of experience.
That was a little shaky.
This is the number 8 car.
That was a little shaky again.
Jack Manchester is struggling to get by, and is this going to give Sean Tong a way through? Again, like the 8 cars all over the road, left and right. That gives Sean Tong an opportunity to get up the inside. Not room to do that. Jack Manchester dealt with that pretty maturely, had to go off the track to go by, but I think that was because he was going left, he was going right, and the 8 car was really struggling to find the right way to go.
G-Drive's in there as well. Now this is...
Into the pits, by the way, for one of the 2. It's the number 33 car, Daniel Frost comes in. But across the line, it was 0.3 of a second. That was all because of trouble in traffic against the number 8 Graf Norma.
And it's not over yet.
Goes to the outside. He's going to look to see what he can do to pressure Jack Manchester going too deep and get through on the cutback. Not sure that's going to be possible. Tong is closing. There's no gap there. If Manchester can get the power down there, he's going to be fine. Looks as if he is. But again, looking to see whether or not there'll be the opportunity through the room up the inside here.
I think
come
that's
down into turn 5. This is a high-speed turn. Not there yet. Roberto Meri dropping back from this trio. But Jack Manchester still managing to hold on to that.
And all of this is playing into the hands of G-Drive Racing. You just see James French pulling in.
The team will be correctly pleased with the efforts here of Jack Manchester, not just the pace, but also the race
attitude. Yeah, his attitude towards it.
He has, on a couple of occasions, struggled in traffic, but he's held that lead. It's a new nose section for the 33 car. So was that contact? Is that just the fact they're not getting the downforce or the bite that they're looking for? Be interested to see a shot of the nose cone that's come off to see whether or not it's maybe lost a dive plane.
More traffic for the top 3 in LMP2 now. It's T2 Motorsports.
T2 Motorsports should not prove to be too much of a challenge if they can catch the car on the straights. The turn 1 coming, reasonable medium speed corner for these cars. Lots of grip for the LMP cars, not so much for the GT cars.
And every car poses a new challenge when you've got the top 3 that close. This is some top-class stuff in the first hour of the 4 hours of Buriram.
Yeah, Rick Ray Racing. This is Anton Lazaro with a good 5-second lead here. But this is the lead car in LMP2 but ahead of them, it's still close in the overall. Close to in LMP3 with Bressan with just a couple of seconds to the good from Dominic Ang.
There's Anthony Lazaro, number 25 Rick Ware Racing car. Rick Ware, of course, almost a formality. There's Roberto Meri going past David Tiptoe Biantoro.
He does seem to be struggling, though, for ultimate pace in the number 36 car, and that's not good news for Eurasia, who threw their top pro into the first session of the race.
Now, we're just going to get... I'm just looking at the sector times now, and it has to be said, with all of this ducking and diving that's happening between the top 3, no one has had the focus to put in a top sector time. They are putting in some very fast sector times. All the top 3, Thunderhead, K2 Chino, and G-Drive, 21, 20, and 20 seconds. That is G-Drive by Algarve. Just behind them, Roche Motorstart.
Through into the lead goes the G-Drive Racing team because the top 2 cars are both pitted. The 45 and the 96, you can see them rolling to just to the right-hand side of the picture, the rear of the K2 car. The 45 car, it's a driver change there. That looks like Ben Barneycoat, I believe, stepping aboard the car. Or is that? That might have been Harry Tinkle, actually, stepping aboard the car. So great first stint from Jack Manchester. I'm sure we'll be elated by that. But it's now a matter of the Carlin Racing guys, the Thunderhead Carlin team, turning this car around quickly. Fuel is going in. Tyres are ready, at least one side of the car. Cleaning the screen, changing the driver's drink bottle there.
Now in the long run, This
wheel
is going to
guns
work
go
out for
on. It's how quickly can they get this thing moving, and it is new, just lightly scrubbed tyres for Harry Tinknell. Left-hand tyres only for the number 45 Dallara. That car is moving. K2 is not moving yet. They've only just got up on the jacks. It's a big advantage drawn in the pits from the Thunderhead Carling car. So there's some delay there, either with a driver change or with fuel, and out comes what will be the number 45 car. Harry Tinknell comes back out. James French leads the race now, and now it's a matter of what pace can Tinknell. It's a Mazda factory driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, an ex-Ford factory driver in the FI World Endurance Championship, an ex-Nissan factory driver at the Le Mans 24 Hours, a very experienced and incredibly rapid man. 26 car pits from the lead, James French.
So all three of the top cars.
He stayed aboard that car.
Yep. All three of the top cars now with their first pit stops done, or being done.
And again, it's going to be tyres for this car, and I think it's going to be tyres on the left-hand side only again here. Still the fuel going in. Stuart Cox, the tall figure there, helped Nadia not to get run over on the grid a little earlier. And Stuart making sure that the crew are well drilled. Hugely experienced team manager here.
Yeah, of course,
Will
previous
Guns
champions with Algarve as well. They know what to do to win. And they've already had 2 wins. You should be expecting Eurasia Motorsport should be the 4th car in that LMP2 class to come into the pits.
Pit time, by the way, for the Carling team was 1 minute and 17 seconds. Also on the pit lane, 26 on the way out, 36 on the way out. There goes Harry Tinknell ahead of the 26 car and well ahead of the 26 and the 36 cars. So 1 minute 20 for the G-Drive car on pit lane, lost 3 seconds there. K2, 1 minute 38. They lost some 17 seconds to the number 45 car. This, when it all pans out, will leave Harry Tinknell with a pretty mighty lead.
That's exactly what he would have been looking for.
So, meantime behind, as this is Roberto Merri in the number 36 car, these positions will all pan out. Tomonobu Fuji, by the way, pulling away from the 27 car, but has lost a position to the J-Lot Lamborghini now, so that's just happened. It's Spirit of Race in the hands of Daniel Serra, 5 seconds ahead of the J-Lot Lamborghini in the hands of Yuya Motojima. Tomonobu Fuji, his fellow Japanese, now has lost a second after losing the place last time around to the 88. 51 from 88 from 77.
And big welcome to everybody watching from New Orleans and Canterbury in the UK and a lot of places in the US as well. Great to have you watching 4 hours of Buriram. Now, let's find out what's going through the minds of Thunderhead Carling. They are down with Nadia in the pit lane. Let's find out what happened in that first stint.
Yes, I am with the man, Jack Manchester. So we saw your stint out there. It was a tight race between you and the other 2 cars. How was it for you? We saw it was fun for us. How was it for you?
Yeah, no, it was I mean, fun is one way of describing it. I mean, yeah, it was really kind of full on for the whole stint. Just managing traffic, tires, fuel, when to push, when not to push. You know, it was really full on and, you know, quite physical.
Of course, you were in the car. You knew the 2 cars at the back of you were really tight, following really closely. So was it just for you to be fast and to metal to the pedal?
Yeah, I mean, you know, all we can do is win and do our best. I mean, it was just head down, keep it clean, and just see where we end up at the end of the 4 hours. You know, that's all we can really do, and that was kind of the job. Just try not to look in the mirror, just look forward.
Fantastic. Harry is in the car right now, if I'm not mistaken. So forward, looking forward the next couple of hours. What's the plan? What's the game plan?
Well, you have to wait and find out. See that? You know, can't give too much away, but you know, I'm sure it'll be entertaining for all the viewers at home.
Fantastic. From the man who was in the car in number 45, Thunderhead Carling Racing, Jack Manchester. Back to Graham and Jeevan in the studio.
It's too exciting for Nadia down there. And I don't think there's much of a mystery with this Thunderhead Carlin strategy. I reckon they're going to go out to be as fast as possible and win the whole thing.
Well, quick in the pits. They've pulled down a 7.5-second lead as a result of good work in the pits and blinding pace from Jack Manchester and now from Harry Tinknell. We're going to see as this just beds in, we're going to see some much quicker lap times emerge here. So the key, I think, there, just one thing to say about Jack Manchester, I think that was the best stint so far in his LMP2 career. Only came into LMP2 the last season, struggled a little bit with a couple of big accidents in the LMS, but has come back here with real confidence. And it just takes those results to come, and we see this so often with young drivers when a win finally comes and they unlock something. A little bit of more confidence needed perhaps in traffic a couple of times.
But he was versatile.
But not once did he let that basically phase him. He was able to fend off, you know, a guy we saw being very quick indeed in the Orica last time out. He's brought that car to the pits from the lead, and then the Thunderhead Carlin crew have turned it around quickly and have given the 45 car an opportunity to win this from the front.
But I think what you pointed out is very important. A lot of people watching, and especially when they watch racing, think that the way you can get a lead over a competitor or a rival is by cutting the apex, is by being faster. But that was a great situation in the pit lane where you get an immediate 7-second lead from a very, very tight situation.
Absolutely, and Harry Tinknell, as you'd expect, against James French, is pulling away. 1:25.2 is the fastest lap of the race. 1:27.3 means it's 9.5 seconds now is the lead for Harry Tinknell. He will be trying to push this as hard as he possibly can. No risk, but push as hard as you can, build that lead. Jack will have to get back in the car at some point, but remember, we've still got the pole-setting man,
Ben Barnicoat.
Ben Barnicoat to come. So let's wait and see what emerges as this race starts to just settle down. 45 minutes in now. It is 9.5 seconds, as I say, the lead from the 45 Thunderhead Carlin Dallara, from the 26 G-Drive Racing Balgarve Arrows. Then Roberto Merri is back into third as a result of that longer pit stop for Sean Tong, and they're lapping at broadly the same kind of speed, but Sean Tong dropped something like 20 seconds in that pit stop. In the LMP2 AM class, Anthony Lazzaro has been in and out after his first pit stop, so for the moment, but on pit lane right now, Cody Ware, this is in the pit garage with the 26 crew. That was Roman Rusinov in the foreground, the Russian driver, highly experienced LMP driver. A1 Valour Corsa still leading on LMP3, 3 seconds to good now from Dominic Lang. And in GT, Daniel Serra has about 6 seconds advantage over Yuya Motoshima, who's pulled out about 1.5 seconds from the Aston Martin of Tomonobu Fuji.
And of course, that could all very quickly change. If you have just joined us, wherever you are watching in the world, and we do mean that because we really do have an international community that's tuning in right now. If you have missed any of it, there will, of course, be highlights every hour as we go through the 4 hours of Buriram. Right now, all eyes on this car, and the stories and the headlines have been around this car. 3 second places this year.
Well, it's an astonishing record from the Eurasia Motorsports team, but I think at the moment, as things stand, they'll be hopeful about the prospects of the 36, but frustrated. There's been a real case of what might have been, particularly the number 1 car that's led races, but has not finished them. And, you know, that's been, I think, the big difference. They're not in title contention. This car is, the 36 car at the moment, is the 3rd title contending car, 10 points off the leading crew. With the Thunderhead Carlin car, 8 points off the leading crew. What that means right now as things stand is, even if the Carlin team win, if the race was to finish now, Carlin would pick up 25 points, the 26 car would pick up 18 points and would win the title by a single point.
Wow.
So the role of the Ligier here is critical, not only for their championship hopes, because they want to lead this race, win it, and then worry about what's happening behind them. But if they don't manage to win it, but manage to finish second, they can prevent the 26 from winning the title.
That's just one of the permutations that can happen.
And there's
Of course,
a billion of them.
Graham has his mind. He's been working tirelessly the last couple of days.
I should say, I've just about got my mind.
He's just about got it. I mean, he hasn't quite finished yet, but he's been scribbling feverishly on notepads, trying to figure out what's going to happen, and we're going to take you through it as we can and as we understand it. Don't forget, reliability issues can also really plague these cars over 4 hours, so we're going to hope that they all stay out on track fine. With the last couple of races, though, to be honest, we have seen some really incredible action in the last few laps.
Pace is coming here. The temperatures, as we say, high 20s, edging to the 30s. It's been roasting hot here in Thailand for...
Yes, it really has.
Here. Most of the teams and most of the race organisers making their way over a period of 2 or 3 days from Sepang to Thailand. Great welcome as always here at the Buriram International Circuit. Sits in the middle of a, well, leisure complex, I think you call it, Buriram Castle.
That's
the
right.
Stadium for Buriram United. Popped in there to see...
Very much a sporting hub.
Yeah, popped in there last night to see the last 25 minutes of a thrashing handed out by Buriram United, 4-0 from them last night.
It's a big game, yeah.
Great atmosphere.
Big game, big weekend.
But
now there's a slew of cars coming across the start line. That's G-Drive Racing. It's Cody Ware up at the front, of course, leading LMP2 and well done from them.
It's almost 10 seconds now for Harry Tinknell, with traffic as well, 10 seconds. And Roberto Meri is closing, something like half a second last time. He's got some traffic to deal with. He's got a 4-second gap to bite into to get up to terms with James French. Dominic Ang still hanging on in there in P3, 3 seconds back. And it's the 52 car of Cody Ware, just rejoined the race. He's 4 seconds back from the 25 car. And as you say, 2 classes of car, which are going to see their last races here in ACO rules racing. Still a season at least to see the old LMP3 cars in IMSA racing in the United States. Our youngest driver is Kostas Krembergas from Lithuania. Very cheerful young man.
Yes, great, very photogenic as well. Great interaction with the camera.
Yeah, take a look at his Facebook page. It looks a little bit like a GQ bottle, one of the guys was saying in Western earlier.
He's got a long career ahead of him.
He's a character. We do like young Kostas. And a young crew aboard the 52 car. Cody Ware, by the way, will be the drivers' champion solo, because Kostas did not do the first race. Pham joined us in Shanghai, but he's been part of an excellent effort from the Rick Ware Racing team. The only 2 cars we've got here, the LMP2 and the 25 and the 52. And that's nothing to do with Rick Ware Racing. They've come along. They've had their own challenges, particularly in China when the cars arrived at the circuit late.
That's right.
James French deals with side-by-side. In fact, all 3 classes of our LMP3 field side-by-side for a moment there. The 26 and LMP2, the 25 and LMP2 AM. That's the 52. Now that is
sister car.
That's going into the garage. That's the second in very short order. I think Cody had only been out for maybe a lap, maybe 2, after a regular pit stop. So we close in, by the way, on about the next 10 minutes. We'll see LMP3 pit stops. But the 52 car, that is the championship winning car from Rick Ware Racing, into the garage. 52, sorry, the 77 car there. And hang on to the J-Lock Lamborghini. It tends to be fairly slow started, that Lamborghini, but it seems to use its tyres well. Deeper into the state. 5.2 litre normally aspirated V10. There's the 4th place car in the class. That is Liam Talbot, the Ferrari. So Ferrari leads. That's the 51 car, the red and white Spirit of Race car. Got Os Negri Jr. and Francesco Pianovanetti still to come in that car. This is the 4th place car, the Evo version. So take a little look at the nose of that car. You'll see we're saying about the grid, the horizontal dive planes on the Evo version of the 488 GT3, as opposed to the splitter-mounted dive plane, the vertical dive plane. 65, and this is the LMP3 battle. Look for, there is the bright yellow car as the GT car ahead.
Well, look at that,
That's
well off track.
Car, way off track. And that will help the Aston Martin's battle with the J-Lock car.
And I'm sure
Dominic Ang is closing, you know, and he's closing pretty rapidly right now.
I'm sure it's going to draw some kind of attention from race control as well. That was a serious off-track limit.
Track limits. I think he was trying to get out of the way of the charging LMP3s, but maybe overdid it a little. The problem being is once you're on the dirty stuff, the grip's gone, and where you may be expecting to find the grip, there is not. So managed to gather it up, he'll clean off the tyres on the Lamborghini and push harder again. It has allowed that gap to close. There is the Aston Martin, and what was about 4.5 seconds is now 3 seconds.
Wow. So closing in on the end of the first hour, the 4 hours of Buriram. And the cars and the classes nicely spread out around this 4.5-kilometer track now.
This, remember, is our championship leader. They have just a 3-point gap to 2 cars behind them. One of those is the number 7 car that is way down the field, car guy.
Yes,
the second
that's right.
is the car sitting 4th, 2
Worth a
positions
mention.
behind it. So remember, everybody in this championship battle, all of these cars, they all need to finish ahead of the Lamborghini. That's job one, because they've got more points. It's then a matter of the gaps.
Yep.
This is Daniel Serra. His job is very simple. Get to the front, continue at the front, give as big a gap as you possibly can to the 2 following drivers. He is by far the top pro in that trio.
And so far, it's job done.
He has, and has
Pretty
just
much.
passed, I think, and lapped the 75 car, which was our, there we go, guys going through the shot there, the red and blue Ferrari that will go into the shot in the background now.
There it is.
That was our pole position setting car, and David Piantoro sitting 5th. So Serra, in this 55-minute stint he's had so far, has lapped 2 of the 6 cars. 51 car, very often for the AF Corsa Empire, their Spirit of Race trading name. 51 is a very important number for them. They've got 2 of those cars racing today, one here leading the class in Buriram and the other in the FI World Endurance Championship. The ACO Rules Race, of course, the GTE spec, their factory car. That will involve the talents of the man that usually drives this car, Alessandro Pierguidi.
Now, while we do just have a look at those 2 leading LMP3 cars, it's probably interesting to know Inter-Europol fans, and there are a lot of them coming in on the Facebook stream, that Philip Kaduri, unfortunately, that number 18 Inter-Europol competition car, has now been in the pits for 32 minutes.
That was Harry Tinknell going wide in his efforts to get around the Aston Martin. That might have cost him a 10th or 2, and they'll need to clean up the Michelins a little. Man that looks to be on a charge at the moment, to me, is Dominic Ang, and he is closed right up.
Yeah.
That was, remember, 3.5 seconds the gap in LMP3. It isn't anymore, it's 1.2 before we got there. Tinknell now dealing with side-by-side traffic round the outside of the T2 car, and is he going to run the outside again? Switches positions, no, the inside this time of the J-Lock car. Good spotting there from the Lamborghini driver.
And
but
just shows
closing
you.
in, Tomonobu Fuji is closing again on the Lamborghini, taking advantage of a couple of problems in traffic for the J-Lock Huracan.
It just shows you, though, exactly the kind of pick and choose lines that LMP2s can take. That move that Harry Tinknell just did to literally weave through 2 GT cars on a corner. Unbelievable.
It shows the downforce these cars have got. Remember, you know, big power for these GT3 cars. There's not a lot in it on a straight line between a GT car and an LMP car. It's when you get into the corners. It's not just the big rear wing and the front splitter. Front splitter, of course, it's a front splitter. It's on the front, it's a splitter. It's not just that, but also the underbody. Effectively, that entire car is an aerodynamic device.
Yeah,
that's why they're shaped in the way that they are. All sorts of cleverness there to maximise the downforce, reduce the drag of the car, but also to prevent, if the thing gets an extremist, look at the holes in the bodywork above the wheels, and also that dorsal fin, the shark fin on the rear of the car. Both those features designed to protect the car if it gets airborne sideways. It basically increases the speed at which the car will get airborne, and it stops it from going further in that angle of attack, if you like.
Unique Le Mans prototypes, that's what LMP means. Won't be, well, you just don't see them anywhere else, really.
Through Tinknell, but that is the real world battle in LMP3 as well as the car number 7. First of our routine pit stops for GT, and out comes Kimura-san after what's been a pretty traumatic first stint for him. Dropped back down at the instant with the number 1 Ligier, then dropped down the order. Change of driver.
Now, this looks like a perfectly normal pit stop to you, nothing untoward happening?
It's a driver change, I'd expect that, with gentleman driver having soaked up the first hour. They'll want to get some pace back into this effort and get back onto terms as best they can. There are new tyres ready for this car, so it's an attack that is coming here. I think this might well be Mikkel Jensen that's climbing aboard the car.
One of our new names for the weekend.
Mikkel, ex-BMW junior drivers. Dominic Ang right now
Look
with,
at
I think Brissan's tyres may have given their best here. Dominic Ang, I think, has got vision that he might be able to actually pit this car at the end of the first stint from the lead. It looks at the moment as if that might be within his grasp. Tyres going on this car, but Mikkel Jensen, ex-BMW factory junior driver rather, he's the reigning ELMS LMP3 champion, and I think we're going to hear some exciting news from the young Dane very soon. Car lights are on. Now, is this the timed aspect of the stop, or has he got a problem?
Well, yeah, it could be
I
waiting.
think it's timed. I think that is it. It was just, they were going for the timed stop. Away goes the car. It looked like Jensen's helmet with the Danish colours on it. I'm just looking to see who emerges in that car.
As we pick it up with that looks like
Jensen.
Viper Nisa, is it? No?
That is the number one car.
No, that's right, that's the number one Razor.
Could be trouble, by the way, on the way for K2 Ichino Racing. They've been called to race control. I wonder whether or not there was a problem in that pit stop. I wonder whether that's the thing that's drawn the attention of race control.
And a warning for T2 Motorsports as well to respect track limits.
Yeah.
Sure, when you're pushing the car this hard, it's very hard to do, but you should pay attention to these things.
9 car, that said much about our winners from Sepang, the Graf Racing car. That car
it's a solid outing from them.
Yep, it is 6th at the moment with Eric Trullier. Martin Hipper has picked up a position. Better news still for the 13 car, because Tony Wells is some way back. He's had problems in this stint. Is that sign that they've got a problem with their title challenge here? I'd like to think not. I'd like to see this go to the wire. In now as we hit the first hour. That's Viper Nisa Racing, I think, in the background in pits as well. It is. 75 T2 Motorsports car rolls to a halt. So Dominic Ang did not take the lead in that stint. It might be the first we'll see of Douglas Koo. Let's wait and see. It's a change for the number 75 car too.
So, with the first hour done, we are just about ready to see where we are in this race as T2 Motorsports just get those final details ready. This obviously another one of their timed stops.
Used tyres, I suspect, from qualifying going aboard the car here. The number 8 car with Neil Mustard aboard behind at the Graf Racing pit. So we've got LMP3 and Martin Hipper is in as well.
So as we look at all the dust coming off that T2 Motorsports car, let's have a look back now at the first hour of the 4 hours of Buriram.
Well, it's 28 degrees for the start of the final round of the 4 hours of the Asian Le Mans Series. Jack Manchester got to a great start, defended well into turn 1 as Roberto Merri in the chasing 36 car tried to get by. Nobuya Yamanaka had trouble in the car that started on the front row, dropped down through the order. Manchester, though, got his head down and allowed Roberto Merri to soak up the pressure from behind, from Sean Tong and from James French. GT, very soon after the start, we saw going to the front Ferrari factory driver and super sub here, Daniel Serra behind, Liam Talbot, Tomonobu Fuji, and Yuya Motojima in this 3-car battle sorted out the pickings. Liam Talbot there ceding 2 positions to the chasing cars. Fuji was soon behind the Lamborghini, our championship leader. All 6 of our GT cars still in title contention. It was Serra pulling away in the 51. He would bring it to the first pit stops in control of the race in GT and some 10 or 11 seconds clear. Alessandro Bressan pulled away in LMP3, but was reeled in towards the end of the first stint by Dominic Ang. Again, great form from the Malaysian driver in the 65 Viper Nisa Racing team. He wouldn't, though, be able to take the lead by the time he came in for the pits. It's a clutch issue for the number 18, saw that car in the garage, and the only car in the garage, the only car in the class in the garage this stint. 25 car leading LMP2 AM, but it was Jack Manchester and then Harry Tinknell who would actually lead into the first round of pit stops. This was still the end of Jack Manchester's super professional, it has to be said, first stint here. Sean Tong then left to actually soak up pressure from Roberto Merri. There was no way through for the Orica, there was no way through for the Ligier, there was no way through for the Aris. Thunderhead Carlin Racing looking to do what they can to bring this one home, even in traffic, whilst at times, sometimes the traffic didn't help terribly much. This was Jack Manchester when he go off track for a rather wayward number 8 Graf car. Still no way by for Sean Tong as he came round to try again to take the lead from Manchester. Harry Tinkle it was that climbed aboard. It was a rapid turnaround in the pits for the Carlin team. They drew even further advantage from the 26, from the 36, and in particular from the 96. It is the 45 Carlin Thunderhead Dallara that leads the 4 hours of Buriram.
And we are back with live coverage from the 4 hours of Buriram. 42 laps completed in that first hour by our leader, who we're looking at right now. That's Harry Tinkle in the Thunderhead Carlin Racing number 45. There have been some changes, Graham, while you were just updating everyone about what happened in the first hour in LMP3 as the Viper Nisa 65 came in for its pit stop. Ace 1 Villorba, of course, has already been in for a pit stop, and that's led to a change. In fact, now there's a lot of LMP3s coming in, most probably for fuel. Nielsen's in there as well.
Now remember on this front to keep an eye on the pit stop times here. 2 time stops are required. Longer stops are required for the GTs and for the LMP3 cars, and that will affect the running order at the moment. So it's a matter of who has taken the long stops. We've got here, I think it's the number 2 car. That is the...
Both Nielsen's in right now.
It's the 3 car. It's the 3 car that's on pit lane. The 2 car is just on its outlap with Colin Noble. He'll be keen to make up some of the ground lost in what was not a very Tony Wells-like stint. So hopefully that's been an issue that Tony's had at the start of the stint that he's managed to deal with. The 3 car that was right up there at the beginning of this race dropped back a little, but was a leader in Sepang. Hopefully we can see that car is going to be back and into the running very soon indeed. Through comes Tinknell
on his 44th lap,
as Eric Trillier pits the number 9 car for what was the lead at that point.
10 seconds ahead of G-Drive right now, Harry
Is
Tinknell.
indeed.
That's actually just a second. I mean, to be honest, James French has actually kept pace with Harry. He's been putting in some very fast laps, but he's only managed to pull away an extra second. That's Roberto Meri in 3rd for Eurasia.
They're going to be pushing hard. It looks to me like the pace we're seeing from Harry Tinknell at the moment is a conservative pace. It's not one where he's looking for ultimate times. He's looking to hold the gap. He's looking to look after the tyres on that car and keep the best they can for later in this race when they will have to push. Roberto Meri, meanwhile, is burning his driving time. He's still 3rd. He's 9.7 seconds back from the 2nd place car. Still James French in the 26 car having a very good run this time. He, though, is under pressure from Sean Tong. Roberto Meri just 2 seconds clear of the recovering Orica. And that car lost 20 seconds in the pits last time around to the leader.
Well, it's funny you should be mentioning the Nielsen Racing pair, because Colin Noble is now back out on track. He's in 17th overall, 7th in class, but is putting in some fast sector times.
We'd expect
to see, something a bit better.
We'd expect it from Colin Noble, pole sitter, and in fine style as well. But he will not be all that happy, I don't think, to be fighting back from quite as far back as he is. Through in traffic, that's the 8 car again, goes, I think it still is, it is still Sean Tong aboard the number 96 car. 4th position, trying to get onto terms with Roberto Meri ahead. That is the battle. So it's the blue and yellow car in the foreground. Then the 2nd car in the order there is the Kato Achino Racing car. That's the battle for 3rd position, separated by about 3 seconds across the line. Traffic there in that last lap, costing Sean Tong about a second. This is the Spanish driver, Roberto Meri, ex-Formula 1 driver, of course. Comes through, turn 3 and 4. Long double apex, hairpin really, but a fast hairpin.
That first sector of this track is literally, that's the only corner which you're going to have to slow down for. I mean, it's such a long straight between 1 and 2.
It's a quick entry into turn 3. Easy to get it wrong. We've seen a number of drivers do that in the years that we've been coming here. Lock up there for Roberto Meri. He knows he's under pressure now. So this is about keeping it neat, tidy and quick.
And he's got a bit of clear air ahead of him to at least focus on the job at hand. Unfortunate news for Indonesian fans watching around the world, as David Tipto Biantoro has now been in the pits for 8 minutes. which has to be a problem somewhere.
Well, we've got 3 cars in trouble while we're just watching the Roberto Meri. The 18 car, that is a clutch issue for Philip Kadori. It wasn't fuel, but by the look of it, clutch fluid that was down. So it's 45 minutes in the pits now in the second pit stop for them. Cody Ware has now been in the pits for 17 minutes in the 52 Rick Ware Racing team. We've had no reports of what's going on for that car. The T2 Motorsports, you're quite right now, 8.5 minutes for David Tipton Bianzoro. So joy after qualifying is, I'm afraid, looking like it's getting more desperate now for the T2 Motorsports car. We're not a million miles away from being able to cross that one off the championship contending list. More or less do it now, but never ever know. Mikkel Jensen going quickly, but with time to make up in the trailing car. That car now up into 5th in GT, but will need to be way further up the order. In LMP3, it is a new leader, same car, different driver. Andreas Laskaratos has inherited a 28-second lead in that car. So, good start for this team, led for much of the first stint. Let's go down with Nadia, who has Alessandro Bressan with her in the pit lane right now.
Alessandro Bressan here with me, who drove the car in and passed it to Laskaratos in a really good place. You guys were leading in P3, of course. Tell us about your stint.
Well, you know, it's never easy when the team tells you this. So here's the deal. You start 6th, you need to go first, no matter what. You need to pass them. So it's a little bit of a tough job. I'm glad that I was able to do it once more. So yeah, and then it was just qualifying mode from the beginning, you know, just go, push, pull the gap as much as possible and try to give us the lead. So we tried to work with that.
And you did just that. So now Andreas Laskaratos is in the car. What is the game plan for him as he is in the car right now?
Right now he needs to maintain the gap, of course. You know, he's our bronze driver, so, you know, he needs to do the longer stint. We try to give him the car in the best place as possible. Hopefully the traffic is good. Seems he has a very good pace, so we're hopeful that he can maintain the lead, and then we're gonna go with the last driver.
How about the car? How is the car looking, the tires with the heat right now?
Yeah, I found actually a pretty different track since yesterday. It's really hot out there right now, so the tires start to struggle a little bit. I try to manage the best. The setup seems so far of the car seemed to be good, so I was able to keep a very good pace. So hopefully last until the end of the race.
Right. It seems like everything is going smoothly so far. Fingers crossed. And that is it from us at Ace One Villova. Thank you.
Very, very happy, positive vibes coming out of the Ace One Villova Corsa team. Great stint from Alessandro Bressan to kick this off. Now, of course, David Fulminelli still to come. Laskaratos in the car.
Great to see, indeed, Alessandro Bressan on form on track, and you could have muted him and still told he was Italian with the hand movements.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great to see such passion there. Harry Taintler's got his head down now, 17 seconds ahead.
That's more like it. That's what I expected to see in terms of building.
Good chunk of that came from a slower lap last time around from the G-Drive car. Dropped 3-4 seconds to Tinkler, probably with traffic. He's now about to deal with the LMP3 leader. This is his 49th lap, the car's 49th lap. There's a bit of delay there getting by Laskaratos. Andreas enjoying his time with this team. Joined us for the first 2 races of the Asian Le Mans Series with the RC Bratislava, and for some personal matters for team principal, means that we're not going to see that car for the last 2 races. Trouble
well,
for the
big trouble for that.
What's happened there? That car, is that on the way in or out of the pits?
It's hobbling either way.
77 car in the pits with Satoshi Hoshino, and it is stationary.
It didn't quite make it to its paddock.
The other thing is, that's way early, because that car has been in for a driver change. Teams mechanics with the car now.
Well, we did say we'd update you on the championship permutations. That might be game over for D-Station Racing in terms of the championship. That doesn't look like a healthy situation at all for Satoshi Hoshino.
Well, it's good news at the moment for 51 crew, so the 75 car...
And there they are, pushing it into their pits.
75 car, by the way, looks is still in the pits, and the 77 car clearly got some problems with Satoshi Hoshino. That was the car in 5th position in the offing. They needed a much stronger run than this, and that is going to be very costly indeed. But Daniel Serra at the moment looking set fair. That car, by the way, is the 4th place car in the running. We'll cut to the point
right.
standings.
So,
the way it
J-Lock,
stands is very
car
simple.
guy, Hub Auto and Spirit of Race, the 4 of the 6 contenders that we had at the start of this race. Obviously, we did expect GT cars possibly to come up with a few more troubles. That's what we see. Well, there you go. That's that Aston Martin. But don't forget, with 2 hours 46 still to go, that looks like contact at the front of that car.
That's definitely a contact. Front of that car is rather crumpled.
That's not the first time we've seen the front of that car crumpled. I remember at the bend, it was pretty much the front of that car was off. But don't forget that when you have 2 hours and 46 minutes of racing left, there is still time for them to do a turnaround and try and get it out on track, because you never know what's going to happen in the rest of the class. You never know what's going to happen with the rest of your competitors. So to them, it is literally about, now that the car is in the pits, to get that in ship shape or as much as they can and get it out. It certainly isn't going to be in the same position as the likes of T2 Motorsports that have now spent 14 minutes in the pits, and that's just, like I said, they really had a fantastic pole position, which they're going to remember. It's going to go down in the team's history as well. Maybe they would have expected a better outing here, but you can never quite tell what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Daniel Serra in that Spirit of Race Ferrari, another one of those Ferraris, of the 4 Ferraris in the GT class that has really delivered so far this season. It's been a wonder to watch them, and to have such a fast driver in there as well. Now, commanding lead.
I do love to do the mental arithmetic at this stage of
I'm
events.
sure you started.
We've got the 51 car clearly coming in. That is Francesco Pianvanetti, a Puerto Rican driver, but to climb aboard. And looking at points permutations right at this moment, very interesting indeed. The 51 cars, 42 points, will get 25 for the win, put them on 67 points. J-Lock, if they finish second, would be on 67 points.
Well.
Which means you then go to count back, which would mean, as things stand, J-Lock would still take it because they've had a win in a second.
That's right.
And it would be a win in 2 second places. So they would need not just to win, but J-Lock not to finish second to take the title.
Wow. And that's how detailed this is.
Oh, that was an odd pit in from Daniel Serra, slightly off, and there was certainly
a lot of smoke
someone had
coming
a bit of a
across.
problem coming through turn 1 there as well. So it's had a bit of a locked break from somebody coming through turn 1.
So that would be turn 12 that they had a problem with.
Yeah, it was no yellow flags there that I could see.
Meanwhile, bits falling off the front of that car?
I didn't notice that. Sorry, I was looking at it. It may just be a bit of debris. Oh, that's the tow hook that's just popped out. That's no problem. Tyres ready for the 51 car. As it comes, that looked like K2 Achino. It was K2 Achino.
Well,
that's
K2
about
Achino.
right. No, it's not. It's a little early. It's a little early.
Yeah, this would be the 3rd stop.
No, second.
Oh, this is now in. Yeah, right. This is their 2nd stop. Just keeping an eye on all of the pit stops so far, and only 3 cars. Oh, 5 cars, in fact. 6 cars, sorry, on 2, but the other 3 down at the bottom of the classification. Hub Auto through turn 1. Look at the amount of dust coming off that.
So it's been a bit of a hard run from Daniel Serra. Plenty of brakes though left for Francesco Pianvanetti. These cars are designed to go an awfully long way, awfully quickly.
It is a very dusty track anyway, but you can just see exactly how much in the brake disc.
GT3 cars here, of course, although this car, the Ferrari and for that matter the Aston Martin, both convertible to GT3 specification. But one of the major differences with these cars is these cars do anti-lock brakes systems. A GT car doesn't. So again, get a good chance for a long look at the...
This is the time stop for sure.
Again, look at that splitter at the front of the car, just next to the...
Yep, that's right, the vertical and the horizontal.
It's the vertical plane. You get a chance to, again, to see any of the other Ferraris. You'll see a different look to the nose on those cars.
T2 now back out on the track. This is great news. So that was a long pit stop. We don't know what exactly happened to that car, but as we said, you do the best you can. You turn that car around, you get it out back on track, and you see where it is in 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Unfortunately, 15+ minutes in the pits. That means that
it's a long way back. Yeah.
Christian Colombo is 9 laps down on the class leader. Lots of warnings for track limits amongst them. Harry Tinknell, not for the first time. Colin Noble on his push to get back into contention. He's getting on to terms, by the way, with Sebastian Paget in the 6th place car in class. He's 18 seconds back from the car he's most interested in, and that's Martin Hipper in the number 13 car. That's going to be the gap to watch. Remember, that's 18 seconds between the two championship contenders.
That is very interesting indeed. 53 laps completed for Harry Tingle.
Massive gap, by the way, for the number 12 car. 52 seconds right now in the lead in LMP3.
Well, it was helped by Vipanisa taking that pit stop at just the right time once again.
Still, that's not
there is Andreas Nascaratos.
And that, by the way, appears to be with all the teams having taken one of the time pit stops early on, so it's not been affected by anybody taking a time pit stop as opposed to a quick one early on.
Vipanisa back out on track. So far, so good for the Malaysian team.
A bit of stumbling traffic there in terms of lap time. 1:29 last time around from Harry Tingle. Of course, James French will have to deal with that, but for the first time in a while, gap is under 10 seconds again. Roberto Merri a further 10 seconds back, so pretty equidistant our top three. Then a longer gap, 17 seconds to Matthias Besch, who's aboard the 34 into Europol car. Haruka Kurosawa has now climbed aboard the KTM Junior Racing Orica. That car, I think, is going to be a lap down as a result of, yes, of course, because it's taking its second pit stop. John Corbett just pops out into traffic now in the number 33 into Europol Endurance car. Daniel Gaunt has taken over the number 1 from Ibuya Yamanaka.
Meanwhile, Daniel Serra absolutely commanding.
Change, of course, now to Francesco Pianvanetti aboard that car. And that car is still leads. 20 seconds to the good from Marcos Gomez, who's now aboard the 27 car. So Brazilian driver leaves the 51 and gets aboard the 27.
And G-Drive should be taking the lead.
It's pit stop for the leader. So overall leader on pit lane.
And let's...
That was a fantastic lap out there by Daniel Serra. So, of course, putting the car in a great position. You guys are leading the pack for GT. How was your stint? We want to hear from you.
I think the car was okay, was quite good. We tried this different strategy. Usually we start with the bronze. This race they want to change, and I lost a little bit of time in the beginning with the LMP3 cars. So anyway, I think in the end we could put a gap. Let's see what Francesco and Ozzy can do it, and I'll be back in the end. Car is good, like it's quite consistent. It's not super fast, but it's consistent through the stint. So yeah.
Fantastic. How about, what is the focus right now? I know you guys are still in contention for championship. There's still a chance for that. Or is it about just winning 4 hours of Buriram? Which is it?
Yeah, if we win the race, we win the champion. They win the championship. I'm doing just this race, so they win the championship. So I think this is the target: is to push and try to win the race and the championship.
Fantastic. Good job out there, and we can't wait to see what the rest of the team has to offer. Spirit of race, back to the studio.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Why do one thing when you could do both at the same time?
Well, let's just run through those possibilities. If we count out for the moment the delayed D-Station Aston Martin, which is still, by the way, in the pits, 10 minutes there now, and the delayed back out on track T2 car, that leaves us with 4 cars in contention. You heard what Daniel Serra said there. If they win the race, they win the championships. Not quite that simple for them. They need the J-Lock car to finish somewhere other than second if they win. However, J-Lock win the race, they win the championship. If the 7 car guy car wins the race, they win the championship. If the 27 Hub Auto car wins the race, they win the championship. So we've got 4 cars in real contention. Points gap between those 4 is just 7 points.
But what is, of course, quite worrying, Daniel Serra just put in a fantastic first stint. He's coming back after the other 2 drivers as well. He's confirmed that, which means they can expect to have a good charge. It really is going to come down to that final hour.
It comes down in endurance racing to 2 or 3 factors in terms of the drivers. How good's your pro? And the reality is these pros should be within tenths of each other. But how good are your semi-pros or your AMs? That tends to be where you'll find the bigger differences, because you're going to find these guys, sometimes it's young aspirant professionals and sometimes it's older guys that are coming into this as part of their bucket list and they take it very, very seriously. But there can be chunks of time to be found against the less experienced guys, and that's why it's so important to see what Francesco Pianovanetti, the least experienced
can
of the
do
trio here,
in this second stint.
He's in damage limitation mode here. He will have been given by the team, this is the lap time we want you to maintain. You need to maintain that in traffic, out of traffic, do your best. And it's then a matter of how good his mental discipline is as well as his driving skills to make sure that if he can't make that cut, that it doesn't get in his head too much.
Right.
Ruin that rhythm. Three wide again coming into turn 3. This is the J-Lock car.
Oh, that's a huge piece of congestion on turn 3.
Just make sure these guys don't get too overexcited. That I think is the 13 car as well in the middle of that lot.
It's those two GTs at the front that are really adjusting the line. Just a quick update as to the top. G-Drive Racing, of course, took the lead. Leonard Hogenboom is now behind the wheel of that car. Eurasia Motorsport also, both the G-Drive and Eurasia cars, both came in for a pit stop. That's changed the outlook of the top 3.
Yeah, and Jack Manchester's climbed back into the car, which is unusual strategy.
Where's Ben Barnicoat?
So what they're doing is saving up fast guys for much later in the race. They think they're in a good position here to defend this lead. The LMP3, I think that's Colin Noble, threads the needle between, that looked to me to be Roberto Merri. How has he got through on Roberto Merri? Is there a problem for that car?
Well, it may have been the traffic. There was a lot of traffic in there. I think they were jostling for lines around that.
I'll tell you what, it's because it's Aidan Reid and he's on cold tyres, my apologies.
Right.
So all of a sudden with the heat getting into the tyres, you're going to see that come back. On pit lane for the number 1 car, that is Daniel Gaunt bringing that car in from 6th position. Thundered by Carling go back to the lead with Jack Manchester. Slightly quicker again in the pits for that crew. The car that comes back into it with a good pit stop, and it may well be that they've decided to double stint the tyres. Matthias Besch, better part of 15 seconds gathered back on a pit stop for Inter-Europol competition. That will be because they've opted not to do something. And the odds are there. They won't have short fueled it unless they've got a problem with the fuel rig. It's likely to be the fact they didn't put tyres on the car. We'll see deeper into the stint whether or not Matthias Besch, up into 3rd position and 25 seconds off the lead, whether or not he can do something about that. Thundered by Collins, Delara leads the 45, 12 seconds clear of Leonard Hogenboom now, the Dutch driver aboard the 26 G-Drive Racing by Algarve.
That's how it works out. That's how meshed and integrated these pit stop strategies can be. So you've got Jack Manchester leading in LMP2. Of course, Anthony Lazzaro still leading in LMP2 AM. Andreas Lascaratos and Ace 1 Villoba Corsa really putting in a good performance here in Buriram, leading LMP3. And Francesco Pianovanetti, as Graham just highlighted in his analysis of the GT class as it stands right now, just has to keep pace with the momentum of the team, really, in that Ferrari 488 GT3 Spirit of Race, and that will leave the rest of the team in the latter half of the race, and we're approaching halfway, half an hour away from that. There is Jack Manchester getting into, looks like 7, 8, 9.
It's been a race of some hard racing, no major dramas. It's more your kind of end of an episode in a soap opera rather than Christmas special sort of dramas so far.
Bite your tongue, Graham. Those Christmas specials usually have a kicker at the end.
They do. Well, don't these always have a kicker at the end? 2.5 hours still to go. What dramas await the Thunderhead Carling team?
That's great. That's a great understanding of exactly whenever you see cars on a TV screen, you never can get an understanding of exactly how fast they are going. Look at that average speed.
82 kilometers an hour. This is a quick circuit, you know, Class 1 circuit. MotoGP will be here under the lights, I gather.
I can tell you that Andreas Lascaratos is getting a lot of love on the comment stream on the Facebook.
He's a good-looking man. What can I say?
I think it was more for his driving style, but you never know. You never know. But yeah, keep those comments coming in on the Facebook stream. And of course, if you want to get involved with the hashtags, hashtag Asian Le Mans, hashtag 4 Hours Buriram, hashtag Endurance Racing for Asia. And of course, do check the official website, www.asianlemonseries.com.
Well, here's a little bit of drama emerging here for LMP3, and we'll get to those battles shortly. But Colin Noble has dealt with Sebastian Paget. He's now up to 6th. Martin Hipper has gone by Douglas Cou's dropped down from 2nd to 5th. But the gap between those three, I'm just watching for as this actually comes through. And Colin Noble has come through ahead of Martin Hipper. Martin Hipper had a very slow lap time around. So what's happened to Martin Hipper? Martin Hipper's in trouble, he's out there somewhere.
And he's now 17 seconds overdue by our timing computers. We're going to have a little look around for him around the track to see exactly where he is. This could be very significant indeed.
This could be the championship
13,
right here.
Europol.
So unless that's a timing glitch, Martin Hipper has not come through.
He's not in the pits. He's somewhere out on the track.
He's
there he is.
It's stopped.
There he is.
The 13 car has stopped. And is that the end of the championship run for Inter-Europol competition?
Well,
Martin Hipper. Is that the moment?
He's not the kind of driver to go that slow or let alone stop.
He's just taken a position from Douglas Coo. The last lap around has stopped on the run down to the final turn, has not made it back to the pits. Car 13 stopped off track at turn 11. We've seen it. That means
still not moving. It's now dropping down the order.
Dramas for Inter-Europol competition. Colin Noble, meanwhile, is up to 4th.
And this really opens the door for Nielsen, Graf and Ace1.
Well, we'll come to the points positions just shortly, but that is a massive drama. Having fought back from not a great start for the number 13 car, Martin Hipper was looking set to get into the podium positions, albeit under some challenge. That is the desperate faces at Inter-Europol competition, and there is no fire. Lights are off on that car. What has gone wrong for the 13 car? The 12 car there puts another lap on.
Credit to Martin Hipper for taking that car off track. Whatever was wrong with it, he's put it in a very safe place.
Full course yellow is coming.
That possibly means that he has maybe left something on track.
3 minutes ago, I said there'd been no major dramas.
So I told you, Christmas specials.
There's a group of Polish guys down the pit lane are going to give me a sound thrashing later.
Polish drivers.
Very, very sorry.
That Polish team has been quite...
multinational guys.
Yeah,
guys
that's true.
and
that's
girls
true.
there, by the way, and they'll be able to full course yellow.
Well,
so full course yellow it is. Oh, there's a spin there for the 52 car as we go to full course yellow. That, I think, is still Cody Ware aboard that car.
And he's slowly making his way back. He's got to watch it on that slippery grass.
I think that was him being caught out by the full course yellow.
Exactly. It's a sudden slowdown to full course yellow speeds.
So this is going to be for the recovery of Martin Hipper. So no word yet from the team as to what went wrong there. We could see a number of them looking to pit in.
That's 53 laps
which
for
tends to
Martin
indicate,
Hipper.
by the way, they've got no radio contact. They did not know what was going on.
Yep, that's true.
So is it electrical failure? What is it with the number 13
Well,
car?
of course, what we've got to hope now is whatever that car has happened to that car,
so
it hopefully hasn't left anything on track, which is what this full course yellow is about.
There's the number 12 car, leads the race in the LMP3. Let's have a look back and see what actually happened here. Anything to help us to unpick it. It's the 88 car. There is the Viper Nisa car. Where is the 13?
I think we're going to see it just off screen.
Ah, right, I can see what's happened here. It's,
this is,
Cody Ware, I think, was going to get up the inside there, and I think just rather overcooked it. But I think that was coming into a full course yellow and realising he had to do with it. Shakes of the head at Inter-Europol competition. The lady there, tall lady, Carter Vlaming, has been a part of international endurance racing for many, many years, going back to the Orica Viper days. Cara was keen to tell me that it's not just Andy Lazaro that was there for the race for 1,000 years. She was there too, looking after the then factory Vipers. 13 car has been moved, but I think is under tow.
And as we've seen on so many occasions, a lot of these teams using the full course yellow to get in the pits. Best time to do it.
and included in that group were both the Nielsen Racing cars. This is going to mix the order up because there's differences coming in strategy here, not by any means correct for the fuel strategies for some of these cars. There's the 2 and the 3. That is Colin Noble's car ahead of the car that was brought into the pits just ahead in 3rd position by Charles Cruz, behind the barrier for the 13 car, and I think that's done. That is the championship aspirations of that car over. They will be desperate to get that car back if they can, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to get that car to rejoin the race. 45 car grinds on.
That's the defending champions in LMP3, don't forget. They put a really solid effort in throughout the season.
And we're leading
and we're leading the championship
by 2 points, but well, Vipanisa, Douglas Koo. Well, here under the yellow, this is a great opportunity, by the way, to burn one of those
time stops.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, of course, already burnt one of them, so this could be the second one out.
But you've got to play that against the possibility that this will mean that you're going to need a splash and dash at the end. Bit of attention, by the way, for an adjustment at the front end of the Vipanisa car. That'll be a suspension adjustment.
Well, it doesn't look like it's a problem. I think, yeah, it's more of an adjustment. That's the best time to do it again.
3 car is going to be released now. That'll be the 3 car out ahead of the 2.
Absolutely chock-a-block in the pits.
Which it was when it came in, and away goes the 2. Now that, by the way, is going to close the gap between those 2 cars. Still attention for the 65 car. Remember, that car ran 2nd. Now, as they came in, by the way, ran 5th and has dropped behind Colin Noble. We're going to be back to green flag running in about 5 seconds' time, by the way.
So just a couple of laps for the full course yellow, which will probably indicate that there was nothing really coming off that.
We go green as the car comes out. So that's perfect timing, by the way, for the car guy effort. Gained everything and lost nothing. All of their stop under full course yellow, none of it under green. Anybody still on pit road now? And that includes the Vipanisa Racing Team, the number 9 Graf car, and the J-Lock Lamborghini. As well as still stationary, by the way, 23 minutes now for the D-Station car, over an hour for the 18 car. Those cars in deep trouble. As we get back up to, we'll give you the time gaps at the end of this first flying lap under green. But little doubt that it's a good gap for Thunderhead Carlin Racing, but remember, they need the G-Drive car to finish other than 2nd. It's 25 points for a win. It's 18 points for 2nd place. It's a 7-point spread, and they have 8 points to make up. So
you couldn't ask for it. You couldn't write this stuff, really.
You couldn't. So you've got right now. They need help in a championship run from another contender or from the 26 car hitting trouble, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Yeah.
But however well they do, they can't do it with 1st and 2nd, 1st for them and 2nd for the 26.
Well, Jack Manchester now has Leonard Hogan behind him. 9 seconds is the gap between those top 2.
So 9.7 seconds is the gap. That's one to look for. LMP3, Andres Las Caratos, has got a big gap for the Ace 1 Villalba Corsa team. They've done well with troubles. 1 or 2 other cars. Matthias Kaiser in the number 8 Graf car sits 2nd in LMP3. Then it's Colin Noble up to 3rd now, ahead of the number 3 car. So he's taken that position, by the way, on the outlap from the team car. So from nowhere, the Nielsen Racing car, with trouble for Vipanisa, with trouble for the 13 car, is up into 3rd and on the way at the moment to a championship win. It's an astonishing turnaround.
Yeah, and all in 10 minutes, and that's exactly what we were talking about. In a 4-hour race, anything can happen. It's not just external factors, as we saw in Sepang with the weather, more than anything else, determining the outcome of a lot of these teams' championships, and not just the race. But in addition to that, it's also the performance of your competitors. As we look at that Thunderhead Carlin Dallara, beautiful car coming through just behind the LMP3 of the Ace 1 Villalba Corsa team. And once again, really good performance by them to still be leading as we approach 20 minutes away now from the halfway mark.
Oh,
That is
back in the pits, but it's going to the garage, but they've got the car back to the pits. So
is it a case of just too far gone?
You've got to say
3 laps
probably
down,
it depends on what the problem with the car is, and we'll likely find that out. But
looks
either
like it's
way,
going back for more.
it's gearbox. It's gearbox. I'm hearing. So
well,
what is it? Gearbox? Is it gear linkage? Is it something they can fix? Let's wait and see. But it's been dramas again. Both of the LMP3 cars for Europol, usually so reliable.
Meanwhile, in GT, the station still in the pits. 26 minutes they've been there. Doesn't look like that's coming back. Philip Kaduri, of course, the other Europol 18. That hasn't been out of the pits for an hour and 14 minutes now. So the LMP3 charge for Europol sadly has been plagued by a whole load of problems.
It's now about 2 things.
There they are,
This is
both
going to be too long a gap. Whatever the problem is, this is too long a gap to get back on performance. So it's going to be about 2 things. Who wins this race at LMP3? And can the number 2 car come home and finish this race and clinch the championship? In terms of the points gaps, it was 59 points at the start of this race to that 13 car, 2 points back as a result of pole position was the number 2 Nielsen Racing car. The only other 2 cars that can do it are the number 9 Graf Racing car on 40 points and the number 12 car that leads the race, remember, but for the 12 to win it, they would have effectively to win the race and the number 2 car not to finish, as well as the number 13 car getting next to nothing out of this. More or less the same for Graf Racing.
Yeah.
So,
and you wouldn't wish that on anyone.
No, it right now is about the 2 car and whether or not they can bring this.
So for Europol, as we look at one of their P2 cars, it really is about taking stock of the fact that 59 points have already been scored and are in the bag. You're going to bank on those 59 points and see what happens with the rest of the cars.
It's out of their hands. You know, clearly, if the 3 cars chasing them didn't score, then they become
there
champions.
You go, immediately.
It needs 3 dramas to actually strike, whereas for most of the other contenders, all the other contenders, it needs 1. So it is about a matter of the order of probability here, isn't it? Overall, though, Jack Manchester, having had that gap closed down to about 5 seconds, has again pulled out a little. It's again that effect of traffic. The 25 car of Filip Mulecek in LMP2 sits in amongst the LMP3s at the moment. Phil Mulecek, that's the gearbox.
Wow, this is fantastic shots from right in the pit lane. This is the problem, and this is how you address a problem with critical time. In fact, that's actually Nigel Moore.
It is Nigel Moore.
And we knew, Nigel Moore's a great...
He's a great mechanic, so Nigel getting hands-on with this. What a story that would be if they got the car back out.
He gets in the car as well.
I've seen it before with Nigel.
I've
seen him take the rear, put the car off and render, put the tracks on, repair and get the car back out and running. But, well.
That is great to see. And that just shows you exactly how tight-knit these teams are. But for Europol, they've launched into this campaign this year. Huge campaign with 2 P2 cars, 2 P3 cars, still tight as ever. Defending champions, of course, in LMP3. We will wait and see what happens to them in the next hour or so.
See it on Nigel's face, though. That was...
Yeah, it didn't look
wasn't
good.
panic, not at all.
Concern, it was concern.
Massive concern, and there'll be huge emotion, I'm sure, some of which will be bottled for a while yet. 26 car Leonard Hugenboom, he needs to cement second place. Second place for this car here will be enough to secure the title.
Yeah, that's exactly as I was talking to Sam Cox just for a few seconds after the Sepang race. That's what she was stressing. The main thing to come out of Sepang was they were still in top spot in the championship, which gave them all the options coming into Buriram. And as you just said, finishing second will be fine enough. Saying that, though, Leonard Hogenboom is closing in on Jack Manchester, 6.5 seconds now.
Well, the rule, I'm sure, here will be speed and consistency with limited risk.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't need to make a percentage move here. You take the opportunities when they present themselves. It sounds boring, not when you're doing 190 miles an hour, it's not. They saw that just there. He had the opportunity to get by traffic with limited risk, did so, gets clear air and can now attack again. 6.5 seconds, as you say. 125.8 last time around, 127.4 for Jack Manchester, who would have dealt, by the way, with the same traffic on the previous lap. More particularly, by the way, Hergenboom is pulling away from the car in 3rd position. Matthias Besch, courtesy of that pit stop strategy, gave him both track position, but he's not, by the look of it, able to attack to the degree that Hergenboom is right now.
So Thunderhead, G-Drive, into Europol and Eurasia, and in fact K2 all already on 2 stops. And if you look at their pit times, they're actually matching each other very nicely. That's a very constant class, that P2 class. Roughly 130 nice, efficient pit stops from all of those teams in contention. So while we are seeing some developments happening in LMP3, which could be championship affecting, LMP2 seems to be evolving very nicely. Meanwhile, Race Control has come in with, well, speeding in the pit lane for car number 8.
That's the 2nd place car in LMP3. That's going to be more good news again for the number 2 car, because that's the next car up. Will it give them the position? It just might, depending on what penalty is doled out for them there. Just a quick word for Francesco Pianfanetti aboard the Spirit of Race car. He's got to soak up the pressure here, under the lead, of course, by Daniel Serra. And he has something like a 30-odd second lead, 34-second lead here to defend. He is losing time to the chasing pros, but retaining that lead. And his job is going to be bring it to the pits with a lead for likely Osnegri to defend in the next stint.
Osnegri, of course, well-known name to Asian Le Mans Series.
Absolutely, 2nd season for these 2 together.
And there you go, 2 Rick Ware cars sandwiching that into Europol. P2, good to see both Rick Ware cars out, actually, because if I was right.
Change on track, that's Cody Ware recovering from the early issues for that car.
21 minutes he spent in pit with that car.
Phil Mullercheck struggling a little for pace, but he's got limited mileage in these cars. That is Cody Ware, our LMP2 AM champion. Still to see Gustav Skrimbergus.
Keeping their noses clean, literally, the Rick Ware racing cars. LMP2 AM title winners elect, you could say, because of the nature of the season, but effectively, they've already won that. Just behind them, that's into Europol, and of course, J-Log still looking like they are.
Yeah,
J-Log currently third in class.
They are indeed. Mikkel Jensen next up in the car guy Ferrari. He's some little way back.
Well, it's good to see Car Guy getting themselves off the bottom of that class. They were 6th in class for ages. Of course, D-Station Racing out of the running now. 33 minutes they've been in the pits. T2 Motorsports back out on track, which is going to be a real perk up for the Indonesian fans watching. 52 laps completed. Christian Colombo behind the wheel of that now. And just as I'm talking about the GT driver, Francesco Piovanetti in Spirit of Race, leading that group, has to respect his track limits.
It's 2 things, I think, from Francesco. Well, 3 things. A degree of some inexperience there. He's going to be looking to squeeze what he can out of the car. He's also going to be looking not to get in the way.
There he is.
Maybe that's what's causing him the track limits issues. Here again, he's got a P car hold up behind him. There's the T2 Motorsports car.
It isn't easy for GT cars to get out of the way.
Look, you know what, motorsport is one of those strange sports. When you look at it, as we do on TV, it looks as if it's not that physical.
Yeah,
it looks extremes on that extreme. Trust me, these guys have to be fit. They have to be strong, and particularly when you're dealing with the temperatures, the potential dehydration, the G-forces, all of that can come to bear. Very, reasonably simple to squeeze down a single lap at pace. Try doing that and matching it after lap after lap after lap, and in traffic.
Yeah, that's in a single class championship, I was about to say. When you have different cars that take different lines, GTs are set up completely differently from the P2s, and you've got 4 or 5 of them coming into a chicane, that's when things get tight.
Look how quickly this P2 car will close down the 51 car, and that's the other thing here for a GT racer, and in particular a non-professional GT racer. You're not just looking at your lines, able to choose that line through these turns. Look at that, he's keeping 2 in the left-hand side and getting out of the way of the 36 car. Aidan Reed aboard that car.
That's beautiful from Francesco Piovanetti. That's what you do. That's the gentleman's etiquette around the corner if you're on a GT car.
Still keeping an eye on our lead battle as we again watch this midfield run. Car 88, J-Lock now under.
Wow, this is interesting.
So J-Lock under investigation. Their next challenger, should they actually hit penalty type trouble is the car guy car. Mikkel Jensen, 50 seconds. He is back from the J-Lock Lamborghini.
3 points separating those two cars in the championship, and don't forget, of course, under investigation can quite easily lead to an actual punishment, and if that punishment is a stop-and-go penalty, then that's going to really change the outlook and complexion of that GT class.
I think we can call a halt to competitive thoughts about the Aston Martin. Now over half an hour in the pits,
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
that's
So,
done and dusted. But they have been great all season.
They have.
They started off in Shanghai with that win. Fantastic for them. Of course, most of the last couple of seasons we've seen that Aston Martin just tailing around the back of the GT, so it was a beautiful start from them. And then they kept the fight going as well through the Bend and Sepang.
So moving up a position overall into the top 10, to 9th position, in fact, in a brake Graf Racing car. Second in LMP2, goes by Phil Molachek's still class leading LMP2 AM 25 Rickware Racing Ligier. Phil trying to find his feet. Next up will be Tony Wells, it says, is now back aboard the Nielsen Racing car.
Now, we're just having a look at the K2 Chino car ahead of Hub Auto, but look at the difference between Thunderhead and G-Drive. It was 3.2 seconds down to 4.3 seconds now. That is getting close at 71 laps.
It is indeed. And again, matter of soaking up what you can in terms of the driver time of the less experienced, less rated driver. That is Jack Manchester. This is about the LMS campaign they've already undertaken. This title contending Asian Le Mans Series is all about Jack Manchester building up that experience level, building up confidence, building up results, building up data, learning about himself and about the car. And so far, he's been pretty equal to the challenge.
Well, it'll be interesting to see exactly how that goes. Into Europol Endurance at number 34, into Europol in 3rd spot, some 22 seconds back from Leonard Hogenboom. We're going to have to see exactly how much closer he is as they come round to complete their 72nd lap. Coming up to the halfway point of the 4 hours of Buriram. Once again, if you have missed any of it, there we will be looking back at the highlights of this hour just after the hour. Right now, still 10 minutes left to go. And as we look at Hub Auto Corsa going across the line, and now that's Ace 1, in fact. Yes, it is.
That is our leader.
LMP3
and actually,
leader.
this is the leader and the second place car a lap apart.
I was about to say.
There's a full lap distance between these two cars in LMP3.
That just underlines the great performance.
Well, that was
Ace
great
so
first
far.
stint from Alessandro Bessan.
Yeah.
A good stint now underway from Andreas Lascaratos. And looking
That
there.
is for position, by the way. That is 4.3 seconds between Thunderhead and G-Drive.
So keep watching this car and into the back of the shots. Pretty soon is going to come Leonard Hogenboom. Not under pressure from behind. Matt Pesch has not managed to close that. That is the real gap. So there, coming over the crest, the silver and blue, white, 45 Dallara, P217, Gibson engine.
Beautiful livery on that car.
Massive grip as it comes sweeping into that fabulous turn 5. And then, behind, the Aris 01, Orica chassis car of G-Drive by Algarve Pro. Stick with this shot and we'll see both cars in the same shot, will we? Yes, we do. They are the two leaders. And we're closing in under 10 minutes to halfway in this race. Remember, this is about not just the race win. This is the car that won last time out after the late penalty, in fact post-race penalty, adjudged to the 36 car for non-operating lights. I gather, by the way, when the team collected the car from Parc Ferme, they gave the rear a kick and the lights came on. Isn't that always the way? But the 45 car took the win. Across the line this time, 3.3 seconds. It's closing again. This is not dissimilar to the effort that we saw from Jack Manchester in the opening stint, where the pressure was coming from Sean Tong in the 96 car. That car, by the way, in 5th position, the 96 K2 Achino car, Japanese entered Orica.
This is a nice area of the race for Thunderhead. They had a lot of fighting to do with Jack Manchester early on in that first half. Yes, they are coming up to that Hub Auto Ferrari, and they are being chased, of course, down by G-Drive as well. That gap is now down to 3.354 seconds.
Absolutely. So whilst I know listeners and viewers joining us will know about Ferrari and Aston Martin, Lamborghini, may know a little less about Ligier and Orica. That matter about Aurus and about Dallara. We'll give you a few bits and pieces about those too. This is the race leading in LMP3 Ligier, number 12 car, French outfit, owned by the Nicolet family. Jacques, Pierre Nicolet, Elsa Nicolet also involved, father, son, daughter. And a vast number of businesses in the motorsport and automotive industry. Prototypes for mainstream manufacturers, big carbon fibre input. They will have a role in the Peugeot hypercar program for Le Mans in a couple of years' time.
Now, will this be a chance for Graph Racing to unlap themselves? Possibly not. Looks like they're both going to get past our leader in GT. Well, that was a bit odd.
Trying to work out how the 13 car got back to the pits at the moment. I think that might be a key point here. 13 being asked to go to race control. Might be a couple of things to do with that. What repair might be necessary? Is that permitted? Or indeed, how did the car get back?
Yes.
We didn't see that. We didn't see whether or not it was towed. We didn't see whether it came back on the track.
Yeah. But it was suddenly in the pits, which is...
suddenly in the pits.
Now, Jack Manchester has just been warned from race control about respecting track limits. The reason for that is because he's pushing that car. He's now lapping at 1:26.411. But why that is important is because Leonard Hogenboom is lapping a full second quicker, 1:25.655, and he's only 2.5 seconds back. This might be a legit takeover at the front for G-Drive Racing by Algarve. And you've got to say, Graham, if they needed second place to take the title, then leading the race half hour in is looking very good for them.
It's more than that. It's about putting the leader under pressure as well. It's trying to force an error from the less experienced driver. He's soaked it up so far beautifully well. 6 minutes from the end of the first half of this final race of the season. And up the inside of the 8 car goes Jack Manchester, puts another car between him and the challenger for the lead of the race.
And now this is fast traffic with these LMP3s. He takes a very wide line there, but so does Leonard. Lights flashing. Looks like both are going to get through.
Make no mistake, this team, Thunderhead Carlin, will want this title, will want that automatic invitation. But they can take a great deal from the progress that's been made by the outfit. Not just the drivers, not just specifically Jack Manchester, but by the whole team here. They made an error. It was a bad error at the bend. Miscalculation on driver hours, costing the team, what should have been a certain win. Since then, they've been pretty much faultless.
Well, that's a really interesting point you brought up there, Graham, because had Ben Barnicoat stayed in the car for regulation and they'd picked up 25 points there, then this would have been a completely different championship complexion.
Nose to tail now, though, for the lead.
Both through past the J-Lock car.
As we close in on 2 hours. Closing in as well, by the way, on the next opportunity for a pit stop that keeps these guys on strategy. Is about 40 minutes for us to stop for fuel. So stint for these cars. There's a bit more, a little bit less.
That's not 2.5 seconds, I'll tell you that anymore.
No.
That is 0.4 of a second.
And it's a matter now of, is Hogenboom going to take the risk of trying to pass? Manchester won't want him by.
Or is he just going to scare the living daylights out of him in his rearview mirrors?
That's where the flip side comes of this. You want to come by? Well, let's see how difficult I can make it. Because he will be being told very forcibly indeed at the moment by the 26 crew. No risk.
Yeah, it's worse off.
Going by,
but you were saying about
worth it.
You were saying about the valuable lessons that Jack Manchester's picking up in his blossoming racing career. This has got to be one of them now.
Just watch the
racing for the championship.
Next time we get that shot to turn 5, just watch the way the cars just dive in, and it's the downforce does the work. It is super quick turn 5. It's where you can really see these LMP cars working, doing what they're designed to do, which is to grip.
Well, have a look at this. This is now nose to tail or close to it. And Jack Manchester again has to keep a very keen eye on his rearview mirrors, because Leonard Hogenboom is a tricky customer to deal with especially getting into the fast back end of the track now.
This isn't down to performance anymore, this is down to racecraft. This is down to who can concentrate on the task in hand. Jack Manchester will need to keep an eye on his mirrors, not basically leave a gap where there's an opportunity for an easy pass from the chasing car. But he equally well needs to get his head down, squeeze the performance out that we know is there in the car, make it difficult for the 26 car to put him under pressure. Don't feel the pressure. Very easy for me to say, isn't it, sitting here? Slightly more difficult when you're strapped into this thing.
A rocket.
Through become turn 3 and turn 4. If we get that same shot again, just watch the way the car's twitching and turn in and grip.
And suck down onto
Absolutely.
onto
This
the track,
is the shot. And watch as the Graf car clears. They just kiss the curb here, and then down they go into that massive speed. And then hard on the brakes.
Well, Leonard Hogenboom is making sure that his presence is not going to be forgotten.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're watching this and thinking my road car could do that, it couldn't.
It could. It absolutely could.
Flashing of the lights. Another pressure tactic. I think that was... Oh, no, there's a spin there for the 9 car. It's going to be the barrier. Oh, no. Disaster for the number 9 car. Disaster for Sebastian Paget. Did what he could to get out of the way of the leading pair of LMP2 cars. Ran wide as a result. Got onto the dirty stuff. Tried to turn in for the second element there. There was no grip available. And from there on in, it was a rapid trip into the barrier. Disaster for Graf. I think he was trying to do the right thing at turn 8. And it just went wrong.
Well, now that is obviously going to affect the championship a bit more, because that Graf car most probably not coming out again.
It releases a lot of pressure, doesn't it, on Nielsen Racing?
A huge amount of pressure.
We're a minute and a half from the halfway point here. Can that there's a big clang with the barrier. I'm not sure we're going to see that Graf car able to move from there. It stopped off track at turn 8, not a surprise. I'm absolutely certain there'll be significant damage there for the Graf Norma. These things are very strong. It goes to highlights just after the top of the arrow, I'm sure. But meantime, is it going to need a caution? Because if it does need a caution, you're going to see these cars into the pits immediately.
Well, it has been a fantastic half of the race so far. Let's look back at an incident-packed second hour.
Well, it really was an incident-packed second hour. This is the replay of that incident. There's Sebastian Paget to the outside. No contact there, but he just ran wide in avoidance of the LMP3 2 cars coming through. Half spun and then clanged the barrier with the front left-hand side of the car. So there's damage to the bodywork, and I've got a feeling there's more than that. I think there might well be suspension damage too. We have got a full course yellow coming. Full course yellow is coming in 5 seconds, and that will be absolutely bang on halfway through. In comes the 26 on the button from Leonard Hogenboom. So we go to full course yellow as we hit the halfway mark. Just 2 hours left of this race, just 2 hours left of this season of the Asian Le Mans Series, and again dramas.
Well, that was a great...
So three car is on pit lane. Number 1 car with Nick Cassidy is on pit lane. The 26 car is on pit lane from second position. But tellingly, Carlin didn't pit that time around. So were they ready? Do they think they could just go a little bit further here?
So looking now, a number of cars in the pits.
So 3 car on pit road, tyres for the Norma. Jack Manchester opted to carry on around there. 34 car from third position has come in. The Ace 1 car in the lead of LMP3 is in. The 8 car, the sister car to the car in trouble there, is in. The 3 car we've seen. This is the 12 car. Mighty lead for them in LMP3. Vipanisa Racing are in. The J-Lock Lamborghini is in.
Well, that is interesting because, of course, Ace 1 and J-Lock have both been leading their class as well. At least J-Lock has been leading the championship, I guess. But this is another good spot for these cars to come in and have these cars checked out. These are hot days for sure. Now, as we said, incident-packed second hour. Let's have a look back at what happened in hour 2 of the 4 hours of Buriram.
was an hour that ended with dramas, but Daniel Serra was taking the car, the 51 car, in the lead of GT to the pits. Well, there were dramas behind for another championship contender. The 77 Aston Martin looks out of it. We're not sure yet what the problem was there. The 27 Hub-Auto Corsa car still in the hunt, and with quick men to come. But this was the changeover to Francesco Pianvanetti with a mighty lead from the Ferrari factory driver. J-Lock, though, need to finish ahead of the main championship contenders to retain their points advantage and take the title. At 2 hours, there's an awful lot of drama still to come amongst the remaining 4 championship contenders. Vipanisa Racing ran a strong second in LMP3, but increasingly strong towards the end of the hours. The 12 car of Ace 1 Villorba Corsa, they've got a lap lead as we come into the second half of this race. The Italian team, though, would have been buoyed by the misfortune of the 13 car championship leaders stationary and with gearbox trouble, as through goes the 8 into second place. That will hand a big fillip in the championship to title rivals Nielsen Racing's 2 car. 12 car, though, looks set fair in this race at the moment. No dramas whatsoever for Alessandro Brissan and then Andreas Lascaratos. In LMP2, the K2 Achino Racing team were in 4th position as we went into a full course yellow. Bit of a spin for Cody Ware, by the way, in the second place car in LMP2, but our championship winners already from Rick Ware Racing. This was the drama for the 13 crew. You can see the pain on the faces there, the guys that can see a title running away. And this was the drama that brought out our current full course yellow, the number 9 car, Sebastien Paget, running wide as to the leading pair of LMP2 cars came through, clattering the barrier. We're down under full course yellow as we enter the second half of this race. Going back to 34 car, Matthias Besch gaining 3rd position with pit stop strategy. 2nd is the 26 car, and Leonard Hergenboom has been chasing hard. The Thunderhead Carling car leading into the second half of the race, but opting not to pit as we came into this full course yellow, first time of asking. Jack Manchester will be close to the end of his required driver hours by the time we get back to green.
So we are back with live pictures and into the second half of the 4 hours of Buriram. And I can tell you now that that gap between Thunderhead Carling and G-Drive Racing, we're looking at that number 26 car now, is down to 1:06.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as that. And the reason it's not as simple as that is because the Thunderhead car did not pit under the full course caution at all.
You're right.
I think what they've had to do there is they've had to leave Jack Manchester out to do his required hours. So it removed the opportunity to respond to the full course yellow. So that's going to be a mighty advantage if, as it looks like, Thunderhead Carling are going to have to pit under full green racing conditions. That will hand the lead to the 26 car if there are no further dramas. The 9 car, by the way, has been recovered.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
I think what we've got at the moment is a situation where 26 is going to lead this race if Jack Manchester pit under full green.
And what it means is, of course, with the average pit stop for the top 4 cars in LMP2 being around about 1.5 minutes, and then being 1 minute and 6 seconds ahead, it could very well mean that there will be a change of lead, as Graham pointed out. But still, Thunderhead leading from G-Drive into Europol in 3rd, Eurasia Motorsport in 4th. Very quiet from Aidan Reed and Eurasia Motorsport. They've been sitting in 4th, biding their time. That's LMP2. The big developments we saw in the hour 2 was, of course, in LMP3, where 2 of the cars now, into Europol and Graf, both pretty much out of the running. We still haven't heard much about that number 13 into Europol car. That has now been in the pits for, well, a while. Its last pit, it says, was just one.
I think once you get to this stage where you've got a car in a race like this that's been in the pits for 15 minutes or more, it's effectively game over. At the moment, it's in the hands of the number 2 car, and in comes the number 2 car for its latest pit stop.
This was the pit stop you were talking about.
This is Nielsen Racing pitting from 3rd position. Their next available competitor is the sister car number 3, But in terms of the championship, realistically, it is now a matter of the number 2 car bringing this home. If they score 3 points, they overhaul into Europol competition, who do not look as if that car is going to be back out in the running. Not scored as being in the pits, by the way. I believe it was flat-bedded back to pit entry, which means it did not complete the lap itself. So the number 2 car, driver change back to Colin Noble. So that's another bit of time burned by Tony Wells. It's a full service pit stop. Fuel has gone aboard the car. Now we've got tyres going aboard the number 2 car. But this is looking very good indeed at the moment for Nielsen Racing. Emerging force in LMP3, as we've said previously. Multiple car entries with Ligiers and now with Normas. They'll move to the decaying car for the coming season, with entries in the European Le Mans Series and with the entry list we're soon to see for the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Team run by Sven Thompson, with the added assistance of seasoned racer Stuart Mosley and a growing band of experienced mechanics, technicians.
No,
they're waiting. They're waiting. This is waiting for time. No dramas. Look there. There's no animation there with the crew.
Yeah, they don't look too concerned about it.
Colin starts the car.
Best to burn this time off right now as you look at Thunderhead Colin coming through again. This would be for their 83rd lap. Viper Nisa still looking strong in LMP3 as they follow up. Ace 1 Villorba Corsa, that is the leader in LMP3. Andreas Lascaratos continuing the good work of Alessandro Brissan in that first stint. And so far, so good for Ace 1 Villorba Corsa. Don't forget, Ace 1 Villorba Corsa have had an up and down season for one, but coming into this last final round, the 4 hours of Buriram, they were the outside chance to possibly take the LMP3 title, and right now they're doing everything right. They're in the lead of the LMP3 class. More importantly, 2 of their competitors, into Europol and Graf Racing, are both looking out of contention. So it really is about Nielsen Racing, as Graham said, but it's all up to this car here. Leader in Shanghai for a lot less time, actually. Alessandro Brissan started that race to start the season and was in the lead of the LMP3 class for about an hour and a half, I remember. This time he's pushed it. That's hour 3 we're into now. They're looking very, very solid indeed. Best of luck to them.
Hour and 50 minutes. Ace 1 Villorba Corsa. Andreas Lascaratos has 55 seconds ahead of the Graf Racing team, but Graf Racing called race control, which might, I think that was pit lane speed, but we'll come back with that one. Colin Noble rejoins, by the way, in 4th position in LMP3, behind teammate Garrett Grist. In fact, 5th, behind Dominic Ang now. There comes the lead car.
This is it. This is the big one.
Critical pit stop, but they are going to lose the lead here. It's a full green pit stop. Remember, Leonard Hergenboom, as came in, will take the lead, I'm sure. New tyres, though,
timing of this pit stop is going to be really, really important. Right now they're at 38 seconds. 40, they need it to be roughly a minute if they can. Of course, that'll be really fast for them. They've been averaging 1.5 minutes. Now the tyres are coming on.
This is new sticker tyres on the left-hand side of the car. Is it just 2 tyres? It is.
It is, and they are out, and that is a 59-second pit stop.
Basically, what they're doing here is they're double stinting one side of the car at each stop to save the tyres. Out comes the number 45 car.
And that's just a really good shot there of exactly how frustrating it would be to keep at pit lane speeds to come out. So 59 seconds on the jacks, but then probably another 10 or 15 seconds just to make it out back on track. Full speed once again.
Back in the car, by the way. So it's Harry Tinknell has been sent out to attack. So it's going to be Ben Barnicoat at the end of the race will be released. So we'll wait till this lap is complete from the number 45 car. Don't worry about the graphic, it is definitely Harry Tinknell aboard that car. Jack Manchester's completed 2 very good stints in the 45.
So it's been Manchester Tinknell, Manchester Tinknell.
It has indeed, and that's an unusual way for
the driver combination
to go. So we wait to see exactly where this leaves them. in relation to the 26 car.
Well, we'll find out at the end of the lap, of course. Leonard Hogenboom now, by default, the leader of the race. G-Drive Racing Valgov going to be very happy with that.
It's two things, I think, to do with this. One is Leonard Hogenboom has been quick in this stint without a shadow of a doubt. It's been pressurising Jack Manchester out, and Manchester's done well to soak that up. But equally well, as we said, the 26 car didn't have to pass.
Yeah.
The second thing is that they had more flexibility with where they were in their driver rotation for the 26, because Jack Manchester had to finish his driving time, his minimum driving time, which meant that it forced the Thunderhead Carlin guys to pit the car outside of full course yellow. They didn't have the flexibility to do that without putting Jack Manchester in for a third stint.
Now, J-Lock have again been summoned by race control. Don't forget that they are leading the GT Championship. As we look at the leader of the race in the GTs, that has always been Spirit of Race right from the start of this race. Don't forget T2 Motorsports took the pole, but Spirit of Race through Daniel Serra.
So the position now, it is Leonard Hogenboom. He has 23 seconds ahead of not the Thunderhead Carlin car, but the 34 into Europol Ligier. James Winslow is 23 seconds back. Further 26 seconds back as a result of that pit stop under green is Harry Tinknell, who has something like about 28 seconds from Aidan Reid in the second Eurasia Motorsports, sorry, the first Eurasia Motorsport car. The 36 car, remember, the only other car that can actually win overall this championship.
And it has been kind of quiet from Aidan Reid in that number 36. They've been biding their time, as I said, in fourth. Wonder if they're going to look to have a big showing at the end. Now, coming into turn 3, look at this. Every car you can think of. P2, you've got P2 AMs, you've got GTs, J-Lock in there, being pushed to the side again. And a P3 as well at the back. And here they go, tumbling down, as you said, into turns 4 and 5. That's a good look at the Spirit of Race, I think, is it? Yes? No, that's actually T2. Rio Haryanto there.
Yep, it's a shared garage between the three cars that they, of course, service here. Spirit of Race, T2 and Car Guy.
Makes sense to keep all the Ferraris in one spot,
It means you've got all the really good coffee in one place.
A lot of hand signals, I'm guessing, a lot of hand gestures. Well, we have had a determination 50-second stop-and-go penalty for car number 8.
That will be a significant...
That is huge!
Well, that will be determined on the basis of how much faster than the speed limit they were going. So that's a big amount. That is going to hurt them and hurt them very badly indeed. That, remember, is the car that currently sits second in LMP3. I think that's going to hand second to Garrett Grist in the Nilsson Racing car.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we haven't seen that many determinations coming out, or at least infringements and punishments that have resulted from those infringements, but this one definitely is going to be a knife to the torso.
Yeah, hour and 45 minutes to go. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. It's about as hot as it's going to get here at the Buriram International Circuit. It's around 30 degrees out there. Hotter still on track, of course. Hotter still again.
Dry
inside,
as well. Very
absolutely,
dry.
Inside the cockpits of these cars. Number 12 car looking very good indeed. Andreas Laskaratos under no real pressure at all now from behind. As the 48-second gap he has to Matthias Kaiser is about to evaporate to something rather larger, 50 seconds plus whatever time he spends on pit lane. So he's going to lose a minute in that battle, the number 8 Graf Racing car. So the second time, consecutive time, the 8 cars look good, and then it's all gone away in the second half of the race. Nilsson Racing's number 3 car, and Garrett Grist, puts in his fastest time of this race so far, 1:32.309, because he'll have got the message that second place is up for grabs here, and he will take it. Fourth place at the moment, Dominic Ang back aboard, and could just be in reach of third place here, depending on how long it takes Kaiser to get out of the pit lane. Francesco Piavanetti, by the way, is in the pits now for his stop to hand over the car to Likelios Negri, and he's retained the lead in that stint. That's excellent stuff from the Puerto Rican gentleman driver. He'll be rightly delighted with that. The team will be, I'm sure, congratulating him on a job well done. Driver change has already happened as we go to that car on pit lane. Will be new tyres aboard. So Spirit of Race still in the mix here. Still need a bit of help in this title battle. We'll start thinking about the points gaps. We get a little bit deeper into the next stints here, but
so far they're doing everything they're supposed to.
They're doing everything they possibly can, which is lead the race. Lead the race, win the race, take the points. Worry about what everybody else is doing separately. But tyres going aboard for 51. As the number 8 car comes in behind and will serve that 50-second stop-go. Tinknell, meanwhile, is pushing on into the 25s and looking to close down James Winslow. 23 seconds at the moment, so that's the gap to look at. But 51 car will leave, and will leave the number 8 car behind there for some considerable time. Just as Spring Ring bonus, by the way, is now aboard the 52 car.
It may have waited for a while, but there were screeching tyres as it again gets out of the paddock.
51 car is going to emerge here. There is the 51 car. The red and white Ferrari emerges onto the track and is going to be in the hands, I'm pretty certain it is, of Osvaldo Negri Jr.
And just for everyone watching, that believe it or not, that speed they were doing in the pit lane is 60 kilometers an hour. That just goes to show you exactly how fast they are on track. I told you, you never get a true idea of how fast these cars really are unless you pay attention to the tiny, tiny details. Now, meanwhile, looking back at the screen, driver Ang, that's Dominic Ang and Viper Nisa. Must respect track limits, nothing there really. Just another warning.
So Marcus Gomez goes to the lead of the race in a alternate Corsica, as you can see on track. Looks to me like he's got almost a full lap on the 51 car here. Those two cars separated by the Flying Harry Tinknell. Tinknell on the attack. Will want to get past traffic as quickly as he possibly can. So this is Gomez trying to put a lap, I think, on the previous leader.
We've seen 2 full course yellows so far in the 4 hours of Buriram, both in hour 2. One for that number 13 into Europol, Martin Hipper stopping at the side of the track, and of course that number 9 Graf car that spun off and hit the barriers.
Well, this has been horrifically bad news for into Europol for the 13 car. Better news, albeit not show-stopping news, the 18 car is back out on track after that clutch issue. They were in the pits for an hour and 51 minutes of our 2 hours and 20 minutes so far. There goes the pass. That is the 27 car. Warmer tyres aboard the car.
Now there is that number 36.
That's 36. That is our other title contender, still running in 4th position. Not looking a threat at the moment, I'm afraid. Still Nick Foster to come in that car, but the attack needs to come if it's going to come at all.
Well, 4th position certainly won't be enough. Just having a quick peek at your championship permutations there, Graham. 4th position is not going to be enough if G-Drive and Thunderhead finish exactly where they are right now.
Absolutely. Colin Noble back on the attack and beginning to get back on terms with Dominic Ang. 1:31.827 for the young Scots. He's 20 seconds back from the Malaysian, who, by the way, is 10 seconds back from Garrett Christ. So 3 cars contesting 3rd place at the moment in LMP3, which might well end up being contesting 2nd place with Matthias Kaiser. Now, has he left the pits now? I think he has. So he served the penalty. Wait and see what the next time around. I think he might have retained 2nd position, you know, Kaiser.
91 laps now completed by our leader. 1 hour, 39 minutes left to go. That there is, we haven't said much about the LMP2 AM class, mainly because it's already been decided. But after some scares, one of those cars was, well, the 2 Rick Ware cars, one was in the pits. It was that one, and then of course there was the spin after one of the cars was surprised by the full course yellow. That is the number 3 Nielsen car, and it looks like it is out. It should be.
So
just checking to see who's in that.
Car 88, that is the J-Lock car, will have 10 seconds added to the pit stop. That's another throw the dice in the topsy-turvy GT battle.
GT and LMP3 really are delivering the...
I'm not even going to think about doing points calculations until we get into this final hour, you know.
Even he's given up. He's go, everyone. This is Graham Goodwin, and even he can't do that right
we
now.
We can do it, but it keeps throwing
exactly
other things into the mix.
Changing, just may as well wait.
James Winslow, 23 seconds still back from Leonard Hergenboom.
Well, this is interesting. Car 88, that's J-Lock. 10-second addition to the next pit stop time for pit stop infringement.
Yeah.
Not looking good for the leaders in the GT class.
But what they don't want to be doing is to drop behind Car Guy, and that is going to be enough to put them at risk of doing that. You know, they're 17 seconds ahead of Car Guy. Car Guy are just 3 seconds back.
Wow.
The bigger problem for them, of course, at the moment is Hub Auto Corsa are leading this race, and they are 3 seconds back. So at the moment, Hub Auto Corsa, if they win this race, win the championship.
Yeah.
Car Guy, if they win this race, win the championship. J-Lock, if they win this race, win the championship. Spirit of Race, if they win the race and J-Lock aren't second, win the championship. That's as simple as it can make it.
Well, that is very simple. I'm quite amazed how you managed to break that down, actually. But what it really says is that the top three, being on 49, 46, and 46, it's a straight win, and you win. Spirit of Race still needs that extra thing to happen, which is a lot to ask for.
Yeah, in LMP3, it's simpler. It looks to me as if the 13 car will not be rejoining this race.
For sure, yeah.
The 2 Nielsen car needs to finish to win. Graph number 9 is out of the race. So the team Ace 1 Valopa Corsa squad are doing all they can, but would need the number 2 Nielsen car to retire. Now that would be an extraordinary way to win a championship, because it would mean that the 3 cars ahead of them would have retired.
Yeah, it's, as I said, they were the outsiders in that class.
And it's got to be said, that really doesn't happen in LMP3 racing.
Well, you could say, using that same idea, that 2 of those cars that they needed to retire have already gone, which we would have thought unthinkable at the start.
You know, you'd be there, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Crossing everything, stroking black cats, you know.
Rabbit's Foot.
Rabbit's Foot's the lots if you were Ace 1 Valopa Corsa. 36 car deals with the 51 car ahead. Nathan Reed comes through.
Nice and easy, no significant noticeable problems for either of those cars right now.
Which leaves us with the final championship positions, the overall championship positions, as we watch the car at the moment in the pound seats for the championship winning GT, Hub Auto Corsa, in the hands of Marcos Gomez. But the overall point standings, that's down to the lead in this race. 3 cars are in it in the championship, and they are sitting in 1st, 3rd and 4th overall in this race. At the moment, G-Drive Racing lead the points battle and lead the race. For Thunderhead Carlin Racing to win the title, they would need to overhaul G-Drive Racing, win the race, and for G-Drive not to finish second. So
not to finish or not to finish second?
Well, not finishing would mean all they need to do is score 8 points.
Yeah, that's right.
But not finishing second would mean the points gap would be good enough for a win by Thunderhead Carlin to take the title.
And for Eurasia, it's pretty simple.
For Eurasia, they would
G-Drive and Thunderhead not to finish.
They need to finish ahead of Thunderhead, and for G-Drive, I believe, to be 3rd.
Right.
So 1, 2, 3, 36, 45, 26 would win the title for Eurasia. 1, 2, 3, 45, 36, 26 would win the title for Thunderhead, and 2nd or better in whatever combination would win it for 26.
Play those numbers. If you play bingo, just remember what he says.
If you'd like me to repeat
that, 36, 45, 26.
Just slide the live back. Trouble for the 3. Oh, for a moment.
No, for a second. We thought it was a moment, and I think more of these situations.
But it stopped at the same place.
Yes.
Oh, it's restarted. That's Gary Chris.
What could have happened there? Obviously straight in the pits. No problems there. But for a second, it really did look like the number 2 Nielsen had done it.
Well,
and I wonder if we're going to have more.
He's been stopped there for a minute. He's been stopped for a minute. So that looks to me like probably an electrical problem.
More heart-stopping moments, I'm sure, are going to turn up in the next 1.5 hours.
You looked at that, you thought, is that the 2? And all of a sudden, the Italians would have been absolutely over the moon. Well,
we, of course, into Europol is one of these teams that has really been hit hard in LMP3. They were the ones, of course, with 59 points that have left all of these options open for Nielsen. That's why our hearts literally stopped just now, and Graph Racing being out as well. This is a very interesting class that we've got into, and I wonder if Ace 1 Villorba Corsa, we're going to look to see, they are still on track. Yes, they are, 88 laps. There is Inter Europol, of course, the P2. And now let's hear from Inter Europol about what happened with the LMP3 car. They're talking to Nadia.
Yes, I am with the team engineer, Mike Rowe, who's going to give us a bit of an update on what's happening. So yes, I was just told just now, this is a great car. It's been on pole for, what, 30 times since 2000. It's in contention to win the championship, but a turn of events, something happened. Tell us what's the update.
Well, first of all, with about 5 laps before we stopped, we lost first gear and then started getting more and more noise from the gearbox. And in the end, it failed. We tried to replace it, but unfortunately, as we didn't cross the white line under our own power, we're now in Parc Fermé and we weren't allowed to continue.
How unfortunate. So I guess that is the end of the line for car number 13. Nothing can be done anymore.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So nothing can be done anymore, like you said. It's the end of the race for car 13.
Yes, we haven't withdrawn the car. It's still in Parc Fermé. Yeah. So if something should happen to the 2 or the 12 cars, there is still some very, very small chance that we might win the championship, but very unlikely.
Right, so that was it. You guys heard it from the team manager, Mike Rowe. Thank you so much, Mike. The fate of car number 13, Inter Europol.
Well, let me just explain that course of events for but Mike Rowe explaining exactly what went wrong there. 1, broken gearbox.
Right.
2, they're unable to fix it. There are certain parts you're not allowed to fix. Okay. 3, the car did not complete the lap under its own power, which means effectively it's in Parc Fermé. You can therefore not replace. You can therefore not repair.
That explains how it magically turned up in the pits.
4, how can a car that is retired win the championship? Well, because it leads in the points. Yeah. Because if the cars behind it that can overhaul it don't finish, and we know at least that the number 9 car won't, then it's got more points than they have. It's as simple as that. So at the moment, what they're looking for is potential trouble for the 2 and potential trouble for the 12. It's happened before.
It has.
Yeah, Mike, I think, reflecting very accurately that's unlikely to happen, but it's not over yet for the 13. But it's all about now, if the 2 car comes home and scores any kind of meaningful points, they will take the title. If the 2 car doesn't finish and the 12 car wins, they take the title.
Wow, that's pretty cut and dried. And as I said, one of the things you have to deal with as a driver, as a team manager, as a commentator, and even as a viewer, is that reality of what happens. We knew we were going to have some really interesting situations in the last 3 classes to be decided today on the final day. As we said, LMP2 AM already decided. For them, it's just a question of finishing. Nobody expected this to happen so far in LMP3. Still 1.5 hours to go, of course. And let's not forget, GT is still very much open, even with that 10-second addition penalty that J-Lock have just had for pit lane infringements.
For the overall race, as we look at the number 8 car, I'm just checking where they did indeed, you know, they did retain second place despite that stop and 50-second hold. And I've got a 30-second plus window now, of course, with the issues for Gerrit Grist, who was the next car down, 36 seconds ahead of Dominic Ang, with Colin Noble closing in on Dominic Ang, but not that quickly last time around. In the overall standings, well, let's have a quick look at GT. Marcus Gomez leads. Osnegri Jr. is pulling away from Osnegri. So at the moment, Roberto Corsa looking good, with Mikkel Jensen in the car guy Ferrari running third. So it's a Ferrari 1-2-3 at the moment. Overall, Leonard Hergenboom has 23 seconds over James Winslow. That's closed just a little, but James Winslow is being closed down by Harry Tincknell now fairly quickly. He's just got 16 seconds, and Tincknell is 40 seconds off the lead. So remember those numbers. 23 is the lead gap, 16 is the gap to third, 40 seconds is the gap from third to the lead. Here's our leader, Leonard Hergenboom, did a great job, and is about to put a lap on the other car in title contention. This is a key moment. This is Aidan Reid about to go a lap down to the the championship leading car.
Looks like he doesn't want to.
I'd have thought not.
I'd have thought not. But probably not the best thing to
Aidan
do.
did a great job last time around soaking up pressure before, of course, that late penalty came their way, lost them the win, but they took the second place there. He's defending to the inside. He'll be being under instruction from the team in the garage and on the pit wall. What's going on? What does this mean? Who's catching me? What do you want me to do? Do I let him go? No, it's going to be the question. It's going to be the answer there. Hold him if you can. If you've got the opportunity, don't do it unfairly. But you're allowed to defend to a degree. You're not allowed to weave. One position change. Holds his line. If Hergenboom is that much quicker, he should be able to get away by. But this is a nervous moment for the young Dutchman as well.
Yeah.
He'll want to get by, because he won't want to give the opportunity for the two chasing cars to close that 23 and 40 second gap. And this is certainly aiding and abetting that cause. The 36 car, our third place position overall car in the championship, fourth on the road here. And is he about to go a lap down? By the way, behind, as he this time lets the 26 go by. One car is the sister car way back down the order in the hands of Daniel Gaunt. What has that done to the overall order? Well, we'll see when James Winslow comes through. That was another lap in the 128s from Hergenboom. And James Winslow due through in about 5 seconds' time, and we'll see that lead gap. 23 seconds it was, remember. It's 20 seconds,
wow.
So 20.7 seconds. So that has closed the gap for James Winslow by 2 or 3, 2.5 seconds last time around. What about Harry Tinknell? Where is he now? He was 17 seconds back the last time we looked. It was a 40-second gap. It's now 37.8 seconds. So he too managed to take 2 seconds out. In fact, Winslow and Tinknell's times almost matched on that lap. 126.039 for the Ligier man, 126.036 for the Dallara man, and 128.0 for the leader in the Aris. T2 Motorsports on pit lane, G-Man.
Yep, T2 Motorsports, who spent a lengthy amount of time in the pits earlier on the race. Everything seems to be back on track now. We had a little look into their pit. Of course, we saw Rio Haryanto, who is the pole sitter in this car. And I said that is the big headline that they've already got. Nothing will ever, they can never take that away. But right now, they are out, and they should be, if I'm right, well, they're about 20 laps back from our leader. They're on 81 laps. Leonard Hergenboom has just passed the start-finish line for his 101st lap.
Well,
and that looks like they're going to be waiting out another pit stop. Yes, they are. Car is started, and they are back in the fray.
So it's been a topsy-turvy race for a number of teams. T2 Racing been running solidly since their early race problems. Still waiting to find any information at all from the D-Station Aston Martin crew. That car, I'm afraid, certainly out of contention, has been on pit lane, or rather in the garage, for well over an hour and 23 minutes. As I look at the timing screen.
Yes, it has, exactly that.
2
almost half the race.
Confirmed retirements. That is the 9 Graf Racing car after that accident, 13 into Europol Ligier, as we heard from Mike Rowe.
Both in the same class, both challenging for championship positions, or at least were, not anymore. Having a look here, this should be turn 5, or turn 6 in fact.
We can certainly call, in terms of a chance of competitive runs, the D-Station Racing car over an hour in the pits, and the 18 car, the second into Europol car, clutch issues, and I believe fuel leak as well for that car in the early stages. It's almost 2 hours in the pits for that car. 2 cars off track at the back there, running wide through turn 12. Side by side, looked to me like a black prototype and a GT car.
It did.
I think that was the number 1 car. It was the number 1 car.
And meanwhile, Mikkel Jensen still on board. This car guy, Ferrari. This technically, for now, for the next hour and 23 minutes, still the reigning defending champions in GT after a flawless season last year. A little more troubles this year.
Jensen, of course, stepping in for Kai Cozzolino.
That's right.
Busy elsewhere. Closing in on Osnegri for second position here. They've not given this up, you know.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, Leonard Hogenboom nicely passed on the fast part of the track, coming down into 5, 6, 7, and 8. This is where things get a little bit challenging at Buriram before it stretches out again. It gets very fast. In fact, this is probably the only part of the track right in the middle of it where things do get a little bit twisty and turny, as they say.
So 36 looking for a way past the car guide car as they come through there, but no way there through.
Kind of rushed that initial attack. I think he's going to now go through on this sweeping stretch. Probably has to. Superior power from the P2. For sure, car guy just leans off a little bit. That's, again, great GT etiquette, as I like to call it. On to home straight. Aidan Reed about to complete his 101st lap and start his 102nd. So three cars on 102 laps. Yeah,
so through comes the Viper Nisa car. That car in third position, 35 seconds back from Matthias Kaiser, holding that gap but being caught now. Both of those cars, in fact all three of the cars, albeit with a mighty lead for the Ace 1 Valois Corsa car by Colin Noble. Noble 10 seconds back from Dominic Ang, 45 seconds back from Matthias Kaiser. Chris, by the way, after that trouble, the car stopped just before pit-in for well over a minute, dropped to 5th, but is back up to speed again.
And now you'd have to say, Graham, that most of these teams, whether you are in championship contention or not, you're getting closer to the final hour of any of these 4-hour Asia Le Mans series. You're going to look for your end game. You're looking for the target strategy.
Well, we're into
Ben Barnicoat, obviously a big part of that strategy for Thunderhead.
We're into the 14th hour, coming to the end of the 15th hour, rather, of the Asia Le Mans series. How many of these teams are going to get to... That's Andres Lascaratos, clearly, with a bit of a cramp in his clutch foot, I think, there, stepping away.
Being watched like a hawk by the Asia Le Mans technical staff.
Yep, and...
filmed, in fact.
Yeah. And... David Fuminelli, I think, will be aboard the car now.
That's right.
Lascaratos, another good stint. Impressed me, the Greek driver at Sepang, and did very well indeed there to fend off any opportunity whatsoever for anybody to approach the gap that's been built up. Just looking there, I think that's a broken... It is a broken dive plane. Dive plane has lost its vertical supports. So if you look at the one on the left-hand side, it's a vertical supports. I don't think that's sitting where it should be.
Well,
no, apologies. That is an optical illusion. It is. It is.
It's just a camera. It's a camera. Trick of the camera. And that's what I was about to say. That would be quite a sizable problem, or it could turn into one if it was actually there. But so far, everything looking good for Ace 1 Valois Corsa. As I said before, started the season very, very well. Kind of dropped off in the middle. But today, they've been absolutely on point. Alessandro Brisant setting it up. Then Andreas Lascaratos, who of course was almost transferred from the ARC Bratislava team in there. He's put in a really good run. And now David Fuminelli should be on there as well, as we see our leader, Leonard Hogenboom, come through for his 105th lap just now.
Absolutely. Laps are going into the books.
Jamie Winslow still in second. Into Europol 34. Had a chat with James Winslow yesterday. Great guy to talk to, obviously. Really, really positive. And was looking forward to a great race. And so far, looks like he's happening. And that's the number 18 car for into Europol.
Back onto pit lane.
The only LMP3 entrant after we've just heard from the Into Europol team themselves. The 13 cannot.
So that car has just come out of the garage to be put back onto the apron. Fuel then will be sent. So this is just about getting laps here. 17 overall gap, remember, it's 40 seconds from first to third. Now down to 36.7. The lead gap was 23 seconds, now 21. and the gap from second to third was 17 seconds. That is now 15.6.
Now it
They're
is
coming down,
yeah.
but not dramatically.
Well, still an hour to go, of course. They might just be biding their time. And of course, yes, it is about getting laps, this number 18 coming back on track. But surely, Graham, it's also a great boost for the team when they see a car that was literally dead in the water, back up, growling, and out on track.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of this is going to be about 2 or 3 things. You're here for the experience, and you're here to do what you can to develop your own skill set. If the car's fixable, get it out there.
Exactly.
Getting to the end of an endurance race shouldn't be underestimated by people as being a feat of endurance. You'll see at the end of the Le Mans 24 Hours, for instance, very big grown men crying like babies just to see their baby get home. However, they managed to do it, whether or not they did it through pure force of will. And I've been in garages with a team of very large, very hard fellas that
crumbled.
Well, they do. It is an amazing emotional experience of 24-hour racing. Well, 6-car K2 racing.
Chino in the pits, running in 5th right now. That Orica 07.
Yeah, Haruki Kurosawa. He'll bring it in, and that car comes in 42 seconds back from Aidan Reed.
This is their 4th pit stop. So all the top runners in LMP2 with 3 now. K2 Chino with 4. G-Drive into Europol, number 34 at Europol. Of course, the Thunderhead Carlin Racing that led the race for so long. All 3 of them already on 3 stops each. Currently, Leonard Hogenboom some 20 or 19.3 seconds ahead of James Winslow in 2nd. 16 minutes to go until we get to the final hour of the final race of the 2019-2020 season.
Well, as we said at the start of the race, just as we see the number 52 car going through, that will be a team, Rickware Racing, that will go to Le Mans this year. Some news to come from them about another program for Rickware Racing about to be revealed. So they will go to Le Mans in LMP2 with a number of options for chassis in the mix, including their own Riley Multimatic Mark 30. This car, though, won't be there. This is not eligible anymore. This is the last generation of previous generation, pre-2017 LMP2. I think this is the possibility we may see them again, but I think not.
Right.
I think this will be the last we see of the non-Gibson engine cars. They've been great servants. That's the 18 car, I think, recovering from a problem. And again, it'll be the last we see 2 of the previous generation of LMP3 cars.
Evolution is revolution.
Well, yeah, and the new breed of cars, including the replacement for this car. This is one of the Ligier GSP3s. Over 110 of these cars sold worldwide. Massively successful.
By the way, for LMP2 AM fans, Guy Cosmo has now taken over, of course, in this hour from Philip Mulacek. Good stint from Philip Mulacek following Anthony Lazaro.
So there's the new breed of Ligier, the GSP217. Although their clock is ticking for those cars too. They've got until 2022 until we see.
How about this?
This is pit stop for the 26. And that is Roman Rusanov about to climb aboard for the first time. The Auris brand proudly on his helmet. This is Auris homologated Orica built chassis run by the Algarve Pro Racing team, familiar to Asian Le Mans Series and European Le Mans Series, and for that matter, Le Mans 24-hour viewers and listeners.
Of course, this is going to be a great boost for them leading and them leading the championship for all the Russian viewers. This broadcast for the first time this year actually going out to Russia with Russian commentators.
Indeed it is, and you're very, very, very welcome indeed to the party. And Auris, I'm not sure what that is, and you're listening and watching for the first time. Russian brand of luxury limousine builders, amongst other things, build the state limousine for the presidents of the Russian Federation, and a range of other vehicles as well, and looking to expand into export markets with that brand. And this is part of the way in which they're promoting that effort. G-Drive.
Well, what a way to promote it, I say.
G-Drive is a brand of filling stations, service stations in Russia, owned by the Gazprom conglomerate. 26, that looked clean and tidy to me. Leonard Hergenboom, it was that brought the car in. It will be Roman Rusinov, I'm sure, that's shown aboard the car as it emerges. And emerges now.
Quick shout out to all the people getting in touch on all of the multi-streams that are going out on YouTube and Facebook. A lot of support for Colin Noble coming through, and of course people from France, from Thailand, everywhere around the world. This really has been probably the most international we've seen. Roman Rusinov, as you said, back up on track. He has been the driver for G-Drive Racing by Algarve to take this final stint usually to the line, and he's done very, very well as well. That's why they've ended up with 2 wins out of 3, and of course they weren't far off the win in that third race at Sepang.
Yeah, stopped just before that one for the 26 from the 34 that sat second. They dropped down to 4th at the moment. Into pit lane, though, comes the number 36 Eurasian car.
There it is.
See that car there. Aidan Reed brought that car in. And the other into Europol P2 car, John Corbett, bringing that car in. For the moment, then, Harry Tinknell leads the race. Slightly out of sequence.
Well, we did expect it.
We did. It was 1 minute and 35 seconds on pit lane for Roman Rusinov. So there is time to be made up in the pits by Thunderhead Carlin if they choose to do so. There are the 2 Ligiers. That's the 36 car closest to the camera, 33 car further away with the all-carbon nose after the team changed the front end of the car early in this race. 36 cars' hopes for a title appear to be ebbing away at the moment. 72 minutes remain. Lots can still happen.
And look at this, both of these cars coming out. That is a completely different looking into Europol. Number 18, whole new nose on the front of that.
33.
Sorry, 33.
And 36, clean as a whistle.
Yep.
So it's a minute gap. Off, and that's off one of the Inter-Europol cars. That, I think, is the 18 car spinning through turn 1.
Wow,
manages to recover it. We saw the end of that incident, heard it before I saw it.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not that was picked up by our intrepid camera at the end of the start-finish straight, but that looked to be drama for, I think that was Philip Kaduri. It was. So not the car we're seeing here. It's the car in the background recovered in the hands of Philip Kaduri, the Hong Kong-based driver. Second race in the championship here after Sepang.
That's right.
This is the car renumbered for luck. Chinese numberology.
Strange that, because it hasn't really had the best of luck at all. I mean, I just have to say that, but you know, it's interesting. I mean, we can't say that if it's going to help you get in the car and move it, then that's...
Well, you could have had worse luck.
Yeah, you could have had a lot worse luck.
If you kept it as 14, it could have been worse luck.
I've actually got to say, in endurance racing, it's a spectrum of luck that you have.
Usually for most people, starting with awful and getting worse. But through comes the 33 on the 75. Behind there is the 34. Here is the leader. So this is the 45. Then it's the number 8 car, second in the LMP2. In fact, leads the LMP2 standings at the moment. But I suspect Oz is a pit stop here. And is that the 3 car? It is the 3 car behind.
And here
comes the 45 from the lead. Now, this is a key stop. Ben Bonica is going to climb aboard the car for the first time. Out steps Harry Tinknell. His day will be done. It will be a double stint to the finish for Ben Bonica. Quick bit of practice there. Make sure the trigger works on that wheel gun. Carlin guys are ready. This could be all 4 tyres for this car. Just look at the back of the car. There are 2 tyres waiting there. So I think this may be new rubber for Ben Barnicoat. It's time to attack. It's go time. Fuel still going in.
Don't forget, of course, Ben Barnicoat, the man that put that lightning pole.
And now they're going to work.
Here they go.
Up the car goes. On go. Left-hand wheels. And it is going to be all 4 tyres for the 45 car. Through comes the 26 now. So the 26 car goes through and into the lead. So it's all about the lead now. Is going to be how long it takes them to get this car up pit lane. Fire it up, it goes.
That's nice, efficient stuff. Once again, that was a 1 minute 12 stop from Thunderhead Carlin.
Goes back behind the 36 car here, but that's I think a lap down. 34 car goes through and into second place, I think. It does. There's the leader. This is Roman Rusinov now. So we're going to have to wait to the end of this lap for Ben Barnicoat to see the scale of the challenge that remains for the remaining 68 minutes of the Asian Le Mans Series. Sorry, 68 minutes plus a lap. It's caught me out more than once in the last couple of seasons. But Rusinov is pushing. 1:25.324 last time around, the fastest lap of that car's race. It won't be the fastest lap of the race as he passes the line for Barnicoat, because it'll be his out lap. But I think you're going to see him push very soon. I think this is looking like another good lap from Roman Rusinov. 1:25.23, rather, remember, was the fastest lap thus far. He goes to the top. It's a 1:25.8.
Still fast enough.
It's still fast enough. We wait to see Kuba Shimoski come through. He'll be through in about another 20 seconds to move up into second place, with Barnicoat more or less on his tail, I think.
There is Barnicoat.
There's Barnicoat. Nick Foster, meanwhile, fastest lap of the race at 1:25.096.
Well, well, well. Could this be?
Kuba Shimoski in the 1:25s. Ben Barnicoat on his out lap. This is where the pace is going to begin to come. Now, I'm going to need someone to confirm this, but that might well be the outright let record here. We've got late, we have late 25s in the Super GT Championship when it visits here, but they've been the quickest cars to go and race here previously. The quickest I could find was a 1:25.4 for a Super GT car. 1:25.0 trumps that. So this is getting into ultimate lap record territory here.
As you were expecting with these faster cars. Black and white flag, car 1 for driving standards. That seems pretty serious for Daniel Gordon.
Yes, it is. That's going to be a final warning for the number 1 car. Can give an update for Aston Martin lovers. That is accident damage caused by contact with another car, front-end damage, loss of coolant, and the engine is overheated. I'm afraid that is game over.
That is literally game over.
Very sorry, Aston Martin lovers. That is the end of championship hopes for, as it was a while ago. This, by the way, is the battle for second position. Ben Barnicoat looking to get by Kuba Shimoski. Comes through. He's got the better line here through turn 1. There is the leader. 1:25.6 for Roman Rusinov, 1:25.8 for Kuba Shimoski, 1:25.2 for Ben Barnicoat. 26 seconds is the gap first to third.
And that's the amount they're going to have to cut down?
That is the leader going through the shot now. He's going to have traffic here. So 26 seconds is the gap to watch here, with just over an hour remaining and a pit stop apiece for each of these cars to come. Choice of whether or not they take tyres, how many tyres, what tyres they've got left, what state those tyres are in, is going to be critical here for these teams. Barnicoat will absolutely be pushing. But with Roman Rusinov aboard the car...
Let's get down to the pits and talk to G-Drive Racing. Leonard Hogenboom is with Nadia.
Indeed, we are at G-Drive here. Hogenboom just passed the car to Roman Rusinov in a great position. Great stint out there. But we want to know, was there some kind of strategy change when you got in the car? Because you pushed the car to the top.
Yeah, for sure, you have always a good strategy. But James did a good start. He did a good effort also. And then after his first stint, after the second stint, I jumped in the car. I think we did good teamwork together. And after I did a little bit more than 2 stints, I think. Was good. And now it's Roman in the car. Our strategy was good, the car was good, the team did a good job. So now Roman need to finish the race, and then I think he can do still a good job.
Fantastic. I mean, according to the tables, the points, you guys only need like a second place win in this round to win the whole thing. How is that, does that play into today's race?
Yeah, for sure you go for the win always. But still racing can happen a lot. But still the pace and the speed is good now. Roman is in the car. I think he can finish the race in a good position.
He is sounding confident. I'm sure the team is very confident. So all the best to you and Roman, who's in the car right now. And back to studio.
Well, all sorts of dramas while we were in interview with Leonard Hogenboom. I think that cost Roman Rusinov a bit of time with traffic there. Change a second. Ben Barnicoat is up to second place now, 25 seconds back. but possibly even more drama is something that might not be happening on track, but in the race director's office. That's because team manager for car 27, that is the leading car in GT, and therefore de facto right now, the provisional championship winner, if they win that race, has been called to race control. We don't know why yet. We're waiting to find out. But potential real dramas in the GT classes. We're watching Roman Rusinov push as hard as he can. Now we can see Ben Barnicoat clearing the line for what will be the start of his 116th lap. 1:24.249 is the new lap record in LMP2, and possibly, I think, the new outright lap record here at Buriram International Circuit. And that's Ben Barnicoat doing well, clears the traffic in a place that suits him on pure straight line speed. He's closing the gap. It's down to 21 seconds now to Roman Rusinov. It's game on.
Fantastic stuff. And we did say earlier on, it could be down to race control determinations, it could be down to flat out speed, it could be down to incredible pit strategy, but we've already seen flashes in all three areas from G-Drive Racing, Thunderhead, and it has to be said Eurasia as well, but Eurasia possibly now sitting back, and it's looking more and more like a two-horse race as we get into, what, close to the 4th hour of the 4 hours of Buriram.
Well, it's now down to a race with pace, and the man that's got the pace at the moment is Ben Barnicoat. He's been stellar in this car all season, but he's got the bit between his teeth now. 21.6 seconds it was last time around as the gap, with the 24.249, the new lap record in LMP2. First time, of course, these cars have been here, and this looks like a pretty good one as well. What's he going to put in now? 24.2 last time around. This time around, 24.6. This time the gap comes down to 19 seconds. It's a further 2 seconds taken out of Rusinov, and all of a sudden Roman Rusinov is going to have a challenge on his hands.
Well, we've seen in the last 3 years that we've been watching the Asia Le Mans series together, bigger gaps cut down in smaller times. 19 seconds and just over an hour to do it. Very fast drivers in there.
And now can confirm, by the way, that Ben Barnicoat's time, that 1:24.249, is the ultimate lap record here at the Buriram International Circuit. That was held by Daiki Sasaki in the Kondo Racing car in 2014 in Super GT as a race lap record. That has been smashed, knocked out the park by Ben Barnicoat, and there's still more to come from this car.
That's going on Wikipedia. Basically, essentially.
I'd be surprised if I checked into Wikipedia and someone hadn't already done it. I'm looking at you, RJ O'Connor.
Well, that's the thing. There are so many people watching at the time, but great history made on landmark day.
So 19 seconds is the gap. Remember, for the championship, just going ahead of the 26 will not be good enough.
Yeah.
So they're also going to be looking for the relative pace of Kuba Shimoski in the next car, down the 34 car. At the moment, that's not quite cutting it. Nick Foster is pushing on very fast indeed as well, but he's a further minute back from Kuba Shimoski. This is all going to be down to what happens with the 26 car. How reliable can they be? Looking again further down at the classes, Matthias Kaiser, and this will be about the way in which this pit stop strategies come together in LMP3. David Fuminelli is catching Kaiser, but he's 15 seconds back. Dominic Ang is a further 20 seconds back. Colin Noble has caught Dominic Ang and is just a couple of seconds away from that. They're your top four, the ones in the contention for the race podium positions, but Colin Noble at the moment is the man aboard the number 2 car that is sitting pretty indeed in the LMP3 class for the championship. In GT, Marcus Gomez leads for the 27 Auto Corsa team. He's got a big lead over Mikkel Jensen, who's now up to second position, recently indeed, ahead of Nos Negri Jr. So car guy up to second, ahead of the 51 car. But here's where the drama is. The 27 car, with a lap in hand, the Marcus Gomez car, 27, called to race control.
Now, let's have a look back as we get into the final hour of the 4 hours Buriram to all the things that happened in hour 3.
Hour 3 here at Buriram has been another one of real drama. The car guy team, in the hands of Mikkel Jensen, has mounted a massive comeback. 51 after a great run from Francesco Piavanetti. Os Negri has been left to defend the lead. He's now lost, dropping back down to third. T2 Motorsports enjoying their day despite the challenges. The lead, though, went to the Hub Auto Corsa car. Marcus Gomez leads the race coming into the final hour, but the the 27 car may be in trouble with the race stewards. At the moment, they sit provisionally, potentially, champions of the Asian Le Mans Series. Will that last to the flag? We'll have to wait and see. In LMP3, the number 3 car from Nielsen Racing looked very strong indeed, but then there were problems a little later on in the stint for Garrett Grist. 65 car has looked very strong too, sat second for a long while. The number 2 car, though, is on a run to the championship with the 12 and the number 8 car in contention for the race win. Ace 1 for Valor course on a completely different pit stop strategy to the number 8 car that has served a 57-second stop and hold penalty during this hour. So is it going to be Graf, the all-black car? Is it going to be the Ace 1 car? Or for that matter, is it going to be a Norma or is it going to be Ligier? LMP2 AM, 25 car, still leads the race. Guy Cosmo aboard the car. Whilst in LMP2 and for the overall rapid-fire stuff from Thunderhead Carlin and the Dallara, they've been swapping places around the pit stops with the 34 car, Matthias Besch and then Kuba Shimoski. With Ben Barnicoat now aboard the car for the push to the flag. It's a fight to the finish for the overall race win. With this car, Roman Rusinov now aboard the 26 G-Drive Auris, Elgar Pro. It's about the race win, and then beyond that, what happens for the championship. All to play for into the final hour of this season of the Asian Le Mans Series.
Back with live pictures, and we're now 3 minutes into the final hour. Car guys, you can see it in the pits now. While you were updating everybody, Graham, as to what happened in hour 3, I can tell you that that lead that everybody's watching between G-Drive Racing and Thunderhead Carlin is now down to 14.5 seconds.
Yellow flags at turn 3. I don't know for what, but we're about to see, because through comes the number 33 car. Something's gone on here. There's tyre smoke by the look of it. Tyre tracks there. Yellow flag's still there. Can't see what that is.
Well, no cars seem to be
It is
behind.
It's a place where you can go straight on there, but we're going full course yellow. We're going full course yellow.
Must have happened.
It's turn 3.
FCY at the top of the hour.
It's the 36 car. It's a championship contender's gone straight on. So the 36 car in the gravel and effectively now out of title contention. So yet another car in title contention falls out due to an incident on track. Well, they had to push. It was Nick Foster at the wheel of that car. He'd been putting in stellar times.
He's getting out the car as well.
He's gone straight through the gravel.
And it looks
he's
like,
okay. You can see Nick in the car. No, I think he may have run straight. What he might have done here is run off and tried to bring the car out. The wheel tracks actually over to the right-hand side. I think he's tried to drive it out from there and just got bogged in. Whether or not he's gone into the tyres, we'll have to wait and see. But we're under full course yellow.
Well,
watch and see what we've got from this. It is a place where you can get the braking just a little bit wrong. Let's see what's happened here. And replay coming here.
There he is.
That is
and
the 36 car coming down from turn 1. This is into turn 2. This is the kink. Behind the Ace 1 Valor Corsa car. Could that have played a part? He was looking to get up the inside. He was looking up to the inside of that car. Maybe just got a bit too deep into the braking, and he did. He outbraked himself. That's exactly what he did. He runs straight through. Didn't impact the barrier, or if he did, it was just a brush. There'll be no damage to the car, not a gravel, but that's lost him a heap of time, and I think that effectively
has killed their championship.
Well, but potentially kills their championship and potentially stops a title, a pick, if you like, for the 45 car. For me, that looked like the fastest car out there with an ability to get into the championship fight. So I'm afraid that moment for Nick Foster, and I think that was him just trying to hang in there and get up the inside of the P3 car and just leaving the braking just a moment too late. Longest toe rip in the world there, by the way. You don't want to bog down the pickup truck either. But Nick will get back onto track, but that's really bad luck, I'm afraid, to the 36 crew.
Well, we did say it might be something. It might be reliability. In the last hour of these races, we've seen a lot of incidents happen over the season, not just over this season, over the past seasons as well. That is tragedy for the number 36 Eurasian Motorsport car. And as we said, 3 seconds, and then in this 4th race, doing very well. They weren't up in contention, of course, in terms of the race, but that looks like championship over for that Australia liveried Eurasian Motorsport car.
Also an interesting moment, by the way, in particular in LMP3, because they're in the window for their final pit stops. They can come and take fuel under this full course yellow. This will be the final stops, routine stops for the leading LMP3 cars. We're not there for the LMP2 cars. So coming in now, they'd still have to stop again. So there's nothing much, unless they've got a tyre problem and they've got tyres available, there's nothing much in it at the moment for any of the LMP3 runners to do anything about. Garrett Grisk, just stepping away from the car, just looks dejected after that issue. So he's just taken his seat inserts out. That's the 3 car about to rejoin. It's coming through. This is the 45 car coming through. Now, the timing will tell you it's 39 seconds. As the 36 car is recovered and will get back up to green flag racing pretty quickly. But it's not a 39-second gap. That's a 39-second gap, of course, with the cars at reduced speed. It's something like 15 seconds. So there's the leader in the background, behind the GT leader coming over the crest now, and with one of the, that looks to me like the 18 car in the background through the heat haze. We look down towards turn 4. So the second car with the orange nose here in this trail as the 27, the hand still of Marcus Gomez goes through. Now, any GT cars that haven't yet stopped can stop as well and be within their pit window. So the 26 car at the appointed speed on the full course yellow.
Plenty of action.
By Peninsula Racing, by the way, still in the hunt here for what would be a fine way to finish the season. I think they're going to lose a position when we get back to green to Colin Noble, but they're in the hunt for a...
Heads shaking in the Eurasia pit. Mark Goddard, I'm sure.
It's not gone their way.
No, not at all. Not number one
What a
car.
great show. There goes Nick Foster. He'll be gutted about that. Nick is a
just
fine young driver.
Shaking off some of the debris in the pickup so that he doesn't want taking on a bit more there.
34 is in 3rd position.
And that's the space right there in the side, the right-hand part of your screen, where that car will be filled eventually, if it has quite a way to get back to the pits. Meanwhile, we still have our survivors on track. That's how you got to look at it. And that's the one that everyone has been looking at.
Why are we still in the full course yellow? Because they'll be waiting for the track workers and the intervention vehicle to get back to a place of safety. And Rui Marquez here as our race director this weekend. I'm very delighted to have Rui here. He's done Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup previous years, but his debut with us here as Eduardo Freitas, our regular race director, is elsewhere with the FI World Endurance Championship. But he will get this back up to green flag running as quickly as possible with something like 15 minutes to go. So, end of the lap on the full course yellow. Across the line.
And 22 laps now done for G-Drive Racing.
Indeed.
Thunderhead Colin in second. And as Graham pointed out, remember, in LMP2, second place for Roman Rusinov and G-Drive Racing is still going to be enough for them to get that LMP2 invite and win this title. So it's a long way back now for the likes of Inter Europol, Thunderhead Carlin, and of course now Eurasia out of the running.
It's an interesting comparison here of full course yellow lap times for some of these cars. 3:23, 3:24, 3:25, 3:08.
Well, that is interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, no, that's now gone up to a 3:24, so maybe it was...
Maybe it came out as it was already on the lap.
I'm sure timing screens also
There is a variation. You know, I mean, you know, you're dealing here with an artificially restricted speed. Also, these cars have got all sorts of devices to do that.
Speed limiters, yeah.
But there can be variation, plus or minus.
Now, have we heard any update on Hub Auto Corsa and their...
No, not a
Tim
word.
Slade is behind the wheel of that car now, just to get an update on GT.
That with the Aussie V8 Supercar driver bringing that to the finish. They will now be in that final stint, no doubt about that. If they, as in comes Nick Foster, for attention.
And while we can address some of these comments. Yes, unfortunately, I do understand French, and there is no French commentary as of yet, but do keep tuned.
I can do it very poor French for you.
There is
like.
multi-commentary available, but not quite French yet. Perhaps next season, stay with us on the Asian
Absolutely.
Series for that.
In comes 36, fuel hoses on, and we're about to go back to green flag running in 3, 2, 1 now, and we hopefully will get to go green as the soundtrack moves up several dozen decibels. 48 minutes on the clock. Nick Foster will go on the jacks, and they'll put on whatever tyres they've got to be able to throw at that car.
Now, is it a question of not giving into complacency for G-Drive Racing?
G-Drive have just got to keep it on the island, not be distracted by the fact that Ben Barnicoat is charging along, knowing what the arithmetic is, and to be blunt, if Barnicoat gets close, let him go.
Yeah,
Unless
exactly.
Roman Rusinov is desperate for another race win, and you know what? Why shouldn't he be? But,
well, 3 out of 4 would be great.
I said before, no risk. I'd love them to race for the win, but actually this is about a title, and Ben Barnicoat has to take the win. Equally well, the longer he can keep him back, the less chance there is of further dramas happening. But what he can't risk is any kind of contact
or reliability by pushing that car too hard. You're right.
So Rusinov already through and starting his 123rd lap. It is 12.3 seconds is the gap with 47 minutes remaining. So it looks to me as the 36 car is back out, and I'm sure doing a good job as a council gritter there, spreading gravel all over the place. But meantime, looking to see what's going on. Colin Noble has moved up, by the way, into 3rd place now in LMP3, and Evermore looks on the way to a
well, that should
win.
Be more than enough points.
Ace one for Lord Corsa, by the way, moved back into their lead. Car 23. It's interesting because we haven't got a car 23.
We have 23 cars, but we don't have car 23, you're right.
Unless that's a message from last year. I'm guessing that might be car 33. Because that was quite a slow lap from Nathan Kumar. G-Drive now pushing on for what, at the moment, as things stand, is the neat treble, race win, championship win, invitation to Le Mans.
Oh, a little bit of dicey stuff there between Car Guy and Eurasia.
Here comes the 26 car. How far behind this time is the 45? Look behind, there it is, and it's not 12 seconds anymore.
No, not at all.
That is 8 seconds, closing rapidly. This the lead battle could be over quite quickly here at this kind of pace. It's a 1:29 for Roman Rusinov, a 1:25 for Ben Barnicoat. And there is nobody else, I have to tell you. Oh, actually, you know, Kuba Shimoski is only 25 seconds back from Rusinov and is going quicker at the moment. Now that is the risk. The risk right now to Roman Rusinov is not Ben Barnicoat, it's Kuba Shimoski. But he will have been told that. So last time around, so 25.6 seconds is the gap really to be looking at here if what interests you this afternoon, dear viewers, is the overall championship. Because oddly, that's not going to be decided by Carlin, Thunderhead Carlin's Dallara. It's going to be decided by where the 26 car finishes.
Thunderhead could take another race win. That's probably the target for them now, and of course it'll be great to finish up with those points as well. But I'm sure they'd love to at least take something from the day. But you're right. Now K2 Chino and Sean Tom also putting in a very fast lap, 1:26 from him, but of course he's a lap back from the rest of them. So really, Roman Rusinov on 125 laps. Ben Barnicoat just crosses the line for 125 laps. And Kuba Shimohovsky, we're expecting in roughly about 15 seconds. Maybe
Here he comes.
5 seconds, there he is.
Still a 27.2 from Roman Rusinov. What can Shimoski? It's a 25. He's closing as well. It's 24.367 seconds.
So second and third lapping 2 seconds faster than the leader at the moment.
And remember, we're getting very close now to the pit stop window for these leading cars. So into the final 44 minutes of this series. the series finale to determine more or less everything.
Final
24 seconds to
roll of the
determine
dice.
the title.
There's J-Lock as well, just off your screen. David Fuminelli now taking over the lead.
They are indeed, and they are in 8th position overall at the moment. Under pressure now from Guy Cosmo, by the way, for that 8th position, who's closing. Neil Muston in the Graf Racing car is 26 seconds back from the Ace 1 car. Tim Slade in the Hub Auto car. We've heard nothing more, by the way, about that being called to race control. I've just asked the question, see whether or not there is any kind of answer. Colin Noble very much in contention for a podium. He's in a podium position at the moment. Douglas Coos dropped back into 4th, but it's about the title for Nielsen Racing.
And that number 2 car is the last car that can really make a charge for it.
6 seconds is the lead gap, 23 seconds is the gap for 3rd.
Well, we could be seeing in the last half hour of this race some really interesting nose to tail stuff between.
The key for me is going to be 3 things. It's the relative pace of the 3 men, the 3 teams we've got in the top 3 positions. It's how quickly those 3 cars can be turned around the pit stops, and it's what tyres are available at that final pit stop for each of these 3 cars.
As we look at the 34 P2, that is Kuba Śmiechowski. Behind him, the Hub Auto Corsa Ferrari that has been very, very reliable today. You could say it has been that reliable for most of the season. And that is, as we said, Tim Slade. New this round, has been brought in as a super sub.
Indeed, has raced a number of times for this team, Hub Auto Corsa. Raced at the Bathurst 12 Hour. He's raced in GT racing across Asia, including here at Buriram. So he has experience in this car here, which is invaluable. 3.8 seconds is the lead gap now. 21 seconds back to Kuba Śmiechowski, and Kuba has taken another 1.5 seconds last time out of Roman Rusinov.
And they're still lapping 1 to 2 seconds faster than Rusinov. No real apparent response.
Now, here's the thing. If you were the Thunderhead Carlin team, what you'd want to do is go back and then back up Roman Rusinov into that Ligier. That's what you want to do, is go past him and then make it difficult for him to put in the lap times. There is nothing wrong with doing that.
Perfectly legal. It's
Absolutely legal, as long as you're not blocking. But to just back it up and lose a second here, a second there, that does 2 things. It affects the time gap, but it affects the levels of frustration and pressure as well.
It's a mental game. Absolutely, it's a mental game.
And, you know, we know lots and lots of the guys in endurance racing are masters of the mind game. And Roman, I've known him for a long, long time, and he's one of those. He knows that at times his persona can be his best weapon. And maybe a little bit of payback for one or 2 of the guys involved here. This could be big fun in the last 40 minutes or so.
Well, it's great to see as we come down. This, of course, the last round of the season. And it looks like there's still a lot more to be delivered in these last 40 minutes before we get to the podiums and post-race. Well, not just the race, but also
2 seconds gap.
Wow. Still absolutely no response from Roman Rusinov, who's still lapping at 1:27. Ben Monaco on 1:25.847 now, and Kuba on 1:26.
20.9 is the lead gap to 3rd we're looking at this time. And how much longer before we see Ben Barnicoat through into the lead of this race? Or are we going to see these cars head for pit lane first?
And there is that last roll of the dice. Final fuel pit stops for the P2s.
Critically, who's got tyres and who uses tyres.
And once again, all of these teams, remember, have been...
Traffic again for Rusinov. There is Ben Barnicoat. It's just a car between them.
There he is. Wow, that's close. Wow, that's close.
This is what it comes down to for the race win. 39 minutes to go, 1 pit stop apiece to go. Is this where Rusinov goes to the pits? He's staying to the right for the moment. No, he isn't. Neither is Barnicoat. He's going to take the lead on the road if he can.
Well, he's a bit off there.
Tries to get the power in. Lap time, it's down to 1.1 seconds, 26.3 for Rusinov, 25.3, a full second taken out there. We wait to see where Kuba Shimoski is. Anything better than 26.3, and he's going to take further time out of the leader.
And he's now passed Vipanisa Racing 65 easily, and that's going to give him clear air between himself and current race leader.
Kuba drops time that time, it's up to 22.5 seconds.
Possibly a traffic issue, maybe?
May very well be. Here comes the lead battle, and if anything, I think Rusinov has pulled a little bit of an advantage out there with that bit of traffic. Tricky section of the track here to get right. So easy to make a mistake into that turn 5. It can cost you time in the next 2-3 turns if you lose the momentum. Here again, line absolutely vital. Drivers know exactly what they've been told by Rui Marquez about track limits there. And it's not going to be nose to tail, it's going to be down to the 10th though this time around, with traffic ahead as well. It's the J-Lock Lamborghini.
Well, I think the traffic could be the defining factor here, especially this late stage of the race.
Cleaner run this time through the final turn, and it's going to be...
It's J-Lock.
It's 6/10 of a second. Harry Tinknell doing an Alonso there.
I think he's holding his head because he's concerned.
He's probably not even watching the race, he's probably watching some kind of HBO document, and I'm sure he isn't.
He'll turn on, it's a half-hour program. He'll turn on
They're going to catch the J-Lock car into turn 3-4.
Tricky GT traffic ahead,
yep.
J-Lock.
And it's not a great place to catch
them. Not an easy.
So, just a 10th or so taken there, but that's given Ben Barnicoat the opportunity. He's going to look up the inside. No room there, not quite close enough yet.
That's a little peak. Now, this is going to be tight, but he follows him round, and that's really close now.
Now, where is Kuba Shimoski? Holding that gap, 22.8 now, not closing on Roman Rusinov. 36 minutes to go. How much fuel do they have? They'll go deeper than the 40 minutes because we're in a full course yellow.
Yeah, that's right.
Not quite as neat and tidy as 40 minutes, 40 minutes, 40 minutes. So, when do these cars need to pit? The longer, of course, they can stay out, the shorter the time they'll be on pit lane. Still both of them go around for another go. Closer again this time. 6/10 of a second last time through. This time, 3/10 of a second. This time, it's doable with a bit of a lunge, is it? Not there. Put him under pressure, Ben Barnicoat thinks. But Roman Rusinov, wily old fox.
Yeah, I can expect him to be doing a lot of defending now.
Closing now on the LMP3 leader.
More traffic for them.
This time, different lines through. He's looking to see whether or not there's a chance of the cutback. Don't think that's going to be there for him. We go into the G-Drive Algarve Pro pit box. They've not cleared the 12 car yet. Doesn't want to catch him there with VMAX. He has caught him there, and that's delayed Ben Barnicoat. That was actually a great move from Roman Rusinov. That will have gathered him back a couple of tenths again. Caught him where he had enough grip to make the move. So he's still got tyres underneath that car. Barnicoat didn't have the room to do the same. So that's just pulled it back a little. Quick look. Will be a quick look back at what's going on in GT. Come Ledegar. Ozzie Negri Jr., Tim Slade. There, your 3-2-1 there. Colin Noble, meanwhile, is catching Neil Mustard for second. Not last time around, but steadily edging towards him. Again, different line through the corner here.
But this is going to be very close to point, back up to point 415 now.
But potentially
might have been because of that delay.
Significant. Kuba Shimoski is dropping time now to the leader. Close to about 21 seconds. It's dropping back now to 24.
Well, he's now lapping 2 seconds slower, I think probably by choice.
And absolutely the key thing now is, when do they pit? Have they got tyres? Will they use them? Again, Barnicoat better line this time. Is this going to be a better run through? Still traffic ahead, but I don't think they're going to catch it before turn 5. Doesn't look to me as if there's room to catch him here. It's one of the two Rick Ware cars. then the 36 car. 3 cars in title contention coming into this race are going to be together on track. Bit of a lock-up there for Barnicoat. Doesn't seem to have hurt the run through, though. If anything, he's closed in here. Rusanov knows this will be good enough. 34 minutes left. To clear up one outstanding matter, I am told that whatever was going on in race control for the 27, there is no penalty. But on the inside, goes for it, and he takes the lead. 33 minutes to go. Roman Rusanov not going to give that one up. He's got the inside line. He moves over on him. There was mild contact there. That was a very feisty move from Roman Rusanov.
What were you saying, Graham? Don't take any risks?
Roman Rusanov led across the line there by 9 thousandths of a second. So it was the tight line through from Ben Barnicoat. Barnicoat won't have liked that very much. I think we're going to see some feistiness now here. He tries to cut back this time. This time he's got a much better line through it, but he had to go across the curb and onto the grass, so loses traction there.
This is risky business.
Oh, good grief, this could end up any number of ways. What's all this doing to the pace of Kuba Shimoski? Still dropping a little time, not a lot, but tenths here and there count.
What's this doing
threat
to the team paddocks of Thunderhead Carlin drive for Algarve, because they are now glued to their screens, as we all are around the world.
30 minutes to go still.
And more traffic, that's LMP3 and
this time around the outside from Barnicoat. He's going to try and use the Ligier ahead as a pick. Not going to work there. He's putting Rusanov down under extreme pressure. Back down they come towards the start finish line. Up the inside this time. This time there's not quite as much of a launch, but he's got a better line through again. This time it's Barnicoat who has the chance to get up the inside. It looks to me as if the Orica's quicker down that start-finish straight. Has he got any room? No, he hasn't. Not got the straight line speed, not got the grip. Out comes the 51 car. From its latest, Daniel Serra has been sent for the last crack at this.
As we expected, we actually heard that from his interview with Nadia, that fast half hour's coming. Outside line now for Barnicoat.
Barnicoat likes this opportunity for the cutback. Now here's the question. Does he think that's his opportunity, or is the bluff involved here?
Yeah.
Lots of traffic coming now.
Yeah, this could be...
And significant traffic too. And it's
almost
the class leader in GT as well ahead. And that held up Rusanov. It's given Barnicoat the opportunity to get right on the tail with further traffic to come. It's T2 Motorsports Ferrari next. It's an opportunity here either side of the Ferrari. Up the inside, and it's going to be the lead there. Is it? No, it's not just either side of them. Fabulous stuff here. Up the inside again, and this time he manages to make the move. This time Barnicoat goes.
Well, he was lapping faster. He was lapping a good second faster. Now they're bang on 126, both of them. But what a move that was from Thunderhead.
But again, Rusanov hasn't given this one up. He'll try and harass the 45 car now into a... All he needs to do now is to stay exactly where he is on the rear end of the 45 Carlin car. The Thunderhead-sponsored Dallara. Jack Manchester. Harry Tinknell there in the foreground. Ben Barnicoat aboard the car. Again, putting him under pressure, and again. Oh, this is great stuff from this pair. Rusanov trying to force the error off the outside of the car guy, Ferrari. This time it's going to work Barnicoat's way. He gets the smoother line through, and he's actually got a gap from that.
Car guy just cut off the option of an outside line there. Left both of the top two on the inside. And yes, that played nicely into Thunderhead, who now look like they're just edging away a little.
Let's have a look back at where things are. Bit of a lock-up there from Ben Barnicoat. In GT, it's Tim Slade has a good lead from Com Ledegaard, the number 7 car guy. Ferrari, the Hub Auto Corsa 27 leads from Daniel Serra, who is 12 seconds back from the number 7 car. At the moment, as things stand, with 30 minutes to go, and with no other dramas on the table just now up the inside of the 36, it rightly gets out of the way of the title battle. Interesting moments to come here.
Vipanisa
And
again.
that's Roman Rusinov struggling to get by the LMP2 and car. Vipanisa, just the last car before, a clear track ahead of Ben Barnicoat. Now what happens?
What must be going through the mind of that number 36 Eurasia car? Of course, well off the pace.
Kuba Shimoski finds pace, 125 all of a sudden. So where is he now in relation to this battle? He was 24 seconds back the last time we saw him clear the line. What is it this time? He's coming towards the end of his lap, 24 seconds, but we're running out of time. It's 28.5 minutes to go. 24 seconds is the gap. Sorry, 22 seconds is the gap, because it's the gap not to the leader, but to the second place car. So he's closed on Rusinov by 3 seconds over the last 2 laps. And is quicker again this time. Fastest lap of the race and taking the lap record here into the 23s for Nick Cassidy. They're not going to win the race, but it's ultimate lap record for Nick Cassidy at the moment in the number 1 Eurasia Motorsport car.
Another new lap record in Buriram. Amazing. 2 in 1 day.
Colin Noble, by the way, right on the tail of Neil Muston for second place in LMP3, and they're both catching, by the way, or have been catching, David Fumanelli. He has a 30-second lead on the pair of them. Daniel Serra closing on Comledigar. Ah, that's pit stop for the 26. This is the first of the last of the throws of the dice. So let's watch what happens here. Key here is this fuel only? Have they got tyres? They've got tyres ready. A tyre there ready for the 26. Takes off the tear off on the windscreen. Drinks bottle, I think that was, for Roman Rusinov. They're ready for tyres. In comes, is that Kuba Shimoski?
Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
It's a third place car. So what have they got left in the locker here? Now, are they going to opt to take fuel only? Can they?
No, tyres are
I
coming
think
on.
it's left-hand tyres only here for this car. That looks like new tyres, new left-hand tyres for Roman Rusinov. That's all. That's all she wrote, and away goes Rusinov. So left-hand tyres only for the Aris. Waiting to see what Carlin can offer. 26 minutes remain.
And just to keep you updated with what's going on, that was a 1:07 pit stop for
Watching for what
G-Drive.
the Inter-Europol guys can offer. They're ticking up towards the minute now for their pit stop. Remember, the gap between the two was about 23 seconds. Still in the pits, gone over a minute now. Are they going to gain or lose time? The answer is lose time in the pits. They're not out of pit lane yet, and still ticking.
We're still expecting a stop in this number 45 car. A lot of support coming through on the comments live stream for this Thunderhead Carlin team.
It's a longer pit stop. We're over 1:30 now for the Inter-Europol car. What is going on in pit lane? Form 40. Problems for the 34 car. This was the car potentially that could have decided the title, and it's still on pit road. It's 2 minutes on pit road now. This is looking very, it's going in the garage. It's going into the garage. That looks like...
Absolutely shocking.
Looks like, with the Thunderhead Carlin guys ready. Thunderhead Carlin guys are ready for the final pit stop for this car. And this looks to me... No, not this time around. Will be next time around, I think, for the 45 car. It looks to me as if the 26 car, the final threat to their title hopes. With the number 8 car, Neil Muston's crew manager being called to race control. Second place car in LMP3 rather. That, I think, was the last on-track threat to
G-Drive.
G-Drive by Algarve.
Yep. So cruising their way now at 138 laps completed. Great strategy showed by G-Drive Racing by Algarve. Roman Rusinov just has to stay exactly where he is, and that title, and of course the LMP2 invite, will be going to them.
All of the luck here today has gone the way of Intereuropol.
And all of it, yes,
all of it
exactly.
bad.
That's it. All the good luck has gone to G-Drive, and all the bad luck definitely to
Well,
Intereuropol.
I think, you know, they've just run, they've run the race they came here to run. They knew where they needed to be. They knew where the threats were coming from.
Yeah.
One or two of those have evaporated in front of them, but they've run to the front. They've stayed at the front as long as they were able to. They've made it as tough as possible for this car, the 45, and they've watched the rest basically disappear in their mirrors. Great run from the Carlin guys. Fastest lap of his race, by the way, for Roman Rusinov last time around, a 1:25.131. In now comes the 45 car, slightly overcooks it on the pit in for Ben Bonnecote. And what is this going to be? Is this going to be fuel and tyres? We've got 23 minutes left. Is there life left? As one of the Carlin guys, a little trigger happy there. One of the Carlin guys gets ready. That sounds to me with the wheel gun ready. It's going to be tyres ready. It is. Used tyres though, for the lightly used tyres, but used tyres nonetheless. There's in come the 36 as well. Ben Bonnecote stays aboard, of course he does. Be less fuel, remember, for this car, so a slightly shorter fuel fill than the 26 car. They came in ahead.
Splash and dash, as you like to say.
And we wait for fuel to go in. Under 23 minutes to go. Watching the background there, that's Stuart Cox and the 26 crew watching this pit stop happen. He wants to know whether or not there's anything that might come into play later on. Watching like a hawk to see if there's anything that they can actually bring to the party. That was quick, that was neat. It was 1 minute and 7 seconds, remember, for the G-Drive Racing by Algarve.
52 seconds for Thunderhead Carlin.
No, not yet. They're
well,
not out.
once they come out, yeah, exactly. In addition, they're still talking. It is going to be about 103, I would have thought.
104.
104, yeah.
26 now clearing the line. It's about the length of the start-finish straight with the Carlin car on slightly colder tyres on the left-hand side and with Roman Rusinov fully up to speed. What else can this season chuck at us? We've said it before, I'll say it one last time. How many times, Jivan, have we said for the last 20 minutes of these races always seems to throw something into the mix?
Whether it is regulations, whether it is last-ditch charges, whether it is pit stop strategies, or whether it's all-out nose-to-tail racing, the Asian Le Mans Series has always delivered in the last half hour, an hour.
Let's go through the options that's still on the table. LMP3 and we know has gone the way of the 52 car. They sit second. Guy Cosmo, 8th position overall, by the way. It's a very solid run for the 25 crew. GT, Comledegar leads for Car Guy. No, he doesn't. Apologies. Tim Slade leads for Hub Auto Corsa. That was exciting moment.
That was going to be a huge moment.
The 27 car is on the way to the title without any dramas at the moment on the table for that car. Daniel Serra, by the way, closing on Comledegar for second in the order. Has just put in the fastest lap of that car's race, 1:34.685. In LMP3, David Romanelli is doing all he can do to aid and abet run to the title. Possibility for them a 12 car, but with the dramas that affected the championship leading 13, that at the moment sits in the hands of what is now the second place car. Colin Noble has gone by, Neil Mustard is driving away from the Graf car. Colin Noble in the 2 car, he and Tony Wells on the way to a title win, whether or not that car finishes second or manages to find a way up the order to finish first. They need to finish the race. In LMP2 and for the overall title, at the moment the race lead, 7 seconds to the good, is Ben Bonnecote on his out lap. And now onto his first flying lap from his final stop. 7 seconds to the good over the line last time around. They, at the moment, putting themselves very much in title contention, but that all relies now on whether or not
Bit
the
of
26
contact
car,
now.
and which car is that?
That's
is that the 2 or the 3?
That's the P2M. That's the P2M.
No, it's one of the Nielsen cars. That is one of the Nielsen cars. It's the 2 or the 3?
It's the 3.
It's the 3.
It's the 3.
It's not the title contending car.
Again, that's the same car.
Rob Hodes, yellow flag at turn 5. He's got it going. Well done, Rob. We will not go to full course yellow. But that was contact, I think.
It was knocked by a GT.
So the key point here is for the Thunderhead Carlin Delara to take the title. This car on the left, the 26 car from G-Drive Racing by Algarve Pro, would need to finish somewhere lower than second. moment, with under 20 minutes to go, that is not the way the script was worded. What we've got in the background there, by the way, is the 27 car with Daniel Serra looking to unlap himself from Tim Slade.
And it is an interesting situation in GT because, of course, coming into this, Car Guy on 46 points, Hub Auto on 46 points. Car Guy sitting at the bottom of the class for most of this race, up into second, but the points differential just isn't going to be enough because they're both on 46. So Hub Auto, by the narrowest, by a points margin, by basically first and second, are going to be taking this title as it stands now.
As it stands as well at the moment, we're in a strange position where two cars that are set to finish second are going to win the titles.
Yeah.
A 1 second stop and go penalty for car 8, insufficient pit stop time. That is what we said a little earlier, these timed pit stops, a minimum pit stop time. It is a safety matter for the teams to make sure they can go through their work without the rush that sometimes inexperienced teams can find problems with. That will not, I don't think, cost the Graf car a podium position. It's the second stop and hold they've had.
Wow.
50 seconds.
That's right, yeah.
Pit lane speeding. But it is another ace in the hole, if you like, for the number 2 Colin Noble and Tony Wells squad, as that drops that car back off their title challenge. There is Roman Rusinov, head of the Car Guy number 7. That, by the way, is the gap for second to third. It's the length of the pit straight between Colm Ledegar and Daniel Serra. With the 27 car between the two, a lap up.
Great shot there, just to see the difference in size between the LMP2 and the GT. Well, Ferrari looking very big. That's the 18 Endurable, the only Endurable car that came back, really.
Well, so many dramas, so many permutations. It comes down to a simple truth. Can Roman Rusinov bring this to the line, and can he do so in second place? He's got just 17 minutes and a lap to do so. 36 car we saw just a moment ago was in the mix. That dropped back. Looks as if they might get somewhere into the mix, as the leading car in LMP3 team manager is called to race control.
Well, we were just talking about post-race and end-of-race decisions that change the nature of things, and it doesn't get more important than that, really, does it?
You know, it's championship winning day here. Ace 1 Valour Corsa came here needing to win, and for the 3 cars ahead of them, not to finish.
And
two of them
are out.
Aren't
just good enough.
Finish. It's the Colin Noble car, but they've done all they can. So what is pending there? It's unlikely to be a hearty handshake, I can tell you that.
Well, I was just thinking that if it was just to say thanks for taking part this season, but that's not what race control does.
It's all you did in turn 3 there. That was quite impressive. It's not that, is it?
It was good stuff. I love the colour of your car as well. It's fantastic. No, it's not going to be that. And of course, Colin Noble being in second spot in that class means that it's pretty much game over anyway.
If they get any kind of penalty other than a time penalty, then that gives the potential for the number 2 car potentially becoming back to take the title with a win.
Yeah, which is perfect to them. Weekend. Yeah, that's going to make it a perfect weekend. I think that's what we're looking for now. Perfect weekends for what is left in the 15 minutes of the season. If Thunderhead Carlin can take this win, they'll be happy with that. They knew about the problems that they had earlier on in the season, which is probably now, as I said, if that decision hadn't gone their way, Ben Barnicoat, ironically, was the driver that was in the car for too long, was it? It was too long.
Yes.
Yeah. If they got those 25 points...
Technically, Harry Tinkler wasn't in the car for long enough.
Okay.
Ben's drive time didn't break a regulation. The lack of driving time for Harry did. So
if they'd got those 25 points, then this car that we're watching on the screen now would already be champions. And that is how close it can come down, because it was just a matter of minutes.
It was 7 minutes.
It was 7 minutes that essentially is decided where Thunderhead will end up. And they, I'm sure, are resigned to that, have come to terms with that. So for them, it's going out with a bang to know that the team has worked really well, and a win here for them, maybe not winning the championship, will still be good enough.
Whatever, this is a massive, massive step forward for this team, for the Carlin sports car racing team, because this is not an area of the sport that Carlin, they've been just about everywhere else in motorsport, but not in endurance racing, and in particular for Jack Manchester, who again put in a couple of very impressive stints, soaked up pressure, made no errors, and set up the opportunity for his more experienced teammates, Harry Tinklon here, Ben Barnicoat. Again, looks like someone's put a rat in his pyjamas, doesn't it, really?
Because he's now caught that J-Lock car twice, if I remember.
At the end of the day, you know, his pace has been stellar in this car all season. And I think he's announcing his arrival on the international sports car racing scene through this effort. I think we're going to see this same trio again in the European Le Mans Series. Interesting to see how competitive the Dallara is against that opposition. It's certainly been one to watch here throughout the season. It's a 1 second stop and go for car 8. And cars 3 and 27 are under investigation. That was the other thing. That was the car that turns around Rob Hodes.
That's right, yeah.
Is that going to be something that but he's got a lap gap to, well, that is the championship leading Ferrari.
I knew it was a GT. I knew it was, it actually looked like one of the Ferraris. I didn't think it was the championship leading Ferrari, but it is.
Yes,
so
again.
Tim Slade, Hub Auto Corsa in 27, means that the GT championship is now under the microscope.
Rather, well, black and white flag for car 12 for driving standards. That is the Ace 1 for Villorba Corsa. That will be as much as they get for their trip to race control. Right. Will be that one done. So it looks like their race lead at the moment is under threat, but bottled up behind them, it's this gaggle of GT cars. There is the Hub Auto car with an investigation underway for the incident we saw that sent Rob Hodes around. Still got Daniel Serra behind him, looking to unlap himself from the race leader. 51 is not going to win this race. There's a bit of pride at stake here. Tim Slade's been very impressive in terms of pace, but is that moment going to cost him dear? It would have to cost him a lap, effectively, whatever's coming his way. Whether or not that would be a drive-through will not cut it. Here we go. And is move underway on track. That was prototype coming through. Daniel Serra still not through on Tim Slade to retake the lap. 1:24.534. Closing in on Ben Barnicoat again, but it's not going to be a race here. I think there's going to be one on pace at this stage. Crucially, Rusanov not under pressure from behind for that second place, which would be enough to secure the championship.
What a great run from Ace 1 Villorba, though. As I said, they really have ended the season regardless of whatever happens here. Yeah, I mean, but they started Shanghai well, they led well, they kind of took a dip, the Bend and Sepang, of course, but now have really shown their worth by coming in. The teams come together, the driver combination has been fantastic, and they've essentially led. They led hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, all three of them. Las Garatos,
Trubinelli and
or just having a look down here. I don't know why I'm just looking at the back of that screen. Sorry about that.
Long pit stop, still in the workhorse, I'm afraid, for the 34 car. Looks as if they could get involved in this, but that's, I'm afraid, he's long gone.
And how can we, of course, forget Alessandro Bressan? That was the first one that came out. Those three drivers have really put in a good show for Ace 1 Villorba.
The 25 car will, by the look of things, take the win this time out for LMP2 out, 8th overall and ahead of the LMP3 pack. David Fumanelli is, what is he there? He is, well, 28 seconds ahead of Colin Noble. Doesn't look at risk of losing that. But Colin Noble would be more concerned not with which step he's going to be on the podium, which trophy he picks up this evening at the ceremony where our champions will be rewarded.
That's right, the post-season awards ceremony happens every year. This tight-knit family at the Asian Le Mans Series.
It's where the biggest traffic problem is going to be for all these team members.
Well, how about that?
First
going
bit.
wide.
He's just getting out of the way there. I think that's 33 car he knew, with 9 minutes and 17 seconds to go as Roman Rusinov crosses the line.
And still now,
apologies, but Ben Barnicut crosses the line.
In these last 10 minutes, it really is about reliability, and we're saying that because we've seen cars.
I sort of don't want to say a word about it right now.
I didn't want to say it either, but we have to inform the people, Graham. We have to.
As things stand once more, this car, 27 Hub Auto Corsa car, in the hands of Tim Slade right now, with an investigation underway into contact.
Because of that
see
contact.
whose fault that was.
Well, it looked like it was Tim's, actually. I have to be completely honest. I did catch it.
But I cannot see a penalty coming his way that's going to cost them a lap.
It was an odd camera angle. It was that camera into turns 5. It was just into the middle part of the... No further action, just as we're talking about it. It was at turn 5.
Yeah.
But an accident, complete accident.
So 27 look to be on their way to a race win and the title for Hub Auto Corsa. The Ferrari, what a season they've had. This is the second place car and almost a lap down. This is the Car Guy car, look like ceding their title to another Ferrari team. There's the car in the background, the white car, then the red is the car that's lying third in the order.
Of course, Car Guy last year didn't have any other Ferraris to fight against. It was a lot of BMWs, Aston Martins, I remember.
Yeah, it's not been there for J-Lock today, has it? They've
No,
not really
not at
featured
all.
in this
You're
battle.
right, that's right. It's a good point bringing that up. J-Lock, of course, have they served their penalty? They had their 10-second penalty that was
All
added.
gone, but you know, we're not going to have to find the answer to the question. What car does the Japanese Lamborghini Owners Club race at Le Mans if you can't race with Lamborghini, because you can't at the moment?
That would have been an interesting article. It's an interesting clickable article on all devices and laptops.
But it looks like it's going to be a Ferrari to take the title. Early departure from the title battle from the D-Station Racing team. T2 had early problems. That dropped them down the order. They're out of it. J-Lock, 7 minutes to go. You've got to say now, short of an act of God, nothing's going to stop a Ferrari from winning the title.
Why do you say it? I don't understand why you say it.
And here we've got the two competitors for the brightest yellow car.
That looks good coming around that corner. A bit close at the back. But Car Guy, I said, this Ferrari 488 has made such an impact on the series. In fact, generally, in racing terms, it's such a beautiful car that is set up, and yet more success coming its way with Hub Auto this time.
12 car, by the way, leading LMP3, 8th position overall. And the leading GT car now, with the continued plummet down the order for the 34 car, is up into 11th overall.
Wow.
So
no, still a few changes right at the end.
So the two class leaders in this shot. First car through is our LMP3 leader. In fact, 3 class leaders, because just tucked in behind was the Dallara, then the 27. So 3 major championship contending leaders here, but not the 3 championship winners if things stay as they are for the next 6 minutes or so, because that is going to go. There we go, that's the overall race leader from the LMP3 leader. But neither of those cars look set at the moment to take their relative championships. It's the second place cars in both battles that at the moment look like they're going to be the championship winners. Can't get away, though, from what has been resurgent form from this team. Thunder Carlin could not cut a break in the European Le Mans Series this year. But they've rode their luck, and they've had a bit of bad luck as well.
But the team came together. As I said at the top of the program, it's great to hear each of the drivers come out, and the first thing that they say in their interviews is thanks to the team, the way they put it together. They really addressed the situation that they were coming through, and they ringed the changes, and they made creative solutions to get themselves up here.
14 seconds is the gap, and it looks like staying roughly that kind of mark. David Fuminelli, ahead of Colin Noble. What's that gap looking like? It's certainly 30 seconds or so, but Colin won't be worried about that. GT, Tim Slade cruising to this one. A lap gap to his championship rivals, and has held that beautifully. Car guy have just not been able to get away from the two cars behind. So at the moment, the shot we just saw with car guy, they're second, the red car there is third. It's the white car that sits in between the two that leads the race and leads the championship provisionally. And that provisional status gets closer and closer to becoming something permanent, something in the record books. And Barnicoat pushing, goes past that brake car again.
Nice and easy here.
Still Mustard, by the way, heading for a podium.
That is great for
the number 8 Graf car. It's been a rotten day for them as well, with their championship contending car crashing out.
That's true. It really has been about the numbers, whether it was a number 2 or number 3 Nielsen, or whether it was a number 8 or number 9 Graf. Both.
Lest we forget, by the way, Sean Tong sits in a podium position, and I think that would be the first podium for the Keita Uchino Racing team.
Deserved. Absolutely deserved.
He is being caught at the moment by Nick Cassidy, but there's just no time left. 4 seconds quicker last time around for Nick Cassidy.
That's right. There is Colin, eagerly waiting the arrival of this car. This car has taken poles to great joy, of course. And let's not forget, there was the win in Sepang as well. So really, they started off with a couple of third places. They had that pole at the bend, then the win in Sepang, and it's going to be another win. So even though they didn't take the championship, it is an incredible performance.
As things stand, last time out at Sepang, just last week, this car took the second ever race win
for the Dallara chassis, right?
The Dallara chassis in LMP2 form, and this looks like being the third. Very unusual to see back-to-back wins from an LMP2 team.
I'm sure they'll get an email or maybe even a gold plate from Dallara for that. We'll send it to them in the mail.
They don't want to put it in the car though, because it's just extra weight. Maybe a really thin gold plate. Here comes Roman Rusinov. This is the run to the title, 2 minutes on the clock. There's the Keita Uchino Racing car, by the way, behind. They're 2 laps back. But on course for a podium. Serra looks to be holding station. Kubash Kimosby, by the way, has just come out the pits, 23 minutes. Ruined their race, I'm afraid, whatever that problem was.
Not really in contention anymore. In fact, he's about, it looks like about 15 laps behind, which is now a situation that affects a lot of people. Only Thunderhead Carlin and G-Drive on 154 laps. And Sean Tong, of course, in third and on a podium, but he's 2 laps back as well. So it really is very much a situation of not just 4 races for the classes, but a number of different races is happening. And that really is a result of this wonderful track at Buriram, because it is smaller, flatter, faster, and it's really kept a nice congestion of cars throughout over the last 4 hours, has to be said. Wonderful to watch as the neutral.
Yep.
And for these guys who are more than neutral, they're actually highly invested. It's been avid viewing.
Yeah, Harry Tinknell there, keeping a watching brief. Nervous moments for any team, watching just the ticking seconds too.
We've all seen too many motorsport races with cars grinding to a halt.
Uh, 15 seconds on the clock, but it's 4 hours and 1 lap. It's been impressive
so
from Carlin team, the Thunderhead-backed efforts. Great looking livery on that car.
Such a shame for that number 36 Eurasia Motorsport. One of the big questions we had during qualifying this weekend was what would be the outcome of that car. 3 seconds to its name and a lot of poles as well. A lot of great qualifying. That's very wide from J-Lock.
That's the J-Lock car. I'd seen the leader coming. Seen that a number of times today.
Yeah. I don't know if it's down to the actual Lamborghini itself.
Dusty.
Yeah, it could be the dusty track.
Just off onto the dirty stuff and the grip disappears. So this is going to be coming down to start what will be the final lap. Last lap now, and just a minute and just under 30 seconds left for the season. Watch for Roman Rusinov and his final lap. He's come through safely and he's on his final lap now. All he has to do to complete this race, the championship run, is to finish the lap that Ben Barnicoat is some considerable way up the road for now. 18 seconds to the good. Just watching is any dramas for anybody else further down. Doesn't look as if there are. So as they come around, it's time to say to this crew, well done, Thunderhead Carlin. Well done with the Dallara Gibson combo. Well done to Harry Tinknell. Well done, Ben Barnicoat, who I think has been the gun in this team this year. And well done in particular to Jack Manchester. It's all about preparing this young man to launch onto the international scene, and they're going to do so with a season that will not win them a championship without last moments of drama, but will bring them home with 2 race wins. And the second of them comes here at the 4 Hours of Buriram. Thunderhead Carlin, the Dallara, with a wiggle off the final curb, take the win, and we'll be delighted with that.
And there is the joy
that's
from
the delight.
Jack Manchester and Harry Tinknell.
That's all they can do. Now we wait. Now we wait for the championship-winning car, and there it is. They come across the line, and that is the championship goes the way of the G-Drive by Algarve, Aurus 01. Roman Rusinov, James French, Leonard Hergenboom did what they had to do, 17 seconds, crossing the line to go third on the podium. Sean Tong and Haruka Kurosawa, K2 Uchino Racing, they finished the race. Ace 1 Valorba Corsa take the win, but not the championship in LMP3. Also home in third is the Graf number 8 car. GT goes the way, the race and the championship with Hub Auto Corsa. We're just waiting for one final championship winner to come. It's going to be in about 5 seconds' time. Here comes Colin Noble, winning LMP3. There he goes in the distance there. That's the 2 car, the Nielsen car. And through 2 comes the 52 car to secure their championship winning season. Quite a day in the sunshine here. 45 wins the race, 26 wins the championship, and the automatic entry for Le Mans. Ace 1 Valorba Corsa win the race, but number 2's Nielsen Racing effort, Colin Noble and Tony Wells, Nielsen Racing take the championship and their auto entry. Tim Slade brings home the Hub Auto Corsa effort, the 27 Ferrari with Liam Talbot.
It is fantastic stuff here at the Buriram International Circuit as we look at the victory lap from that beautiful Dallara. The door is open. We just saw the mechanics, of course, and his teammates celebrating.
You see how dusty it was there?
Yeah,
that's why we were seeing so many of these cars slip wide. That's what caused the issue for the Graf car. Went wide, I think, just almost out of courtesy, and found no grip. And unfortunately, when the power went down,
hit the marbles and then hit the barrier.
Hit the marbles and the car had gone. So Ben Barnicoat will be delighted with the win, disappointed with the championship results. They will look back and regret some of it.
Yeah, I guess.
But I think they'll find smiles here.
I think more joy than disappointment. I think they would have known that, as you said, it's a learning curve for them, and that 7 minutes was what defined their championship.
Highly unusually, by the way, the podium here at Buriram is not the main side, it's actually on the infield. So you'll see the top 3 cars come, there you go, to the line waiting for them. Podium is over to our right there. There is the number 26 car, there is the number 96 car. So you'll see Roman Rusinov cut left, you'll see Chanton cut right.
What a great shot that is.
That is an elated
look at them.
Thunderhead
Absolutely.
team.
There you go.
strongly suspect you're going to see a show of emotion from Rusinov as well in taking the championship. Let's celebrate the race win first. They'll be delighted with that. Has to stand on the car, by the way, to be as tall as Jack Manchester.
I was just about to say. Fantastic stuff from all three of them. They really picked up their season. Harry Dignall with the last words to Ben Barnicoat, who really ruled this.
I think he's just off to actually congratulate.
Track.
He is, Roman Rusinov. That's James French there by the side of the car. Leonard Hergenboom on top of the car. But they've just got across sportingly to say their congratulations to the winning crew, the championship winning crew, second today.
The first shot of the championship winning crew. And you can imagine.
Rusinov wears his helmet everywhere, by the way. Never takes it off.
It's nice. It's got the blue tint on the visor and everything.
James French with the cap. Leonard Hergenboom on the side of the car. Russian flag. Carries the Russian flag with him everywhere as well in the pocket.
I suppose it's not that much weight to carry the car.
Absolutely.
So, as you can see, now K2 Achino just in the back of your screen there, Sean Tong.
That was
fantastic.
Congratulations, ACO President Pierre Fion, as the much prized Michelin winners' caps go aboard.
Tested. Mike.
As we look at all of the team members. See some of the car guy team there as well. No longer champions, of course. Now everything's finished.
That will go to Hub Auto Corsa.
As the cars make their way, the rest of the cars make their way into the pit lane. And this. Now let's talk to the winners with Nadia.
The winners of 4 hours of Buriram. Of course, we have to speak to Ben Barnicoat. You're all right? You catch your breath already? How was that? Congratulations.
Firstly, thank you very much. You know, I have to say a big thanks to both my teammates. Harry and Jack did a great job. Jack nailed the start. Harry did what he could. We were a bit unlucky with the full cushion in the middle, but I went out with a mission and was able to hunt Roman down and get the win back. You know, we did absolutely everything we could and just fell 1 point shy of the championship. So it's one of them. Super happy to win the race, but gutted that we came so close. Still very happy. It was a great race and a great way to finish this championship and head into Europe.
Fantastic. Now, maybe we can hear from one or two of you. Any special mention to whoever that have sort of contributed to this win?
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the Carlin Thunderhead, the 45 team. I mean, we've come so far as a team this season. You know, this championship has been such a great, place to learn and improve. And hopefully we carry the momentum that we've taken here and take it into Europe. But yeah, I mean, thanks to Thunderhead and Carlin, they've just done such an amazing job for us. And we're sorry we couldn't get them the championship, but credit to G-Drive and Algarve. They did a great job all season, and deserving champions.
Fantastic. Well said, boys. Congratulations. It was still a fantastic season from Thunderhead Carlin Racing. So there you have it. The three boys that drove in #1 at 4 hours of Buriram.
Well, as we were saying, Graham, once again, a lot of praise for the team. And they were, quote, gutted that they couldn't get the championship.
Just looking by Bibendum there, you can see the gentleman with, how can we put this, a paucity of hair action. That's Ricky Taylor. Not that one, but Ricky Taylor is the team manager at Thunderhead Carlin. Had a terrible day after losing that win at the Bend, but he's had a couple of good days since then. They'll be delighted with that. There's a message here, I guess, for the rest of the endurance racing world.
Fraternity,
this is a place that if you've had not the best of seasons, you can come and learn, you can come and build, you can come and win something here and add something to those programs. And you see it in Jack Manchester's face. He's, after what was a really difficult European season, to then come here and be in contention for a championship win to the very end and take race wins home is a massive fillip, a massive boost for any young team. And I hope they'll come on and actually build on these successes.
So with all three cars parked on that home straight, let's have a look at the full results.
Thunderhead Carlin Racing take the race win, the 45 Dallara, but it's the 26 car that took second place here, 17.7 seconds back. They take the title. Third on the road and a deserved first podium in LMP2 for K2 Achino Racing in the mix at Sepang on the podium here. After that, it was a tale of what might have been for Eurasia and into Europol. Rickware Racing's other car, the 25 car, takes the win in LMP2 AM, 7th overall. Then the LMP3, similar picture, Ace 1 Valorba Corsa in title contention coming here. They won on the road after the dramas for a number of title contenders, the 9 Graf car and the 13. But Nielsen Racing in second place here take the title. In GT, all 6 cars in the order were in title contention coming into today. Again, a couple of cars fell foul of early problems. It turned into an all-Ferrari effort, and it was a dominant run from Hub Auto Corsa. The 27 Ferrari takes the win and the title in this, the final round of the 2019-2020 Asia Le Mans Series. 4 teams that will be getting not just the trophies, but also an automatic invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June of this year. And that's one of the biggest prizes in motorsport.
Well, that's what, of course, it was all about. This was the business end of the season, and now those invites have all been given out. Of course, for Rickware Racing, it was, even with the LMP2 title already secured, they didn't have the easiest of races this time around, did they?
It's not been easy. You know, we were talking about, you know, the fact that that is a class that I'm afraid we lost a couple of contenders. The best wishes to both of the teams that couldn't finish the season.
RLR, M Sport, and ARC Bratislava.
Indeed. But beyond that, there was trials and tribulations for just about every team there. Nobody had an absolutely terrible time this year.
No.
You know, there were results for just about every team on the grid, and certainly cars and drivers in contention. But there's going to be a lot of mentions for a lot of, you know, real excellent performances out there. The Thunderhead Carlin guys have shown what they've got. The G-Drive Algarve Pro guys, both in the car and on pit wall and in the garage, faultlessly prepared. We wondered before today whether or not there was a problem with that car. No. All strategic, all about preparation, and huge kudos, by the way, to Sam and Stuart Cox and their merry band of, you know, travelling minstrels for their efforts in support of the G-Drive Algarve effort to take the championship. Kudos too to a team that perhaps didn't have the best of times. Into Europol, didn't come away with the results that they wanted, but brought a fantastic 4-car effort here. Hugely appreciated. They'll take that same cabal of cars to Europe this year.
Well, as you said, lots and lots of incidents that have happened over the 4 hours. Probably Into Europol was the team that were hit the most, but a lot of the incidents that have happened. Let's have a look back now at the full 4 hours of Buriram.
4 more hours of memories to build in the sunshine at Buriram in Thailand. And as the lights went green, Jack Manchester aboard the 45 Dallara was left to defend from a snapping pack of P2s behind. He did that well. And whilst in the GT class, it was a battle between the brands. Aston Martin first out of the running. You can see why. Damage and cooling couldn't loss, costing us the Vantage efforts. 27 car went to the front. Hub Auto Corsa did it early after dealing with the threat from the 51 car. Daniel Serra was in the mix, but the 27 car would take the win and the title. The best way to take a title is by taking the win at the last race of the season. They did just that in the 27 Ferrari. Trouble for the number 18 Into Europol LMP3 car. Number 8 car would come home with a very strong finish on the podium after 2 penalties. Number 12 car, Ace 1 Valorba Corsa, won it from the front. An excellent showing from the Italian team with the help of Greek driver Andreas Laskaratos. But it was the title, not the win, the title for the number 2 Nielsen Racing crew in the Norma. J-Lock came into the effort today leading the points. It's the 52 title-winning LMP2 AM car. Had a bit of a spin, but will take the title. Title contender 2 at that point. The number 9 Graf Racing car ended its race in the barrier. 26 car. Roman Rusinov, James French and Leonard Hergenboom knew what they needed to do. The win would have sealed it for them. The second would be enough. The other title contending car coming in, I'm afraid ended its run with a run through the gravel. 25 car would take the LMP2 AM class. 26 would be left to fend off the closer and closer attentions of a car, the 45, that needed to win to take the title, but needed the 26 not to finish second to seal it. Ben Barnicoat was left with a run to the flag, and an aggressive and impressive run it was too. A little bit of contact, a little bit of rubbing between Barnicoat and Rusinov kept us on the edge of our seats for the final half an hour. It wasn't long before Barnicoat found their way through, not without Rusinov having a final say. But the Englishman would take the all-English crude Dallara away at the end, but not by enough to seal the title, because no one else was left in contention. It was a wiggle across the final curve for Barnicoat, and a salute to the team on the pit wall. They take the win here, 17 seconds further back down the road, as Jack Manchester and Harry Tinknell celebrated in the garage. It would be Roman Rusinov that would bring home the 26 car to the championship win. Second on the road, first in the championship standings. There'll be smiles again for the Brits in the 45 to win the race.
Outstanding race here in Thailand, and it was great to look at all of it again. And I think that what we will of course be getting to the podiums. Just a few of those incidents we will be talking about soon, but let's get down to the podium right now, because I think our winners are just about ready. There they are. So Nadia on second duties. And this, as you said, a different podium at Buriram.
It is very much. I've done the podium presentation. It's a very different feel in the open in front of the grandstands.
It's right in the
all
track,
the teams.
isn't
It is indeed. And Nadia about to announce the first of our podiums.
Oh, it's Haruki Kurosawa.
It's
K2 Chino Racing,
podium.
Deserved podium.
Absolutely. Great news for this team. Great news for Japanese racing. The first LMP2 podium for a Japanese flagged team in the new LMP2 class.
What a performance from Sean Tong. Really put it
great stuff. Haruki Kurosawa showing his veteran status. Sean Tong proving a real fall for this one.
And
second,
here they are.
Yeah, this is our championship winners. Roman Rusinov. This is Leonard Hergenboom first on the podium. In second place, then, with his Russian flag around his shoulders, Roman Rusinov and James French, multinational efforts. But the overall winners today will be Thunderhead Carlin.
There they are.
There's Ben Barnicoat.
To use the English term, gutted they couldn't get the championship.
Then
but very happy
Tinknell
with the win.
and Jack Manchester. They should be correctly delighted with that effort. Race engineer will take pride of place for the team, and the team win to our left, their right. And it is Pierre Fillon, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the organisers of the Le Mans 24 Hours, the Asian Le Mans Series, the European Le Mans Series.
All those great
the FI World
racing series.
Endurance Championship. And Pierre will be awarding those trophies and will be delighted to do so in these circumstances. He knows how important this championship is becoming across the world of endurance racing.
And has made a number of appearances as well.
Absolutely. It was working out, by the way, across the teams here, something like, it's well into double figures for Le Mans entries that are being asked for this year, and a similar number of Road to Le Mans entries, the support category at the Le Mans 24 Hours. This is really significant now in the world of endurance racing.
A growing and maturing championship.
Without a doubt, and great too, as we said, as the champagne starts to flow.
Probably the most recognisable scene in motorsports.
Absolutely, and that came first at Le Mans.
Leads to a lot of washing bills for racing suits.
Jack Manchester struggling with the cork. Fine.
But you see how he's got an elevated
what it is,
attack.
it's, Jack is more used to putting vinegar on his chips than he is for the champagne. But doing a pretty good job of it in any case. But well done, Jack. Great stuff on a podium. Good to see a happy podium. And why shouldn't it be? Race winners again. Second time race winners for Thunderhead Carlin. Champions with the 26 crew from G-Drive. Algarve, and first-time podium sitters in this championship for the K2 Achino pair. So a happy podium, and that's great to see.
A quick question, though. Of course, one of the teams that we have been talking about running up to today, which wasn't on that podium, that would have been watching that podium, Eurasia Motorsport.
Yeah, you know what? They came here and they showed well. Both their cars looked absolutely magnificent all season. The number 1 car had absolutely no luck. Brought some stardust to it with the likes of Nick Cassidy and Schengen van Gisbergen. Showed pace in the 36, but ultimately the luck deserted them. Nick Foster knew he had to push to get back into the running.
And that's why that car ended up at turn 8.
It's an excellent example, that moment for Nick, of just the margins and the consequences of actually getting over that indefinable line. But we're going to be back to the podium for the next podium ceremony. But yeah, great stuff by both Inter-Europol and Eurasia for being a massively entertaining supporting class. This is the LMP2 AM class podium. This is Gustas Krimbergus in the white overalls, Cody Ware in the black overalls.
One of these drivers, 16 years old. You're going to have to pick which one.
He's got, well, it's
17 now.
He'll be 17 in a couple of weeks' time. So happy birthday for a couple of weeks' time, Gustas. But they've taken the title. Anthony Lazaro, Phil Mulacek, Guy Cosmo take the win in the 25 car. Guy will be delighted with that. Moves
Guy
on now.
always smiling, but properly smiling today.
Moves on to an effort with Bentley in the GT Race Championship in America. Antonio Ferrari for Rick Ware Racing. Team principal, of course, of Euro International, and he is on the podium as the winning team.
There's our VIPs getting those trophies out as well. They've had to wait for this trophy, of course. It was effectively won in Sepang. Really good situation for Rick Ware Racing.
ACO board member is handing out the trophies there, and again, delighted to do so. That's what it's all about. It's spreading the wings of international sports car racing. You look across that, it's a NASCAR team that takes it, with an Italian team supporting it, with a Lithuanian, American, 2 American drivers, 3 American drivers.
Doesn't get more international than that, does it, really?
It's great to see, and I'm sure we're going to see some different names again when this team gets to Le Mans with their automatic entry for the LMP2 AM class. And by the way, goodbye and thanks for all you've done. That fantastic generation of previous LMP2 cars.
That's right. That is now done and dusted. Something that has been hanging. Really, I suppose it's just another historical moment for this season. But if you think back now, looking especially talking about P2M before we get to the P3 podium, the amount of troubles that Rick Ware had in Shanghai getting their cars out there. I remember both of us actually talking to them as well. How quickly things can change in the Asian Le Mans series. They were of course gifted by some unfortunate situations for the other two.
It was basically logistical problems meant they couldn't get the cars on track. They didn't have either car before we got to the race, and only one of them made the race. We're back to our third podium.
This will be P3.
P3. And again, happy faces, I hope. There should be, because we've got a first time on the podium here for the third place crew. Mathieu Kaiser and Manu, I think, has stood on the podium here before with the Ginetta overall still, and that's Neil Muston, Aussie driver. Second place, and should be delighted, our champions Tony Wells and Colin Noble.
Did exactly what they said they were going to do. Stick to the game plan.
Absolutely, pushed very hard. Didn't look like it was going to come their way, did it, at the start of the race, but all of a sudden things turned around. And our race winners, and deservedly so, Ace 1, Valoba Corsa.
And this really is more of a coming full circle for Ace 1 Valoba.
And that is Alessandro Bressan, David Fumanelli, and the big man that is
Andreas Lascaratos.
Okay, and they found a combination that worked, didn't they? And Ligier take the final race of the season.
That's how it ended up, between that Norma-Ligier rivalry, even though Norma were dominating qualifying.
Sad for the 13 crew. That's a horrible way to lose the championship, but
it is.
You know what?
Well, we'll talk about that, in a second.
The Nielsen guys have pushed hard through the season. So have Ace 1. They take a race win, they'll be happy with that. But Nielsen Racing deserve this one, deserve the title. Tony Wells, his usual kind of wry look. Colin Noble. Smile doesn't come easily for Colin. He'll be soaking this one up, and I'm sure there'll be smiles afterwards.
If there's any time to smile, it would be now.
Well, either that or when I ask him how he's feeling, but we'll see. But pole position for him yesterday in dominant form. And that is another happy podium.
So really, Graph Racing have at least something to take away from this.
You watch the more experienced guys. You just give the bottle a bit of a bang on the floor before they go for it.
That's when you've done a lot of winning. And you
Tony
know exactly
Wells
how
has
to
won
do
a
it.
few races in his life. This is not his first rodeo, I should tell you that. Not part of their youth squad, I should tell you.
And I think as we're going through these classes, we have to say into Europol, that Martin Hipper, how would he have been feeling when that car ground to a halt at the side of the track? Such a reliable driver as well.
Desperate. And as an engineer by trade, desperate, because I'm sure he would have known that there were problems there that were going to be.
Remember, we had Nigel Moore as well in the pits. There were some frenetic scenes from that into Europol pit.
It's you know what? It doesn't matter. We shouldn't have favourites. We don't have favourites in terms of those. But no one likes to see a race go that way, and certainly not a championship go that way. And that's an effort that's been
conceding a title, of course,
so consistent. And you know, a team that's been really at the fore of LMP3 racing in Europe and in Asia, losing out in that fashion.
And
After losing out for the European title as well, right at the death, to completely different circumstances.
It was a string of podiums that car had, like an unbelievable record as well. So a bit of a shock there, and that probably helped Ace One Villobra a lot. Just one last word about LMP3. I think that, actually, no, let's just get straight to the GT podium. That's just started.
51, Spinner Race Group third. So it's Francesco Pianovenetti. It is Ozzy Negri Jr. in the middle, Daniel Serra, our Ferrari factory driver super sub here.
How fast was Daniel Serra?
Kimura-san and Comla Degar and Mikkel Jensen come home second. Great run from the pro drivers, the two of them.
Former champions
race.
now.
But our winners and champions, that is going to go the way of the Hub Auto Corsa trio.
Great
that
stuff.
Is Tim Slade, Marcus Gomez and Liam Talbot.
All three of them put in very good runs.
Tim, the fully bearded man. Marcus Gomez, the non-bearded man. Tim Slade, the partially bearded man.
I'm sure that's how you have differentiated them when you see them. Great from all three crews, and interesting to see complete Ferrari lineup, 1, 2, and 3.
Great stuff. Good battle all season. Ferrari, remember, had a terrible start to the season. Couldn't stop hitting each other at Shanghai, but came through.
But this
Jane Locke's challenge just seemed to evaporate here. The Aston Martin challenge was over. Sadly, we lost the BMW
that was a
challenge because team members, I'm afraid, affected by travel restrictions. But it's.
I wonder how that would have turned out had those BMWs been around.
You know, we saw at least one of those BMWs in the mix.
Could have, should have, would have. Once again, it's been really the buzz term for this final day of the season.
Oh gosh, we've seen the Asian Challenge hit home in GT this season.
That is the standout part of this GT class.
Remember, we saw the first Indonesian pole position yesterday. Yep. That's not like Ferrari drivers struggling to get a champagne bottle open.
They must have a manual at Ferrari about how to win races.
Francesco Pianovenetti knows what he's doing. There you go, man. I do like to see a driver enjoy a podium.
It is good when you have this many wins, you can see what they do and how different it is. But I think the question I have to ask you about this GT class, really, Graham, is at the start of the season, with your extensive knowledge about this, which of these Ferrari teams did you pick to be on there? And did it turn out the way you thought?
Well, I think that there's been so many things that kind of come into it. I actually have to say I thought we would see challenges from all of them. It did look good. T2 Motorsports, I did think as a newcomer to the championship, maybe would struggle. They've begun to finally show their form. Things come out. That's what this is designed to do. It's meant to be a kind of breeding ground for talent. Test yourself against your peers. Test yourself against the other more experienced teams here, and then look where that takes you in international sports car racing.
Yep.
So the reality, I think, here is this has done what it said it was going to do on the tin. It's been a great season of GT racing. It's been a great season of prototype racing. It's been a greater season of sports car racing as a whole. I've thoroughly enjoyed all 4 races. We've had dramas, all sorts of natures, logistical at Shanghai, the threat and the possibility that we might get the awful bushfires in Australia. We've had the weather, all the weather in the world.
I mean, the weather in Sepang literally
and then dramas again here in terms of some of those cars maybe beginning to feel the pain of a season of running. But it's been an absolute cracker of a season.
Well, once again, if you have just joined us and you've missed everything, then let's have a little look back at some of the highlights and the incidents that's coming up very, very soon. It was a very, very big race, late afternoon now, but of course we started at noon as well. And if you missed any of it, then let's have another look back at the 4 hours of Buriram. Action from the start to the finish of the 4 hours of Buriram. Some really interesting situations that turned up there. And I think that really the big one there I still see is the number 36 Eurasia going off. That was so significant for that LMP2 class. But on top of that, number 9, Graf, 70 laps in, hit at T8. How unlucky is that?
Terribly unlucky, and terribly unlucky as well for the 13 car. We've talked already about the various woes for Inter-Europol. They've brought 4 cars here. They've battled hard all season. They've been left with, to be blunt, nothing for their efforts. Eurasia too were unlucky at times, many times, and again will go away feeling disappointed. I hope they come back and have another crack at this, and I hope they're rewarded for their efforts by the ACO with potentially an entry for each of those teams for the Le Mans 24 Hours. They certainly deserve it for their commitment to the cause, if you like. But beyond that, some great performances up and down every single class.
And D-Station Racing, of course, they ended up spending some 2 hours and 50 minutes. I'm just looking at the times now. That's Almost, essentially. Now, let's just, before we get that, these are the confirmed full results in LMP2. As you can see, Thunderhead Carlin Racing with the #1 spot. G-Drive Racing with the championship in that second spot. K2 Uchino with a fantastic third in LMP2 AM. Rickware Racing, of course, that number 25 car coming in 7th, winning the race. In LMP3, as you can see, Ace One Villorba Corsa finished their season the way they began it in Shanghai, but this time they take the win. Nielsen Racing, that number 2 Nielsen, in second spot, and Graf in third. And of course, in GT, well, that was Hub Auto Corsa in the end that would come through. Great result for them. Car Guy, no longer defending champions, now former champions, as they take second. And Spirit of Race, after leading most of this race, finish up in third.
Yeah, absolutely. All sorts of storylines to actually come from that one. What next for Nielsen Racing? What next for Hub Auto Corsa? Well, who's going to pick up the championship, rather the invitation for G-Drive Algarve? Those questions will be answered after the event here. Rickware Racing have already confirmed to us they will be going to the Le Mans 24 Hours. They've got a plan in place, and there's developments there with another program soon to be announced by the NASCAR team. Still a NASCAR team, by the way.
That's an important point. A lot of these teams, this is part of a branching out of competitions and championships that they're getting into.
What defines these teams is that they are professional race teams. That means they've got multiple championships with multiple cars in multiple continents very often, and we've got a whole range of teams here. K2 Uchino Racing, still with GT team, and a very successful one in the Japanese Super GT Championship. Into Europol with Formula Renault cars as well as prototype cars in European Series galore. It goes on and on. Eurasia, a powerhouse in Asian racing in junior single-seaters, for instance.
Absolutely,
So all sorts of programs still to come. And these programs that we're looking at here in the Asian Le Mans Series feed into and feed from those programs. And we're going to see more and more of these teams. And I think we'll see a stronger and stronger group of Asian teams joining some of the best of the European teams as this championship moves on into 2020, 2021. And we wait to hear exactly where we're going for that championship. We know already, because it's already been announced, that Suzuka is on the calendar and looks at the moment likely to be the opening race. But we don't know yet where the other races are going to be. We could have a guess at it. Confirmed. We're not going to do that on camera.
But I think, of course, now, not now anyway, that's for sure. There's 3 years now of teams that have come in and left the Asian Le Mans Series with great, great stories. And we can expect those teams especially to be coming back.
And they seem stronger every time. And we seem to be getting a stronger grouping every time. Coming into this new LMP2 class with the Gibson engine cars, there was genuine uncertainty. Will the teams come? To actually get 3 of those 7 cars coming from Asia was an absolute triumph for Cyril Tejfal and the team here. The 2 Eurasia cars and, of course, the K2 Uchino car, which was one of the closely guarded secrets in Cyril's kind of satchel as he got...
Secret weapon.
Absolutely. Rickware Racing coming from nowhere in endurance racing terms to actually go for, a NASCAR team coming to. But the reality there is that we're drawing interest into international endurance racing from a whole range of completely different areas. And if the Asian Le Mans Series can be part of the lever to achieve that, with a bit of a lower budget here than it takes to actually compete in Europe, with an opportunity to shine, with a pretty good turnaround in terms of the opportunities to take those entries for the Le Mans 24 Hours, it will continue to grow without a shadow of a doubt.
And with, I said, I think this is basically essentially the 8th season of the Asian Le Mans Series, so it's well established now. A lot of people know about it. Of course, we've even seen from the viewers that have been joining us from literally all around the world.
Absolutely all
France,
over the world.
Germany. This is just today. France, Chile, Germany, Canada, USA, Thailand, Malaysia.
New Zealand. And you're very welcome. It's a joy to bring, so I know, looking at the comments, to very many of you, newcomers to international endurance racing. It's a joy to be able to bring some of what I love about that to a brand new audience. And you can see that these races may be long, but they don't lack for entertainment. They don't lack for thrills and spills. They don't lack for drama. And, if what actually floats your boat is, close action, you're going to get it. You're going to get it for a very, very long time.
So I guess this is going to be the start of something even bigger, and hopefully some of the young drivers in Asia are going to now look maybe not just to getting to F3 or some of the old established ways of getting into motor racing, but they might look at this. They might look at the Asian Le Mans Series and go, well, this could be a really good way of going in.
I hope so too. Let's go and have a word with Nadia. Nadia is collecting our winners, lots of smiley people. She'll be in the driver's briefing room right now. Let's go over and see who Nadia Nash is going to speak to at the end of this Asian Le Mans season.
We have your winners for LMP2 here at 4 Hours of Buriram. And of course, we've got Ben Barnicoat, Jack Manchester, and Harry Tinknell with us. Harry? So, fantastic win, fantastic run here in 4 Hours of Sepang, Buriram. Tell us about how you guys got here and what's the team feeling right now?
Yeah, it was a great race for Thunderhead Carlin Racing. We did everything we could. We knew we just had to win the race and hope other results went our way to win the championship. Unfortunately, we fell 1 point short, but congratulations to G-Drive Algarve Pro. They've been fantastic all year, and it's been a great fight and really enjoyable. I think Ben did a fantastic job yesterday in qualifying to get the pole, and Jack did probably the best race I've ever seen him do. I think he's come such a long way from this time last year to now, and even from Shanghai until now. Led the race, for the whole of his 2 stints. And we got a little bit unlucky with Full Course Yellow, but we fought back to get the win. It's fantastic, great for the team. Again, we're learning every race, getting stronger and stronger. We fell just short this time, but great to have the Dallara up the front. Great to share it with these 2 guys, and hopefully we'll see Thunderhead Carlin Racing at Le Mans.
Fantastic, a great season nonetheless. Congratulations, the drivers from Thunderhead Carlin Racing.
Well, that is great to hear. And that's exactly what we were talking about.
It is indeed, and there's a great point there from, that boy, Harry Tinknell's got a future in television when he finally goes at racing. Not for a few years yet, though, Harry. But that encapsulates another matter that's to be resolved in the coming days, because it's not going to be very long before we hear what the final list is for the 2020 Le Mans 24 Hours. Just a few days to go, and they're now back into the mix. They're now back into the mix thinking, are we going to get a yes or are we going to get a no from the selection committee at the ACO? It's an invitation event, remember, and they'll hope that the 2 race wins they've shown here in the Asian Le Mans Series are enough to actually turn the heads of that selection committee so that they can join the G-Drive Algarve guys and the other cars that have already got secured entries there for the biggest race in the world. Not just the biggest endurance race in the world,
and the
biggest race.
This weekend, even though Harry Tinknell was talking about how Jack Manchester has come a long way, it really was Ben Barnicoat that took control of this weekend at Buriram.
Grabbed it by its throat.
Yeah.
He really did. And, his form in qualifying. It's what we said yesterday. What defined yesterday, some really exciting qualifying sessions were 2 or 3 drivers that just grabbed those sessions by the throat. Rio Haryanto, Colin Noble, Ben Barnicoat were all awesome yesterday. And as much as it was a fantastic run from Jack Manchester, and by far his best race so far, Ben Barnicoat, I think, has shown himself to be a star. Let's go back and speak to whoever Nadia's got with her right now.
Yes, here are your winners for LMP2M. Of course, how was it for you guys? It has been a smooth run, or has it been a challenging one? And how do you guys feel for this win?
As a rookie, I have no idea. It was hard for me the whole time. So, no, it was wonderful. We had good, no better teammates, no better crew than RWR International. But, yeah, it was great.
Now, maybe then we can hear from maybe Guy or even you, Anthony. So how was the race for you guys? How was it today here in Buriram?
Today it was great. Unfortunately, our teammates had some trouble, so we were able to inherit the lead. But from a performance standpoint, I couldn't have been happier with the performance Anthony put in and the stint that I had. Doubles, car was flawless. It was fast, the track was fun, and we were happy to bring this win home for Phil and O-Jets. And thanks to Rick Ware Racing for getting us out there.
Fantastic. So there you have it, Rick Ware Racing, your winners for LMP2M.
Well, not the first time, of course, that we've heard from Guy Cosmo in the winner's booth. He's been a previous winner here at the Asian Le Mans Series, and now that LMP2 invite as well. Wonderful stuff from Rick Ware.
3rd consecutive season in the Asian Le Mans Series from Guy Cosmo. He's making quite a reputation for himself here. LMP3 in the first season, then LMP2AM last year with United Autosports, and back this year with Rick Ware Racing. No title for Guy this year, but he's shown his class, and the atmosphere between the drivers and those 2 cars the last couple of races where they've been fighting themselves, if you like, I think has been top notch. A nice bit of needle between the two crews, which I think has been exactly what you'd like to see between, a mature endurance racing effort. It will be, I believe, the end of the era for those cars. I think we move on now to a brave new era where our AM drivers will be expected to contest these races in the newer Gibson powered cars, and they're very raceable by AM drivers. But they've served us very well indeed over the last few seasons. Cracking little cars.
For many years now.
Indeed. Great sounding, race very well. Have been quick enough, but their time, I think, is just about done. The Gibson cars will move forward. We've seen what they can do. Smashed the outright lap record here today at the Buriram International Circuit. That will put them in the history books here in this proud nation, beating the top-line GT prototypes that the Super GT Championship fields here. So we'll just have to wait and see what comes next with more teams. Time for another chat down in the press room. Let's see what Nadia can actually bring to us this time.
Ace 1 Viloba course here with us, your winners for LMP3 here at 4 Hours of Buriram. So congratulations, everybody. Of course, Alessandro Bressan, we want to ask from you guys, how's the team feeling right now? And maybe take us through your journey here at 4 Hours of Buriram.
Well, we're feeling ecstatic, of course, We knew that we had the potential to, achieve the win, but, until now it didn't come together. So, yeah, finally last race, win. So, yeah, it's a good result.
Fantastic. So, finally last race win. You heard it from them. Ace 1 Viloba Kosa, winner for LMP3 class.
Short but sweet, but I think that's pretty much how they approached this race. And as I did say, they started the season well. They then went off to... how would you describe what the bend in Sepang was for the Ace 1 Viloba Corsa?
They had bad luck at the bend. They were hit hard, physically hard at Sepang, which ruined what could have been a good run for them. But they've looked like potential contenders all the way through. And yes, we've had a couple of changes in driver lineup. Alessandro Bressan has been a driver of very high quality. David Fuminelli, we know, is very quick. In the last two races, though, Andreas Lascaratas, as the bronze driver, we said at the start of the show, it's about the pro drivers against the pro drivers.
Absolutely.
It's about the AM drivers against the AM drivers. He's been actually very, very good indeed. Quick, consistent, and I think he's put his name in the hat for a number of potential programs.
Well, let's get back down to Nadia now. Of course, we've seen talking to three of our winners, and let's now talk to our GT winners.
Exactly, our GT winners, not only here for 4 Hours of Buriram, but also overall championship. So congratulations, Hub Auto Kosa. We've got the team manager here with us as well. But let's first talk about 4 Hours of Buriram, right? So how was it for you guys? How did you manage to get the win?
Well, it was very difficult. I mean, it's never easy. You have to make sure you don't make any mistakes. And even when everything looks like it's going good, I mean, you can never relax until that checkered flag. So... yeah, it wasn't easy, but we're all very, very happy, and yeah.
We want to hear it from the drivers, so maybe if you can tell us how you experienced 4 Hours of Buriram today under the heat, and I'm sure it wasn't easy.
No, not easy for sure. We are just very, very happy. It was a difficult championship. The last races we had a very, very bad luck. But finally, in the last race of this championship, we won. And I just want to say thank you for Hub Auto, to the other drivers that were not here, Morris Chain, David Rigon. They helped us a lot in this championship. And so very, very happy. Congratulations to the team.
Fantastic. And of course, you guys are the outright champion for the GT class. That means that invitation to 24 Hour Le Mans is on the way, in the mail. So tell us a bit about that and your journey maybe heading towards that.
Sure. Look, we're all extremely honoured to be going to Le Mans. It's certainly a dream of mine, and I know it's a dream of Morris's and some of most of the guys in the team. So we're really excited and looking forward to that. Yeah.
Fantastic. So congratulations once again to Hub Auto Kosa for GT category winner here in Buriram and your championship.
quiet joy. That's how I describe that. That was absolutely quiet joy. Great words from them again. Of course, I think that is the word, honoured. Now, Nadia was talking about getting their LMP2 invite in the mail. Is that how it happens?
They will likely, I think it might be, it used to be a fax, but my suspicion is
email for sure.
It's either it's going to be a phone call or an email. But I will say this: the team, or rather the owner of the team, does actually already own a car that is eligible for the Le Mans 24 Hours. So
regulation.
Good to hear from them that they're confirming they will take that entry up. As to exactly which car they opt to take that up with, I think they've got at least 2 options.
Well, of course, yeah, and then that June race. I mean, when it comes down to it, that is the ultimate target of your season. Having achieved that in such a tough class, don't forget, of course, all 6 cars in GT were in contention at the start of today. That unprecedented even for us, what we've seen in the last 3 years here at the Asian Le Mans Series. And as it turned out, it was actually a keenly contested one. It wasn't necessarily about cars dropping out. We did, of course, see D-Station Racing leave, but the rest of the cars, it was pretty much open season.
We saw, didn't we? It's been about the depth and competitiveness in that field, but as well as that, sort of more than that, it's also been about the fact it's been a topsy-turvy season. We've seen teams that looked like they could have been dominant have a real problem, and that's actually given us some real excitement. Well, less dramatic towards the championship were our overall championship winners, the number 26 squad. They've had a controlled run to it. Delighted to say they're going to be with Nadia down there now.
Your championship winners for this season, 2019-2020. Here we have them, G-Drive, Algarve Racing. Of course, the whole team is here together with the team manager. But before we get to Stuart Cox and ask him about their long history here with us at Asian Le Mans Series, maybe we can talk to the drivers. How was your experience? Talk to us about this round and maybe the past 3 rounds as well.
Yeah, I think it was quite important for us to finish second. We arrived there and we said, okay, the most important is the championship, not the race win. So I think we could easily fight for a race win, but it was too much risk in the traffic. So when I drove in the end, I have a really nice fight with Boronicot from car, and yeah, it was really great. But yeah, I say we have everything to lose, and they have nothing to lose. So I say, yeah, we already lost the championship last year in the LMS due to the small crash. So let's just win the championship and bring the car safe home.
Fantastic, and you guys did just that. So congratulations. Stuart Cox here with us. We want to know, it's not the first season that Algarve is here with us. We're quite familiar with Algarve, so a beautiful history there with Asian Le Mans Series. How has it been for the team with us within the past couple of seasons? And let's talk a bit about that invitation to 24 Hours.
Well, we've been coming here for 5 years now, so we quite enjoy it. And we love Asia over the winter. Always get a bit of a holiday in as well, which is always really pleasant. You know, we knew we had a reasonably good driver lineup, and I think as the championships unfolded, the guys have really just improved, and I think you've seen that. All right, we didn't get the win in the last race or this one, but there was a reason for that. You know, we just needed to finish second. You know, I think we came into the pits with Leo with a 35-second lead, but just because of traffic and just being careful with the car, it's had a hard 4 races. So it was just a question of getting the thing home, so which is what we did, and we won. So I'm happy with that. You know, talking about Le Mans, yeah, I get me and the wife jump in the truck, drive up there, spend basically 4 weeks in France. I just live there for the month. It's something we've been doing now for a few years. I quite enjoy it. I just settle with the car, me and one mechanic, the week between the test day and the race. We just take it apart, rewrap it, make it look lovely, and take it to scrutineering. It's just, you know, a family holiday now.
Right, fantastic. So congratulations once again. Thank you, Stuart. And a special mention to, of course, all the drivers, James French, Leonard Hugenboom, and, of course, Roman Rusinov. This is a G-Drive Algarve Racing.
There is no one like Stuart Cox, and I have to say, he's probably the only person that makes that sound easy.
You know what? It's like Highlander. There can be only one. Stuart Cox, what a legend. And who would have written it? Stuart Cox and Roman Rusinov, 2 of the real characters of the European Le Mans Series paddock, coming together and forming a championship-winning combination. And he name-checked there his wife, Sam Cox. I'm going to name-check her as well. What a fantastic little team they put together. They do it in a very different way to many other teams, but they're, again, again winners here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yeah,
not
that's
for the
what's
first time.
what's important to note is that they know how to win, and they applied that knowledge down to the entire team with new drivers that have come in, and of course, there's great collaboration with Aris and G-Drive as well. It can't be too easy to do.
It could be really interesting to see now for our championship winners just what exactly their programs for the Le Mans 24 Hours emerge as being. Let's wait and see. We may have to wait a few days before we get that. It's not going to be too much longer after that to wait for who's going to be joining them on what I believe is going to be a 62-car entry once again for the Le Mans 24 Hours. We know who some of those cars are, but there's a dozen or so more that we don't yet know. It's always one of those magical moments in endurance racing who we're going to see when we rock up at that circuit, as Stuart says, for an extended period of time in June.
It's about moving into France. Is that what you do, Graham?
Absolutely, 100% we do. And it's it's not just the race, it's the week leading up to the race, it's the weekend before that race, and it's the weekend before that when we go and actually have the first opportunity for the cars to actually test on the full circuit. Remember, it's not like turning up here at Buriram. It's like they have to close the local roads to actually enable that race to happen. They do it twice a year, no more.
Right. Well, let's get down to Nadia now, who is just found the LMP2 AM champions. Let's hear from them.
Exactly, LMP2 champions here with us from Rick Ware Racing. We have got Cody Ware and, of course, Gustas Greenbergas here with us. Now, this means that the invitation to 24-hour Le Mans is sort of in your hands already. So can you tell us about the significance of that? What would that mean to you and the team?
Yeah, so myself as well as everyone at Rick Ware Racing, it's been a dream of my father and I's to race at Le Mans since I started racing, since he's been a racer. And so to get to go to France and join the historic race is pretty unbelievable. I think it's going to take a little bit to really soak in the gravity of the situation, but I'm definitely going to enjoy it. Thanks to this guy for being my teammate the past 3 races, and you know, after the pivotal win at the Bend in Australia, really kind of secured our spot and really made the way we handled the past 2 races kind of change. And so it's been fun, it's been good, and definitely hope to be back here in Asia next year.
Wow, fantastic. A nice little brotherhood bond going on there with these two. So your winners, your champions for LMP2 from Rick Ware Racing.
Great to hear that they're going to be coming back to Asia, and that's the main, I suppose, point from this, because you want to make this a repeat experience. Gustas Greenbergas, words from you about him?
Happy birthday for a couple of weeks' time when he turned 17. Gustas, a young man with a lot of drive, a lot of talent, not a luck in Europe this year, and found out very late on that he got that call to come down to the Bend.
How excited must he have been?
I can't even imagine what that moment must have been like. I think he felt as if his world had fallen apart at the end of last season, had a dire season in Europe for reasons that were nothing to do with him. To get that, to come here and do what they've done to help them to secure a title, to put his name back in international sports car racing at that young age, who's to bet against the fact we'll be hearing a lot more about the young Lithuanian.
And that was also great to hear from just about a new team and how the impact that this has had on them.
I've been properly impressed with Cody Ware as a new addition to that. But before we talk a little bit more about that, we're going to go down again with Nadia, who's got our LMP3 champions with her.
Yes, our champions for LMP3. Congratulations. We've got Colin Noble and Tony Wells here with us. Also the team manager for Nielsen Racing, of course, Stuart here with us. Congratulations, first off. And of course, we want to know, how has it been? What was the adventure? Take us on the adventure throughout this whole season here at the Asian Le Mans Series.
Wow. Well, it has been an adventure, hasn't it? Starting off in China, this time with the Norma, and the car's been superb. Nielsen have done a great job with the car. Car was really good in Shanghai. Obviously, we won in Australia. The track was amazing at the Bend. Nobody could design such a track, and it was great to actually have a race there. So, you know, we won, and that sort of gave us a bit of a springboard. And then Malaysia was a weird thing, you know. I mean, you know, we were out of the race, and then suddenly the thunderstorm came, delayed the start. The guys took the bell housing round to some local workshop. Some random guy in a garage just repaired the car, got it back on the track, and we finished the race, and it allowed us to take the championship to the final round.
Wow, there you have it. What a happy ending, a beautiful story. Thank you so much for that story. And there you go. That's how they ended up here as your champions for LMP3. Congratulations, guys. And back to studio.
Absolute true story, that.
Fairy tale stuff. Remember, had we not had the storm in Sepang, they would not be champions. Stuart Mosley,
That's
by the
right,
way, on
yeah.
the left-hand side, twice a starter at the Le Mans 24 Hours himself.
Wow.
And a multiple sports car racing champion. And Colin Noble, who we didn't get to hear from either, I think one of the emerging stars in sports car racing. Now a regular winner and a regular paceman in LMP3. I don't think it's going to be too long before we see him stepping up a notch.
But that also did highlight, even though that was a true story about going to the repair shop, so many kind of on-the-spot problems had to be solved in Sepang. That's the kind of attitude you need if you're going to be a champion in any sport, but more so in endurance racing.
And more so when actually you're dealing with long distances and limited supplies of the specialist kit. That was a real-world, well, not a panic situation.
Emergency
situation. But
situation.
just almost like Bush engineering. They
Yeah.
got cracking. I was in that garage 5 minutes before I stepped into the booth at Sepang, before the power went and all the dramas that happened there. I wrote a story for my website that says I didn't think they were going to take the start. Had we not had the 100 minutes delay, they wouldn't have been able to start from pit lane a lap down, let's not forget.
Yeah.
Score the points they actually brought home and launched themselves into an opportunity to take advantage when the number 13 car, I'm afraid, had its day ruined. Fairy tale stuff from Nielsen Racing, cracking bunch of guys and girls at Nielsen Racing, and that is a cracking little crew in an LMP3 car. Tony Wells, your little hero. Colin Noble,
yeah.
you're a star.
And how fast were they this weekend, both of them, especially that qualifying session by Colin Noble was electric.
Tony struggled at the start there, but managed to gather himself. Colin Noble did what we're used to him doing now, which is getting his head down, just banging in the laps, lap after lap. And it seems to me that after Colin's done that, Tony finds something else.
Yeah.
He gets back in the car.
That extra gear.
He does. And then going to the flag, they knew what they had to do at that stage. The only pressure that was on them is that awful time when you're watching the clock ticking down and you can start to hear noises that aren't really noises. It's about getting to the flag, making sure that you do what you've got to do to get the points on the board, take the position in the race, take the championship, take the invitation to Le Mans.
I think before we leave P3, I think all in all, it has been a fantastic season, and we have to thank a lot of people before we go from the commentary box. Of course, the ACO for organizing everything, the 4 racing circuits, the 4 Grade 1 racing circuits that we've been to have been fantastic. All the broadcasters that have brought you this program, even though we were, of course, crippled in Sepang. All the marshals and logistics, and, of course, the viewers as well.
I particularly want to say something as well. I'm a kind of part-time part of this crew. Amazing stuff from this crew to bring you the show that we brought you from Sepang. Astonishing. I've never been involved in anything quite like it. Heroic stuff. But we're going to be down again to Nadia in just a brief moment to talk to who?
Well, no, I think that should be it.
I
think we've just about wrapped everything up. So thanks to everyone watching from the commentary box. Let's, I said, round off the season. Graham, thank you so much for joining me here.
We're going to go down to Nadia.
We're going to go down to Nadia now.
What a finish. So the wrap-up of 4 hours of Buriram marks the end of this season, 2019-2020 season. And what an electrifying season it has been. A lot of firsts for us. Started off in Shanghai, and then we had our first trip to Australia, and then the first night race in Sepang, and then our first finale here in Buriram, Thailand. So all this won't be made possible if not for the great efforts from the participating teams, our partners, and everybody who has contributed. So thank you so much. And of course, not forgetting each and every one of you who has been with us throughout the entire season. So thank you very much for sticking around. And of course, there's more to come, a bigger, stronger season coming up. So watch out for the race calendar that's coming your way. A lot of surprises are coming your way. But for now, it is time for us to say goodbye here from Buriram. And of course, it is the last round, the finale of 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series. I'm Nadia Nash, signing off. Thank you for watching.